Ladies and gentlemen, I call to order the Planning Commission of the County of Ventura. Please take your seats. If you do not have a seat, since it's getting crowded, we do have video outside with an overflow room, so everybody can observe and hear what's going on. So the meeting has now been called to order. Would you please stand and face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance? Place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have some more quiet in the room so we can get the standing rules going here. Please silence or turn off your cell phones for the deliberation. Number two, if you are parked in what's called Lot G, which is immediately to my right, it's a 3-hour time limit. Hopefully we can remind you, but at approximately 10 o'clock, if you have a car out there and we're still here, you will need to move it. All right. With that, we'll move on to the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner McGee.
Here. Here.
Commissioner Dukas.
Here.
Commissioner Wessner.
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Here. All right, number 4 on our agenda is for public comments. Public comments are set aside for those items that are not agendized. We will take public comments, but understand under the Government Code section commonly known as the Brown Act, we can receive the information and ask general questions, but we cannot deliberate because no one else in the public are aware of what you have presented. Do I have anything other than the items that are currently on the agenda? Seeing no one coming forward or no hand raised, I'll move on to item number 5, which is the annual election of the chair and vice chair, and to set the schedule of hearings for 2014. At this time, per our protocol, I will turn the order over to our lovely director. Kim?
Thank you very much, Chair Wessner. So for the commissioners, I would like to ask for nominations for the chair of the Planning Commission.
I move Mr. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Then I call for the vote.
Oh, that's right. We got to do this. Yeah. You have a vote. You can always say no. You can always say no, Rick. Yeah. All right. There we go. Please be patient with our technologies, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, you made it. Congratulations. McGee.
Okay, moving right along. I'd like to ask the board for nominations for the vice chair.
I move Paul McGee.
Second.
All in favor, vote, please.
It's unanimous. It happens 98%.
Okay. Okay, the other item we have is a vote on the annual schedule for the Planning Commission hearings and location startups. We spoke prior year about kind of redefining our schedule a little bit. Comments?
At this point, I think that I would recommend that you keep your schedules available for the weekly Thursday meeting, but our staff is going to do the best that we can to keep it on the first and third Thursdays, just out of respect for your schedules. So it doesn't always work. It didn't work today, didn't work next week or the week after, because we've had things that are waiting because we haven't met all year, but we are going to try to work towards that, and the bylaws as they stand now make that available to us.
Comments? Okay, we'll leave it that way then. Moving to the next order of business, item number 6, approval of the November 14th, 2013 minutes, please. Motion.
I move approval.
Second.
I would say that I will abstain since I wasn't here on that meeting. Okay, minutes approved. Moving on, item number 7, PL 14-0003. Staff report, please.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Morning.
And members of the Commission, I'm Kari Finley, and I'm the project planner for this agenda item pertaining to amendments to the recently adopted density bonus ordinance. There it is. So there are 2 objectives of the hearing for this item, and they include a brief update on 2 of the housing element programs that were recently adopted last October. And the second is obtaining a recommendation from the Planning Commission on proposed amendments to the recently adopted density bonus ordinance. And these are known as PL 14-002. You may recall that we recently brought the draft housing element and density bonus ordinance to your commission last fall. And in October, the Board of Supervisors adopted the 2 documents. And in December, the State Department of Housing and Community Development certified our housing element, which is great news because now we won't have to update it again for 8 years. In the housing element, there are several programs to be implemented by the Planning Division over the 2014 to 2021 planning period in the housing element. And 2 of them are slated for the fiscal year 2014-15. And they include these 2 developing these 2 ordinances. One is the inclusionary housing ordinance, and the other is developing the housing impact mitigation fee ordinance. And I'm not going to get into the details of the pending litigation, and that's all provided to you in your staff report. But we wanted to let you know that staff is going to be recommending to the Board of Supervisors to postpone these 2 programs until the California Supreme Court renders a decision regarding inclusionary housing ordinances. This is an informational item for you. There's no action required on this item, but we did want to bring this to your attention because it's part of the planning process in our work program regarding housing issues. If you have questions regarding the litigation, Ms. Ash and I can answer them at the end of my presentation. So I'm going to move on to the density bonus ordinance revisions. Just for some brief background, again, this ordinance was density bonus ordinance was mandated, the provisions are mandated in state law. And at the October hearing, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to revise the density bonus with the ordinance, with these amendments that are before you. We had to also update our environmental analysis and return with the amendments. That was the direction we got from the board. And because it's a legislative act, state law requires that we come to your Planning Commission for a recommendation. So for a quick refresher, this slide provides a summary of the primary components of the density bonus ordinance. And these components, these are things that are mandated by state law, include density increases for residential projects, including affordable housing projects that are guaranteed for 30 years or more, senior housing units, and then condominium conversions from apartments to condominiums. The state law also requires that we offer incentives and waivers for affordable units that are modifications or reductions to development standards, and then also reduced parking requirements. And those are all part of the adopted ordinance, the current ordinance. When we brought the ordinance forward to you, we also suggested some non-mandatory provisions, and the most relevant one is what we're looking at today. is this additional 15% increase in density bonus over what's required by state law for projects that guarantee 100% affordability for 30 years. One provision that we had in here was that we would not require this on parcels that were zoned residential high density or RHD. The reason we did that is primarily because the RHD ordinance requires these projects to be 100% affordable. However, the Costa-Hawkins Act and the Palmer case that are described in your staff report prohibit the county from mandating affordable units for rental projects unless the developer volunteers to provide affordable housing or they receive some kind of public financing. So that kind of took the authority we had, that takes the authority away for us to require them to be affordable for rental projects. So after the Planning Commission hearing last September, there was some state legislation that was offered. It went through the House and Board, but the governor, or the House and the Senate, but the governor vetoed it, and it would have fixed this kind of awkward situation in state law. So in light of that, we explained this to the board in October. It happened right in between we were here, and it changed our recommendation. We went forward to the board, and we explained the situation to the board, and that's why they directed us to take out that exclusion from the, you can see it here, to delete. This is what we're proposing, to delete the exclusion for parcels zoned RHD, and that's provided in Exhibit 2 on pages 8 and 9 in your staff report. And again, the primary reason for this is to incentivize the development of affordable housing. So something else I don't have a slide on that that is not included in your Exhibit 2, but we will have to include is we'll need to make a revision to Section 8109-1.3.3b, which talks about a maximum density of 110% on RHD parcels. So we're going to have to put a provision in there that says unless it's requesting a density bonus, and that's just one more thing that to make it internally consistent that we'll need to revise. And we'll revise that before we go to the board. So the result of this amendment means that any residential development, not non-RHD parcels, but any residential development that offers a 100% affordable project will be eligible for a 50%, up to a 50% density increase. Then just for reference, I included this summary chart. It's also in your staff report as Exhibit 3. And you can see here on the top portion, the mandatory provisions are what I just briefly summarized, and those are all required by state law. And then the section down here is non-mandatory, which is this increase in additional 15% density. And that's what we're revising today, is to include any residential project, including RHD sites. And then finally, the reason the board could not approve this revision when we were there in October is because we needed to do additional analysis in our environmental document regarding the increase in density on the RHD sites. So that was done, and it's included as Exhibit 5. And the findings were that there were no significant impacts, and there was no evidence to warrant the preparation of a subsequent EIR or MND. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors regarding the proposed amendments to density bonus ordinance. And I'm available to answer questions, and Assistant County Counsel Linda Ash is here to answer any questions you might have on the pending litigation.
Thank you. Questions by staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. This is more of a question for me, I guess. Up there talked about term of affordability for 30 years or more. Is there a maximum by state law or something? Is that 50 years or something?
That is what the state law indicates. It says 30 years. The more is if there is other provisions in the public financing that they get that requires it, and there's some specific funds that require up to 50 years. But the state law only allows us to do 30 years in our ordinance.
Why is it that the affordability not maintained forever? I mean, why is that limited?
Well,
You may not have that answer.
I don't have that answer. That's what the state law indicates.
I've always been curious about that.
Right.
Do you want me to, I can address that. I don't know
Right,
the legislative rationale for 30 years, but I can tell you that the statute specifically limits the affordability to 30 years, and then it goes on to state specific situations in which it can be restricted longer than 30 years if there's certain types of financing agreements for low-income housing that would require it to be in addition to 50 years. But this whole area of law has really been a hotbed of activity in the last year or so, and there was a recent case out of Napa which held that basically any kind of changes to the density bonus, our density bonus ordinance is driven almost entirely by what state law requires us to do. It has very strict limits on what we can put in our ordinance, very strict restrictions on how we can go outside the ordinance. And for example, in the Napa case, they tried to mandate that the developer had to meet the inclusionary requirement first, meaning we're telling you have to have 10% affordable housing, then you can qualify for the density bonus, which ultimately meant that the developer had to have 22% affordability. And the court said, you can't do that. The statute says 10%, not 22%, so your ordinance is preempted, meaning it's invalid. So if we were to go, and state law says 30 years or 50 years or longer if it's allowed or required by a contract or an agreement with the bank that's doing the lending on the affordable housing. So if we just arbitrarily moved it up to 50 years or 60 years or 40 years or even 32 years, that's in excess of what's allowed under state law. And I believe under this Napa case that our ordinance would be preempted if we tried to increase it beyond what's authorized by state law. Does that make sense?
Do you know the logic behind having a limit on the affordability time frame to begin with?
I mean, I can only guess that it has to do with a balance with the developers and the property owners' interest in making profit on their property. It's a similar conflict you have with the Costa-Hawkins Act, not allowing local governments to impose affordability restrictions on rental units because you have another state law that is protecting property right interests as far as their ability to make money on their projects. So you often have this conflict between the two needs, and I'm just guessing that that's probably why there's a 30-year restriction and not longer.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Western.
Yeah, the question, and probably directed staff, since this is part of our housing element in our general plan, by postponing this because of the court cases, are we running up against any timeline as far as being out of compliance?
Commissioner Westner, no, I do not believe we are. The timelines that are put into our housing element are never hard and fast timelines, and it's not like we're required by some kind of legal mandate to meet those timelines.
Okay. Second thing is one of the sections, Affordable Housing Agreement, Equity Sharing Agreement, it states on page 15, with the county or as a designee pursuant to compliance with this section. Is there a predetermined list such as housing authorities, or can it be a nonprofit? Or is that up for debate depending on the situation?
I'm going to let my housing expert answer.
Thank you.
By the county, you're
Page
talking about on
15.
page 15 of Exhibit 2?
The last paragraph.
Okay. Yes. Well, yeah, it does depend. It's going to depend on the situation. If there's affordable housing developer who's, well versed, better than we are in this, of course, we would defer to them to be managing the, the occupants, or either the occupancy or the affordability component, and typically also that is administered by the public funding entity, and in the county, that's in the chief executive office, we have folks who administer home funds, for example. If the developer is not getting the public financing or some other circumstance, we've spoken with the Ventura County Area-Wide Housing Authority, and they said that they would be willing to enter into a contract to manage those units for them.
Okay, thank you. And then just the last thing to Paul, to answer your question. Part of the problem is that the lending institutions on the tax-exempt bonds under the California Municipal Authority, right now, they only go out 30 years. So that's kind of the parallel. It's the funding along with the designation. So as County Council indicated, there's multiple entities that are involved in it. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Did we
Commissioner Dukas.
have disclosures for this item?
We haven't had them. Any other questions, staff? Okay, thank you. At this time, disclosures, starting at my right.
No disclosures.
I have no disclosures.
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
Okay, I have no speaker cards on this. It's strictly a staff report. Motion for discussion. Do we?
Do we have a speaker?
I didn't see him. I didn't see cards.
I didn't see one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why don't you identify yourselves, come forward if you're speaking on this item, and they might be at the back. And I apologize, we misplaced your card.
We
if you filled one
apologize
out.
if we got lost. Anyway.
Just let us know who you are, what your address
Hi,
is, please.
I'm Susan Johnson. I represent House Farm Workers. I am on the executive board of House Farm Workers, longtime volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, and I chair the Piru-Fillmore area group for House Farm Workers. And basically, I'm going to be really brief. We'd like to commend your staff for the work that they've done. This has been in my 20-year experience of doing this in multiple jurisdictions, this is about as good as it gets. So we thank you very much for your hard work. We support the recommendation of your staff, and I personally thank you for the kids that I represent when I look out there at the youth in Fillmore and the youth in Piru that I see every day, to know that they may possibly have an affordable dwelling to live in. This is stuff that has an incredibly far-reaching impact, and we just like to thank you very much for your work in this area.
Thank you for your comments. Barbara Marcy-Ortiz.
Morning. Congratulations, Sharon
Thank you, I
Rodriguez.
think.
Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, you get a good meeting to chair for your first meeting. And I must say, it's kind of nice being here and not being the on the side that's got all the arrows being shot at it. It's a little different. I guess there's more people that dislike tigers than dislike children, so that's good for our society, I think. I just want to say that this is a very important item. It's giving another tool in the toolbox. Developing affordable housing is incredibly difficult. It becomes more difficult every day. It's more difficult in the county now than it's ever been. We're running into, among a lot of other issues, water is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. And so where you have the ability to do housing, it's very, very important to be able to maximize what you're able to accomplish on a piece of land. And that's what this ordinance does. It also, as it was said, incentivizes. I think it raises it to the level of importance that it is. We're having so many problems everywhere in the state, and particularly in this county, with respect to people not having decent, safe, and sanitary housing. And it's incumbent on a society to provide opportunities for people, for working people to be able to live. You know, we have some of the hardest workers in the world working in this county in the fields, and unfortunately they have the worst housing that you can possibly imagine. And so this is important, and I think you need to see it as, you know, this is very important, cutting-edge public policy for the jurisdiction to go a little bit farther than maybe the law provides as the floor in order to make something happen. And so I have to applaud the supervisors when they sent it back, and the staff for doing the work and getting this to you. And we're just gratified that it is here and it's going to happen. Just one little historical thing on the 30 years that you were raising. Back in the day, it was mostly people thought about ownership housing, and all ownership housing was a 30-year mortgage. And that's where the 30 years kind of initially came from. But it is kind of like once the mortgage is over, then people can do what they want, is the idea. So that's where it came in. And it went up to 45 years. We saw 45 years in redevelopment areas when the law changed. And anything that was built in a redevelopment area, the restriction was 45 years. And, of course, with tax credit properties, they're all 55 years. And there used to be some that were only 15 years, and those all disappeared really quick. And so I think society has learned its lesson on that one. But again, I want to thank you for considering this, and would urge you to recommend this to the supervisors, and hopefully we'll still be able to build some good housing for our working people that need it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a Keith York.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm speaking on this topic because I'm also a member of the House Farm Worker Committee. My name is Keith York. I'm a 45-year resident of Ventura. And I do applaud you for giving this every consideration. The point I'm here to make is I think we're a day late and a dollar short with regard to planning for this housing need. In meetings that I've been to at the City Council, it's been made very clear by the City Council themselves that the housing being developed in the City of Ventura particularly, but in the county generally, is not for the modest and lower income elements. And this has been going on for many, many years, and there's a very great backlog of need in this area. We're living now with the results of the law of unintended consequences, which is to say that the people that need this sort of housing are really the least in the worst position to seek it out at great distances because of their economic situation. They have to travel great distances, and they're, as a result, making it difficult for everyone to travel. And you can witness this on the freeway every day. Santa Barbara is in a similar situation, and they have the same problem. And people are commuting from here, from this county to Santa Barbara for the very same reasons. The housing is not available where it's needed. So from a planning standpoint, this is way behind the power curve, and it needs to be addressed sooner than later. The density bonus ordinance is a desperate measure to cope with the need, but it is nowhere near going to meet the real need, which has been identified for a long time. So I highly encourage you to start with this small step, and let's move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker cards on this item. We'll close the public hearing and open for discussion. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I move the recommended staff actions to have this proceed to the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, then we'll vote. All in favor?
Aye, and hit the magic button.
Okay, motion this passes. Yeah, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 5-minute break since we've done a reorganization here. And additionally, we've received a handful of documents from just prior to the meeting that none of us had the opportunity to look at and read before we begin the next item on the agenda. So I will call a brief recess, back in, the mic ready to go at 20 minutes after. Again, I would ask those of you that are standing to find a seat, please. Next item on the agenda is number 8, PL 13-0011. Staff report, please.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Jay Dobrowolski, planning staff and case planner for the item before you. I'm just waiting for the PowerPoint to load. Here we go. The item before you is a request for a conditional use permit known as CUP case number PL 13-11. The applicant is Irina Hauser. She's also in attendance this morning. The proposed project before you is for animal keeping. The animals that will be kept on site are wild animals, and they would be up to 5 tigers on site. The project includes construction of animal enclosures and will not require any native vegetation clearing. There will be no public access available to the project site, and trainers will be on site at all times. The animals will be used in the entertainment industry, and they will be transported to job sites a maximum of 60 times per year. The coastal zoning ordinance defines wild animals as animals that are wild by nature and not customarily domesticated. This definition does not include pet animals.
Excuse me while you have a pause there.
Again, I would ask the audience to please take a seat or step into the overflow areas. And if necessary, I see the uniform in the back of the room will help assist us. We can do that. Thank you very much.
Listen, you gotta sit down and stop milling about. It's very distracting. There are chairs outside.
Sorry for the interruption. If you continue.
Thank you. The project is located in the Santa Monica Mountains in the unincorporated area of Ventura County. Here's a vicinity map, and the lower right portion of the map is actually Los Angeles County. On the left of the map, you can see the Navy base, Ventura County, and the upper right-hand corner is where the city of Thousand Oaks is located. The site can be accessed off of Pacific Coast Highway from Deer Creek Road and also Pacific View Road for a total distance of about 3.5 miles from PCH. Alternate access is also available from Yerba Buena Road, and that's on the right side of the screen, but is not highlighted. Surrounding development around the proposed project site includes residences, and most of those properties are between 6 to 279 acres in size. The project site is located on a flag lot, and that is connected to Pacific View Road by a driveway. That's the red area in the middle of the screen. Here's another view of the subject property, which is 19 acres in size. The red dot represents where the animal keeping will take place. The subject property has been developed with a single-family dwelling, a second dwelling unit, a storage building, and a garage. The property is gently sloped, and the animal keeping will take place in the rear yard, which is essentially a bowl. The yellow line represents the hill, the upper portion of it, and the arrows indicate the downward sloping nature of the site. Due to this topography, the rear of the yard cannot be seen from Pacific View Road. This is a view of the rear yard and the gentle slope. The proposed project includes the construction of animal enclosures, an arena area, and also a perimeter fence. What's not shown on this slide and also in the plans is that each of the enclosures will be connected to the arena through a fenced tunnel. The enclosures in the arena will be constructed on the flatter portion of the rear yard, and this site shows the location. Due to the gentle slope, the flat nature of this portion, no substantial grading is required to construct the enclosures. Here is a schematic of the design of the enclosures. The enclosures will be constructed with 8-foot high walls and a ceiling, all of chain link fence material. The ceiling and the walls will create entire containment of the animals. This is a schematic of the proposed fence, which will be built around the arena area. The fence will be constructed with a 12-foot vertical section and a 4-foot slanted section. The overall height of the fence will be 14.8 feet, which is 14 feet 9.5 inches. This fence will exceed California Department of Fish and Wildlife standards, and a table of those standards is found in the staff report as Exhibit 11. The animal keeping area of the property will be enclosed by a perimeter fence. The perimeter fence will enclose a portion of the rear property that is 7 acres in size. This is a schematic of the proposed perimeter fence. The fence will be an 8-foot high chain link fence. Pursuant to CEQA, staff has reviewed the proposed project for its environmental effects. Staff has prepared a negative declaration and did not identify any significant impacts. Staff has received over 200 comments on the negative declaration and has prepared topical responses to those comments. Those are attached to the negative declaration in the staff report. and I'll talk about those in a minute. The negative declaration was prepared pursuant to the CEQA requirements, and we have received, recently, planning staff has received some new materials, and Mr. Baca will talk about those.
Congratulations, Chair Rodriguez and members of the commission. Enjoy your time on the hot seat. Anyway, we received, we received even more than that. We received several items of information late yesterday. Two I can highlight for you. One is a noise analysis report from Advanced Engineering Acoustics, authored by Marlon Hale, Dr. Marlon Hale. And that report, we've looked at it, and unfortunately the report is incomplete because it does not give the basic fundamental data upon which the conclusion is based, and so we have no way of analyzing or assessing its accuracy. And that would be the information about what is actually the distribution of tiger noises over an hour design period. That would be the entire basis of the analysis. That's not included in this report, unlike the previous reports you've received from the same company for like the Wolf Dog project you guys recently reviewed. So it's an incomplete report. I understand that Dr. Hale may be here, and we can address any questions we have with him directly. And I did speak with him last night and received an email from him this morning, and still we haven't received the necessary information to even assess the validity of the report. As far as we've received a biologic letter or a letter on biologic issues from David Magny, and this letter doesn't break any new ground and is similar to letters we've received that are in your packet that you already have. And we're ready to respond to those when you have some questions. Other things we've received, other late submittals. We received a report, initial study biological assessment dated January 21, 2013, from representatives of the applicant. This report, my understanding is that it was intended to be submitted when the application came in. However, we have no record of it existing and was not part of our review. I've already mentioned Mr. Magny's report. We also received a February 12, 2014 letter from Channel Islands, Cal State University Channel Islands, expressing concerns of users of trails in the national park area in the vicinity, and commenting that students who attend the university commonly use those trails. We also received a real estate appraisal report, which from Justman and Associates, that doesn't really address any environmental or issues that we would deal with under the non-coastal zoning ordinance. We also received a letter from Ralph Shapira, which expressing opposition to the project and making various comments about environmental impacts of having housing tigers. The issues in this letter are similar to the issues in the other 200 letters we've received. Two other things, we received by email some links to YouTube videos. I've looked at those videos, and they show what appears to be a tiger and a Doberman having a good time. And I'm not sure what the meaning of they are in either direction, or who is enjoying it more. Apparently we received another video today, or a CD of a video that we haven't seen. It was turned in today, and I don't know whether it'll be played during the course of this hearing. So that brings you up to date on what we've received.
Does that conclude our report, or are we still? Any?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you. Staff has received over 200 comments regarding the draft negative declaration, and I'd like to talk about those comments and the prepared responses. Most of the comments focused on four main issues. We've prepared topical responses to those. The following issues were the ethical treatment of animals, biological impacts, public safety, and compatibility. Regarding the issue of the ethical treatment of animals, that is not addressed in CEQA or the coastal zoning ordinance. Regarding biological impacts, this project has been reviewed by the planning staff biologist and by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Both of those reviews did not identify any substantial impacts. Regarding the issue of public safety, as the project has been designed and conditioned, the likelihood of release of a tiger is less than significant. Regarding the issue of compatibility, that is addressed in the staff report and will be discussed later in this hearing and will ultimately be decided by your commission. In order to grant a conditional use permit, certain findings must be made. Those findings are detailed in the staff report and discussed there. Based on the evidence in the record, staff recommends that findings 3 and 5 cannot be made. Staff finds that finding 3 cannot be made due to the density of the nearby development, and also because there are 2 year-round camps in the vicinity. Therefore, staff finds that the project is not compatible with the surrounding development. In order to evaluate the density of development, staff evaluated development within a half-mile radius of the project site. That half-mile radius is indicated by the blue circle. Within that half-mile radius of the project site, there are 56 lots. Of those 56 lots, 26 are developed with residences. Those residences are indicated by the yellow dots. Currently, there are 5 permitted facilities for wild animals in the county of Ventura. A table discussing those facilities is found attached to the staff report as Exhibit 13. Please note that all of those facilities are located in the non-coastal zone. Of those 5 facilities, 4 of them allow large cats, such as lions and tigers. Currently, only one of those facilities actually has lions and tigers. That facility is located in Lockwood Valley. Staff also evaluated the density of development near the Lockwood Valley facility, and similarly evaluated development within a half-mile radius. Again, that radius is indicated by the blue line. Within the vicinity of the Lockwood Valley facility, there are 29 lots. Of those 29 lots, 18 are developed with residences. Again, those residences are indicated with the yellow dots. Thus, the area in Lockwood Valley is less densely developed than the area in the Santa Monica Mountains. Another factor in compatibility that was evaluated by staff is the location of 2 youth camps located approximately 2 miles to the south of the proposed project. In the case of the Lockwood Valley facility, a Boy Scout camp is located approximately 2 miles to the west of the facility. That Boy Scout camp predates the Lockwood Valley facility. It was notified of the proposed Lockwood Valley facility, and it did not comment on the Lockwood Valley facility when it was originally built back in 1987. In contrast, the 2 camps located near the proposed project have commented and have expressed substantial concerns.
Just a moment. Commissioner Dukas.
Going back a slide.
Yes.
Where is Circle X? Do you know what Circle X is?
I'm not familiar.
Is it? It was on the slide? It's above. Okay, thank you.
I should point out that the two camps submitted a letter. That's, I believe, letter 154 attached to the staff report. The second of the two findings that staff does not recommend be made is finding 5. Staff has developed conditions of approval to provide extra safety measures, improve the proposed project, and minimize any safety hazards. With those conditions, escape is not reasonably foreseeable. However, even with all of these safety measures, all risk cannot be eliminated, and the potential for human error remains. Given that risk and the density of the development in the area, staff recommends that the proposed project would be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare. The proposed project includes various safety measures that were either proposed by the applicant or developed by staff in consultation with the Sheriff's Department, Animal Services, and other agencies. With these measures, the project would exceed state and federal standards for wild animal keeping. Again, a comparison of standards is attached to the staff report as Exhibit 11. The bold text indicates the additional safety measures developed by staff. Pursuant to the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, public notice of this hearing was sent to property owners within 300 feet of the project, residents within 100 feet of the project, and a legal ad was placed in the Ventura County Star newspaper. Notice was also sent to persons who commented on the negative declaration and various public agencies. In total, 263 parties were noticed of this hearing. Some of those agencies include the City of Malibu, Los Angeles County, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, USDA, and National Park Service. Staff has received some late submittals. Those were previously discussed by Mr. Baca. Therefore, based on the previous discussion, staff recommends that the Commission take the following actions and deny the conditional use permit application. Those actions are detailed in the staff report. I won't read them from the screen for you. Conditions of approval have also been provided to your Commission, and they have been developed with other agencies to minimize the safety risk of the proposed project. If the Planning Commission decides to approve the CUP application, some of those conditions are indicated on the screen, but again, they're also attached to the staff report. Staff has also provided actions that the Planning Commission may take to approve the project. Those are on the screen. Again, I won't read them for you. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Questions of staff?
obviously, the principal interest is public safety and compatibility. On the public safety front, what differentiates this from the Lockwood Valley? I understand and appreciate what you said, but the risk is every bit the same, and I don't see that much of a difference in terms of location or density. So obviously, I understand what the risk is, but how is this quantitatively more risky than Lockwood Valley?
Commissioner Onstott, regarding the issue of public safety, planning staff evaluated the density of development, and as previously discussed, there is overall less development around the Lockwood Valley facility. So the absolute number of residences is much lower than in the Santa Monica Mountains proposed location.
And the terrain.
Terrain isn't much different here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Comments? Mr. Wisdom.
questions of staff, just to lay this out for not only ourselves but for the public. County Council, what are the Planning Commission's options as we deliberate this, as far as decision making?
The Planning Commission's most basic options are either to approve the CUP or deny the CUP, and the staff, planning staff has provided recommended actions that could be adopted by your commission depending on which way you want to go. And so those are the most basic options. Another potential option would be to continue this item, and I should back up. Just so everyone is clear, the keeping of wild animals is a conditionally permitted use in the coastal zone. And so the only question is whether the applicant can satisfy, and your commission is satisfied that the applicant has met the standards that are set forth in the zoning ordinance for granting the CUP. Another option, potential option, would be for your planning commission to continue this item and to basically ask the planning staff to recommend to the board that the board of supervisors, that is, adopt an emergency interim moratorium that precludes the processing of these types of permits and to basically change the zoning. And that's an extreme option. I just wanted to make your commission aware of that, to give you the full range of options.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions, staff? Commissioner Dukas.
Wouldn't a moratorium, it couldn't be retroactive, it would be going forward so that there wouldn't be any more besides this CUP? This would continue through the pipeline if the Planning Commission voted to recommend a moratorium be set. Is that correct?
Well, your planning commission could continue its consideration of this permit application without approving or denying it. And so you would basically put it on hold in the interim. That would be the concept.
But a moratorium wouldn't apply to this CUP, is that correct?
My understanding is it could, because this CUP would not have been approved at this point, and so the applicant wouldn't have any vested rights in any permit.
I see.
A moratorium is only for a limited period of time, though.
It is, and that's getting into a whole separate body of law, and the moratorium could be enacted temporarily and extended under the government code. It initially would be, my understanding is 45 days, but then that could be extended. That would require 4/5 board approval and other legal measures. And so again, I'd see that as the outside range of your discretionary actions today, and it would obviously, all you could do is recommend that the board take that action, and so your action would be to continue this and see what the board wants to do with that concept.
But then, assuming for the purpose of argument that the board is inclined to study this matter further, it would require modification of the coastal zoning ordinance, would it not? And going through the entire planning process for that?
Correct, it would.
follow-up question. If the board chose not to pursue that potential zoning change, it would then come back for our decision prior to moving forward on any sort of continuation of process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any other comments or questions of staff?
Not this time.
Is there anybody speaking besides yourself or the applicant?
The applicant is in
You mentioned
attendance.
that the applicant's here. I didn't know if you wanted to speak.
I'm sure they can answer any questions later.
Before we get going, I would ask the Planning Commission for disclosures, please.
No disclosures.
My disclosures are, I am acquainted with a couple of the letter writers. One worked with my husband a number of years ago. I watched the video that was recommended in this 800-some pages, The Tiger Next Door. I visited the site, and in order to find where the site was, I used Google Maps, and I can't view the Zillow, so I used Redfin, which is the same information regarding the house listing.
I have no disclosures.
Commissioner Wessner.
I have no disclosures.
I'm familiar with the area. Haven't been up in that area in 20 plus years. I know that it's difficult driving up there. The road narrows considerably. Traffic can be a problem if and when the things happen. I also took the time to Google it a couple of days ago, Google Earth, to get an overview, see if it was consistent with what we were getting or whether I could get more information. That's all I have.
Okay. Did we have this applicant want to say anything?
We have a PowerPoint presentation too, if you could put up the first slide of that, please.
Okay, if you would identify yourself before we start speaking.
I'll go ahead. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners. I'm Eric Nagy from Jensen Design and Survey, representing the applicant, Irina Hauser. First of all, we'd like to thank staff for their thorough research and analysis of this project. As the staff report shows, the project is consistent with the coastal zoning ordinance and the Santa Monica Mountains overlay zone, the county general plan, and the county coastal area plan as well. Staff prepared a negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and found the project to have no significant impacts. Staff's reason for the recommendation for denial in findings 3 and 5 is that the animals may escape due to human error. However, the staff report itself states the lack of evidence to support these findings. The lone 1984 wild animal public safety incident related to a county-issued CUP occurred in a situation that is not a part of our project description, as the animals will be confined to the property in fully enclosed cages or transported in fully enclosed cages. Also, the Martin facility that the staff report compares to our project has not had an incident since its permit was originally granted in 1987. And that's really the only comparable facility in the county. And lastly, all tiger-related deaths in the U.S. since 1990 involved handlers, except for the San Francisco Zoo incident. And this proposed project is not a zoo or a sanctuary, and members of the public will be excluded from the property. The applicants also have a perfect safety record, and therefore we contend that there is no substantial evidence to support the recommendation for denial, and that staff's conclusion in these two findings is speculative. All projects have potential consequences that may result from human error, but we disagree that your commission should deny this project, or any project for that matter, based on the fear of such an error alone, especially in light of the lack of supporting evidence. There are a couple letters received yesterday, February 12th, 2014, regarding noise and biology. Mr. Baca has addressed these reports. I have a couple additional comments. Mr. Baca stated his concern regarding the noise model weighted averages, and we agree with that. The noise study also assumes a tiger roars at a level of 114 decibels. We're curious as to what type of tiger was used for this measurement, because Mrs. Hauser's spayed female Bengal tigers do not exhibit roaring behavior stated in the noise study, and we have some experts to speak to that a little later. The author did not mention the actual tigers in question, but used a decibel level from a 2011 University of Utah study, which itself does not contain any references to how that 114 decibel noise measurement was taken. The type of tiger, male or female, spayed or not, location of the measurement, it's essentially a quote from an article. Therefore, the conclusions reached in that study are speculative at best, we feel. The biological resources letter, Mr. Baca addressed that as well. That we submitted that with our application. It didn't make it into the record. So the county biologists did their own assessment. As you can see, that issue's been very thoroughly reviewed by county staff as well as the state. From the beginning of our application process, we've been ready and willing to make changes to the project as deemed necessary by staff in order to secure project approval. And likewise, we stand before your commission today willing to abide by the proposed conditions of approval and the suggested safety plan revisions, including the fencing of the entire arena, should you decide to approve the project. We respectfully ask your commission to take the actions on page 23 of the staff report and approve PL 1311. Several experts are here to speak on our behalf and address the related technical and safety issues. But first, we'd like to clarify some facts regarding tiger safety and the details of the proposed project. I'd like to introduce Irina Hauser, applicant, and I will scroll through the slides while she does the speaking here.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Chair and the Planning Commission for this opportunity to present and request the issuance of our requested CUP PL 13-011.
Ms. Hauser, would you state your name for the record, please, and
My
your
name
address?
is Irina Hauser,
Your address.
and my address is 11077 Pacific View Drive. I am a little bit nervous, so please excuse me.
Thank you.
Let me first introduce you to our two tigers, Gira and Zaika. As you can see in the photos, we not only care for, but we truly love these ambassadors and consider them part of our family. Having said that, we never forget that these are wild animals, and we have always made safety our #1 priority. We do not hide what we do from the community or government regulators. We gladly share it because we do it with the utmost safety, and our entire purpose is to educate the younger generation to preserve these animals. As you listen to our presentation, the only thing we ask is that you keep an open mind and that you remember that the opportunity for the best quality of life for these tigers is in your hands.
Excuse me. Could you get closer to the mic? We're having difficulty picking you up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
As Gandhi said, the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. The white tiger's pale coloration is caused by the presence of a recessive gene. They are not albino. They did exist in the wild until 1958. Records show that the Maharajas hunted and captured them until the last wild white tiger in 1958. We all agree that it would be ideal for humans to coexist peacefully with them in the wild. However, in reality, no white tigers can exist in the wild due to their lack of camouflage and due to human poaching and encroachment. There are only a few hundred left in the entire world, all in captivity. Our tigers are more than 8 generations removed from the wild, and we have devoted our life to caring for them. Our 2 tigers will remain in captivity for the rest of their lives in California. The only question is their quality of life, and to assure the best possibility of that. We have made the commitment to take care of these tigers in the best way under the safest circumstances. This project will allow us to do that. Our tigers are fully vaccinated and microchipped, and they have an incredible veterinarian who provides impeccable care. They are fed properly formulated diets, augmented with specifically formulated vitamins, under the supervision of their veterinarian, who has been with them since day one. They're inspected and tested several times a year. Next slide. These animals provide a real connection, especially for the younger generation, to tigers, who are on the verge of extinction. By our involvement in multiple media projects, we raise awareness and the social consciousness in order to preserve those that remain for future generations. These animals provide that connection in a very real way. Our future depends on the younger generation. By this project, we hope to engage their passion and advocacy for the world. In this context, the animals participate in engagements that foster animal education and awareness. The tigers have inspired numerous people, many of whom have taken steps toward wild animal conservation. The tigers in question are not being used for personal profit, as the sign shows there. The small amount of money received from past jobs has gone directly into their care, which runs in a deficit. Less than 100 years ago, there were over 100,000 tigers in the wild. Now, there are slightly over 3,000. We believe we should create an environment where we can coexist with our wild animal neighbors. This can only occur if they feel a connection with the animals they will be destined to save. We have seen that without this type of connection, animals go extinct. Once this happens, there is no way back. The Bali and Caspian tigers are already extinct. The western black rhino is now also extinct. This search for a new home has been a massive undertaking spanning approximately 5 years. We sought a location that would not only be legally permissible, but also geographically suitable in terms of enclosure construction and safety of our neighbors and community at large, which is always our first concern. In addition to being zoned open space, which is the only zoning that permits the keeping of wild animals, additional conditions were evaluated, and this property presents the best opportunity to meet those requirements and conditions. Most importantly, it was not just that the property satisfied only our requirements for our home and our tigers, but this was the only property out of 100 that we brought to the county in over 5-year search that satisfied their requirements as well. We have consistently modified and improved our project through interaction and cooperation with county officials and staff. Compliance with the laws and safety have always been and always will be our main focus. The neighboring 20-acre property to our 19-acre parcel on one side is occupied by horses. The proposed animal enclosures will not be visible to either neighbors or passers-by. The other side of the property is an open field. Behind the property is National Forest. In addition, this location is suitable for this project because it is isolated, rural, private, secluded, and surrounded by wild mountainous terrain. Moreover, the wild nature of the property will not be altered by grading or change in topography. Staff has concluded there is no negative impact on the environment as well as the surrounding area. Here's a view of the proposed site map and showing where our facility will be built. There is a mountain so that you cannot see into where the actual enclosures will be from the horse property next door. The next slide just shows you a view from the top and a view from where the facility will be looking up at our residents. And the following slide shows you where the enclosures will be and leads you to look at the surrounding area so you can see what is visible from the surrounding area. After an exhaustive investigation and analysis by government regulators and staff, the CEQA report clearly states that there is absolutely no environmental impact. It states the conclusion is that the proposed project does not have the potential to create any environmental impacts. The next step after the CEQA report was issued was to have the Planning Commission staff consider the myriad of potential issues affecting the community, taking into account public comment. Virtually every single finding is in our favor, including the correct zoning. It significantly exceeds size requirements. It exceeds all federal and state requirements. There's no environmental impacts, no noise impacts, no impact on water, on fire, on wildlife, no adverse effect on utility of neighboring properties or uses. The legal precedent in the county already exists. It's consistent with the general plan, consistent with the county coastal program, and compatible with surrounding developments. Staff found that it is not reasonably foreseeable that the tigers will escape. Staff's stated concern is the population density around our 19 acres, including a camp, which our children happen to attend. The reality is that the camp is located over multiple 3,000-foot mountain ranges from our property, and, as demonstrated, the project is extremely isolated, rural, and remote. This camp is not a stone's throw away from our property, as noted in one of the letters. In addition, we take every safety precaution. Our self-imposed protocols have no doubt contributed to our zero incident record. In addition, the staff noted that an already permitted property within the county, owned by Mr. Steve Martin, is located in an even less densely populated area. But it's important to distinguish Mr. Martin's property, which is permitted for 100 animals, versus our application for 5. And none of the density figures shows that our parcel has even double the amount of population or property density in any of the analysis. Additionally, there's a Boy Scout camp within similar proximity to that facility. Therefore, density is not an issue for this project. There are no parcels to the back of the project, and the project is located on the back of the subject parcel. The density argument is the foundation for the recommendation of denial, but that argument is not justifiable. Most importantly, whether it's 2 miles or 10 miles or 100 miles from children and the community at large, or whether there are 2 tigers or 100 tigers, it all comes down to safety. And as a parent and a responsible citizen, I not only empathize, but I share your concern. Click it one time. Safety is our number one priority. Human error is the cause of many accidents. Therefore, we leave no room for human error. I know a little bit about safety and accounting for every possibility of the unknown. Because of my security clearance, I cannot describe many of my previous projects, but I was directly involved with the control and safety of the first ever docking of the Space Shuttle and the Mir space station. I was on a team of only 3 people that actually went and did the advanced testing in Russia. You have to understand that there is absolutely no room for error in this type of endeavor. None. I'm trained to design and implement provisions where lives are at stake and to ensure that accidents do not occur. We are focused on the well-being and safety of our animals and the people around them. In fact, in 15 years of working with these animals, we have had 0 regulatory infractions, 0 cage breaches, and most importantly, 0 incidents impacting the safety of any person. It is important to note, however, that these statistics are not simply a matter of luck, but a function of prudence, professionalism, and precision. It is in this spirit and adherence to all of the local, federal, and state laws applicable to the care of these animals that we have decided to relocate our cats to Ventura County. They are housed in enclosures that not only meet but exceed all regulatory requirements. Proper building permits will be obtained. A structural engineer will verify that all enclosures will be reinforced to withstand fire, earthquake, wind, and of course the strength of the tigers. Then, the appropriate federal and state government agencies will inspect the enclosures prior to bringing the tigers. I'm going to turn it over to read a letter from the company that's designing the enclosures.
The company that's designing the enclosures is Cageco, and they provide a letter that's also in your record. I'd like to read an excerpt from that.
Is this the same letter that you're
yes,
reading?
it is. Yes. Yes.
We've already have it in the record. We've all read the letter already.
Okay. All right. Well, then I won't review it, but I do want to state that essentially the way this company builds these cages is far different from what you would see for normal chain link fencing. They're actually welded instead of tied. They're very, very strong and secure, and they use 6-gauge steel instead of 9, which is what the minimum recommendation is from the state and federal government agencies that regulate this project. So it's far more robust than what's required.
I just wanted to show you the difference. The California Fish and Game requires 9-gauge chain link fence for the enclosures. This is actually 6-gauge chain link fence, which is much, much, much heavier. We don't use that. We use welded wire, which is completely different and completely impenetrable. Just wanted to show you guys. If you're interested, we can bring it up later. I wanted to show a little video of the compound and just show you how we would go about going into the arena. Can that play? Yeah. Oops. Just so you see, on the outer gates, everything that we have is double locked. So in order to go in, someone has to open the double locks, stop at the gate, go to the next place, open the double locks, stop, and I'll go through that in my presentation. But I just wanted to give you guys an idea of what the facility will look like. Now, all of that, now that we have discussed with staff, everything is going to have a roof. Everything. We will have nothing that is not roofed. So all of those enclosures and all of those that you're going to see, the arena, everything will be completely enclosed and roofed. We're happy to do that. The enclosures are made of 6-gauge welded wire drilled into concrete as described by the letter from Cageco. The wire mesh is 2 inches by 4 inches, excluding the possibility for the tiger to put their face or paws through any part of the mesh. The state of Ohio, under some of the newest, strongest regulations, is using our cage building company. They've chosen the same company we've been using for years. The enclosures will be 8 foot high, covered and reinforced, and the exercise pen will be 12 foot high, also covered and reinforced per Planning Commission staff recommendations. This explains how strong the impenetrable facilities are for these tigers. I'm sure the question remains in your minds. How do you prevent human error in transferring the tigers from one place to the next? To illustrate our safety protocol, let me take you through a typical day and also describe to you what would happen in case of an emergency. Before entering any area, we check that all gates and sliders are secured and locked, and everything has 2 locks on it. We examine all the caging to ensure that there are no visible flaws. Each enclosure has a double entry system, which are both double locked. We have both a lock through the welded steel as well as an additional steel chain with a steel lock. We always check the location of all people and animals on the property before entering even just the outer area. Once all of the checks are performed to enter the outer area before their enclosure, you must unlock both locks on the outer gate and hang a cone to alert everyone that someone is inside. We enter the roofed external area, close the gate, clip it. Only then would it be possible to unlock the double locks on the enclosure. Typically, we would not enter their enclosure at this point. At this point, one of the animals would be allowed into the exercise pen. The enclosures are cleaned with a T-bar and a shovel from outside of the enclosure. On the rare occasions we need to enter the enclosure to clean, the animal must always be shifted either to the lockout or the exercise enclosure from the outside, and there must be 2 qualified trainers. Again, there are 2 doors on everything, and they are never, ever open simultaneously. We then lock each lock and double check each one to make sure everything is secure. We then prepare diets for the afternoon feeding. Most of their time in the arena will be used for them to have fun and exercise and swim in their pool. On the rare occasions we enter the exercise pen, there are always at least 2 trainers, usually more, and all safety equipment present. Although we train in the enrichment enclosure using very small cut pieces of meat in a meat pouch, they are extremely conditioned to this behavior. They have great stimulation while we're capturing behaviors that they normally do on a regular basis. We add a small meat reward and a visual and verbal cue, basically making a game of it. It's a form of enrichment they look forward to immensely. After each cat has had free time in the exercise pen, they are shifted back into their enclosures. The cats are never fed by entering the enclosure. Each enclosure has a feed tube through which their diets enter their enclosures. We absolutely do not ever walk in to feed them their diet. It is important to note that not only will a qualified trainer be with the tigers at all times, there will not be anyone other than qualified trainers caring for these animals. This will be the primary residence for one of the owners and family, all of whom are qualified trainers. On those rare occasions where the tigers leave the property, we do a thorough lock check and verify all locks. There will be at least 2 qualified trainers before the cats are moved. We hang a cone to alert everyone that someone is inside. We unlock the double locks on the gate. We drive the truck through the exterior gate. When we close and secure the exterior gate, this is always verified by the second person. Once the exterior gate is closed, we open the exercise pen gate and drive the truck through the exercise pen gate, as you saw in the little video. And again, close and secure the arena or exercise pen gate, which is verified by the second person, which is really important. The second person always verifies. Only then do we unlock the slider to the enclosure, allow the animal into the arena and into the truck, which has a built-in enclosure. If for some reason the animal is not interested in going into the truck, we never ever pressure the animal into the truck. This should always be an extremely positive experience for the animal. When the animal is securely locked inside the truck enclosure and all exterior truck doors are locked, we open the exercise pen gate and drive the truck toward the exterior gate. We then close and lock the exercise pen gate, and we always have the second person verify all the locks. We complete our usual thorough lock check inside. Only then do we open the exterior gate and drive the truck through. We close and lock the exterior gate and again have the second person verify. We drive to the perimeter gate, open it, drive out, close and lock the perimeter gate, and have the second person verify. Everything is checked and verified by both people. We have protocols in place to deal with any emergency situations which have been provided and reviewed by staff in appropriate agencies, including police and fire. These protocols are regulated by federal and state government agencies and reviewed yearly. Our staff and safety and evacuation plan is available for anyone to review. We have contacted the fire department and police department to make them aware of what we're planning to do as well. Because we are so highly trained and always willing to help people, we are great neighbors to have in case of an emergency. We are ready and capable of dealing with unexpected situations. In addition to various equipment that the cats are familiar with, we are trained to operate several types of darting equipment in case of emergency. We do have the darting equipment on site, and we are certified to use the equipment. These emergency procedures can be found in greater detail in our emergency and safety plan, which has been provided to the county. In addition to these procedures, which include specifics and evacuation plans, we have implemented a new technology using an unmanned drone. This is an integrated GPS autopilot system which offers position holding, provides altitude lock, along with stable hovering, giving you constant stable flights to allow for better visual representation. The 1080p camera will allow us to evaluate all emergency situations with precise GPS, real-time telemetry data, and immediate data and visuals to shared smartphones. Sorry. The animals are naturally inclined to find comfort in their enclosures. They regard these enclosures as their safety zone, their home. They enjoy traveling in regular pickup trucks that are modified to include proper enclosures for these tigers. We transport the animals safely and humanely. The method that we use has been developed in conjunction with experts in the field. The protocol that we use has consistently found to be effective, extremely safe, and pleasant for the animals. They have nothing but enjoyment in their enclosures, so they have no desire to be anywhere else. And since they are not forced to live in the exact same enclosures for the rest of their lives, they do not desire the change that an animal in a sanctuary or zoo might have interest in. What many do not realize is that the wild would be exceptionally frightening to these cats. They do not know how to hunt and would likely not survive for long. In the wild, tigers search for dens to help protect themselves. In our situation, if the animals were not in their enclosure, they would instantly search for the safety of a familiar enclosure. We will have various transfer cages throughout the property to give them comfort and protection in case of an emergency. This is why their socialization and conditioning is so important to the safety of the animals and everyone around them. However, we still have very serious safety procedures in place in case of the unexpected. We are trained to expect the unexpected. Because they are conditioned properly, they are safer than tigers in facilities that do not or cannot socialize their animals. We have studied our cats' behavior since they were cubs. We are aware of their temperament, various behaviors, and reactions to situations because we observe and study them constantly. They have traveled to multiple locations and have various sensory experiences. This allows us to be better prepared in emergency situations because we can better predict their behavior. Workers at zoos and rescues do not establish these types of hands-on interactive relationships and often do not have all of the specifics of an animal's background, making it virtually impossible to predict their reactions to various situations. We have seen our animals react in stress and fear situations, on and off property. They immediately search for the safety of an enclosure or a transfer cage. They are conditioned to our presence as a protective body, and their first reaction is to look to us, but then retreat to the safety of an enclosure. Again, this is not a matter of luck, but of conditioning, creating a positive, safe environment. Our incident-free record is a testament to our supreme concern for safety and the additional precautions we take on a daily basis to ensure that this record stay intact. We abide by all federal and state rules and regulations and operate under a triple fail-safe system with protocols in place to maintain a continuously secure environment for our animals and our neighbors. This map shows the inconsistent laws across the country. The reason I'm showing you this map is that when incidents are presented, it takes into account incidents across the country. California is one of the most, if not the most, stringent states when it comes to exotic animal laws. And we abide and exceed these California and federal regulations. Many states do not have any laws, rules, or regulations for exotic animals. What I'm asking is that you keep in mind the various colors of this map to remind yourself of the inconsistent laws across the country. Some national statistics. Even one injury is completely unacceptable. However, fear and concerns about safety due to tigers stems from sensationalized news headlines over incidents surrounding all types of big cats. The fact of the matter is that no tigers, since the reports have come out in the entire country, have ever escaped a facility and killed a member of the public. They've never. And as I mentioned, when I showed you the map, these statistics include unpermitted facilities, tigers kept as pets, as well as states that have no regulations on tigers. The fact of the matter is that we have an incident-free record, but national statistics with respect to these animals do include some incidents. Again, I just want to remind you, the fact of the matter is that no tigers in the entire country have ever escaped the facility and killed the member of the public. Moreover, horrible incidents described in the headlines involve people that did not follow proper rules and safety protocols, and in some cases didn't even own the animals legally or care for them properly. We agree that the people who keep large exotic animals without training, knowledge, licenses, and permits, or with records of serious infractions, can pose a clear and present danger to their animals and the people around them. We are not these kind of dangerous owners. Specifically, if you analyze each incident when someone was killed or hurt, you can clearly see huge differences between those situations and the tigers being brought to this location. It is far more dangerous to have a big cat in a facility with no established safe relationship between the human and animal. Many attacks occur because employees or volunteers who have no training to safely interact with the animals make careless mistakes to get too close, or even worse, in some cases, just believe the animals love them and would not hurt them. Sometimes the facilities have no background information on these animals, or even worse, sometimes the animals were abused and harbor many issues. How can one begin to predict their behavior? This is not the case here. We have spent tens of thousands of hours with these animals and have seen their behavior in a range of circumstances. We do have the ability to predict their behavior precisely because they have been exposed to many different situations and we have analyzed their reactions. We seek to be the example to do things safely and the right way. Just like the statistics, others seek to lump us together with all of the rule breakers and all of the people who have no business working with exotic animals. We have been misrepresented in the community and in the media through lies, threats, and misinformation. I would like this opportunity to address them. Unfortunately, those opposing our move to our home have refused to meet with us or engage in any way concerning the project. They have chose to rely on fear, intimidation, misinformation to convince others to oppose this project. For example, the photo on the left has been used to suggest that we are irresponsible and safe in the care of our tigers. It has been suggested that we intend to walk a tiger on the beach, just as you would a dog. In reality, the photo depicts a permitted photo shoot that took place 11 years ago. Do they really think two of us with 4 tigers and a leopard? Really? Not only was law enforcement on standby at the site, there were people in place making sure that the public has no access. Barriers were set up. What you do not see in this picture are that the tigers are surrounded by almost 24 trainers, not only holding the leash, but having all safety equipment available to use if necessary. Everyone looks relaxed, but provisions are in place in case of unexpected situations. The shoot was fully permitted and approved by local authorities. Similarly, the photo on the right has been wrongfully described as depicting 2 members of the public in close proximity to the tigers. In reality, this is a photo of our children preparing them for a photo shoot. What you do not see is the number of prepared people off camera and the safety equipment readily available. Our tigers have grown up around our children and our dogs. While we take extreme safety precautions, it creates an atmosphere where the tigers see children and other animals as part of a known group. And we have spent a great deal of time analyzing their behavior and reaction. Since we are extremely protective of our children, as I'm sure all of the neighbors here are, we spent countless hours creating a positive, safe environment for our children and animals. Sorry. On a project like this, it is much easier to react with emotion than to vote based on facts. Humans are rightfully afraid of tigers. But the fact is, there are many facilities in California and in this very county that have tigers and lions and other animals in a very safe environment like ours. It has been said over and over again that we will be breeding. But the fact of the matter is, our cats are spayed. The truth is, there are many bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions in that same neighborhood that are not in enclosures and not under controlled conditions. In fact, you have a letter explaining how these animals kill dogs and other animals in the neighborhood. Residents are at greater risk from local wildlife that share their neighborhood than from animals living under highly controlled conditions. We operate under a triple fail-safe system with protocols in place to maintain a continuously secure environment for our animals and our neighbors. We have implemented this system for years and it has never failed us. In the unlikely event that one system fails, we have 2 additional backup security measures in place. We go into every situation with a plan B and a plan C. Yet some neighbors have erected signs against our project, as the one in the picture on the next page, without even giving us the opportunity to explain what we plan to do. We look forward to being good neighbors, and we are sure that our neighbors will feel the same way about us. If one is to believe the information in the media reports, it is understandable that the residents in the community are concerned. The information disseminated by the media about these two tigers has been erroneous and, at worst, misleading and damaging to these amazing animals. We have already presented the fact that these tigers are not a danger to our mountains, our ecosystem, our children, or the community at large. Some neighbors who have courses have been misinformed and have thus spent considerable time and energy trying to convince the community that our tigers pose a danger to horses and other animals. The truth is, our tigers are socialized with dogs and other animals when they are young. Also, there are many different species that live on the ranch where they currently reside. Additionally, we have introduced our tigers to other animals through fencing like horses. Our tigers are spayed and they do not roar. For example, at the time of the middle picture, the horse had never ever seen a tiger before. And I know you guys have some letters from people who have discussed this particular situation. The picture to the right depicts a facility that has horses and other livestock in immediate proximity to lions and tigers. If you look out, those are lions right there next to the horses. And it is a permitted facility in California. There has been a great deal of misinformation about us. Unfortunately, there are sensationalized news stories about tigers that occurred due to unlicensed, unpermitted, and in many cases unlawful individuals, or those who simply failed to follow the rules. It is people like this who tremendously hurt people like us, who are doing everything by the rules. We are here precisely because we followed all the rules and regulations and applied for all of the proper permits before bringing the tigers here. We have all the proper licenses from both federal and state agencies and have zero violations. The land is zoned properly. The county's evaluation stated that there is no impact to the surrounding environment. Safety is our #1 concern. As mothers ourselves, we understand the concern of protecting one's family. I want to thank everyone who came here today, those from the opposing side, so they can finally hear our side of things. And all of you who are here to support us, I know how difficult it is to take an entire day out of your busy lives to be here for our cats, not for any other reason, but because this is the right thing to do and the facts are on our side. And I want to thank the Commission for your time today. We wish to give Gira and Zyka the best quality life possible. This project will enable us to accomplish these goals legally and safely for all concerned. Thank you very much.
Can we hold the applause down, please? I realize it's an emotional issue on both sides, but all we do is delay the process and make the day that much longer and prevent other people from talking that would have had the time otherwise. So if you would hold all comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce Gary Smith, attorney for the applicant. We have a couple of experts to discuss.
Questions?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Questions of the speaker? Commissioner Dukas.
Thank you. How many members of your immediate family are there?
3.
Including your sister.
Including and my sister has 4 in her family as well.
7 total.
It's a total of 7.
What are the ages?
All of our ages?
No, just the youngest.
Okay, the youngest is almost 15, and then we have adults. Everybody else is an adult.
15, and what's the next least adult?
26
Okay,
and 30.
okay. And that's when we stop talking about the age.
Sorry.
I got it. When did you buy the property?
We bought the property a little over a year ago, maybe a year, just under a year and a half, I believe.
2012.
2011.
And how many houses were on the property at that time?
2012, I'm sorry.
How many houses were on the property at that time?
There is a main residence and a guest house. And then there's a garage and a what we'll use as storage area for the tigers, a barn area.
When you bought the house, there were only 2 houses on the property?
There is a house and a guest house, that's correct.
When you bought the property, how many houses were on the property?
There's when the property was purchased, all the structures are as existing as when the property was
we didn't
purchased.
change
There's what's called a main residence and a guest house, and then there is also a garage and a barn.
Is there a rental property?
No. There's a house and a guest house.
Is the guest house rented out?
No.
Was it rented out when you bought it?
No. Well, was it rented out when we bought it? Yes, it was. The previous owner, as part of our arrangement with the previous owner, he had somebody who had been living there that needed time to move, and we allowed them that time to move.
Okay.
That's it. But it was. I think it was a month, maybe. Yeah, a few months that he was. It was a very short time. I think we were still preparing to apply for the permits.
Okay, and you said that you worked with the county for 5 years and it was a 5-year search. Did you put in an application 5 years ago?
No, I actually would come here with any property that we would find, and I would come to the planning department and we would go over all of the potential issues that might occur as we go through the process. And it was really important for us to find a property that would be where the county would feel comfortable in this type of situation. I brought property after property after property, anything that seemed remote enough that we could afford, and at time after time there were reasons that the county.
Who were you working with on county
Mr.
staff?
Winston Wright.
Okay.
And also, I believe several times I worked with Mr. Carlos Mendoza.
Counter staff.
Yes.
Okay, are you familiar with the staff report? Do you have a copy of it, or do you?
Yes.
On page 160, there are pictures, black and white pictures of tigers being walked along the road. Who took those pictures and what are they of? And
Is this in the staff report itself or in one of the attachments?
let's see.
I do not have that. I do not have that in our copy.
Could you help them with that? And
It's a big packet. It'll take me a second, but I believe there's the pictures you're referring to are in the comment letters.
Yeah. In the supplemental.
Letter 160. Is there a number on the top of the page?
no, it's Exhibit 1-9.
That is an attachment to one of the letters we've received, but there are several exhibits 1-9.
Have you seen?
I have
okay.
it. I have it.
There's pictures of it's. What are the? Could you show her? Yeah, there's a series of pictures. They're kind of hard to see. Here's more.
It's not us. It's hard for me to see, but we don't. It looks like a baby, but I don't see what it is, and I don't believe that that's us. So I don't know what. Our tigers are a lot bigger. Looks like a baby.
Do you have the third picture that shows the, there's a series of them.
Yes, we have 3 photos.
Okay.
Jay?
There's more than 3 photos.
Okay.
Anything that shows who actually it is, because
Commissioner, just for the record, you're referring to comment number 200.
Okay.
None of those pictures are of us, so
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. It
Sorry.
wasn't clear to me. How many tigers do you currently own?
2.
But your CUP is for 5?
Correct.
What are your plans?
As our tigers get older, and they, our oldest one's already almost 12, as they get older, if there comes a point, which there will, where they don't feel like going in, doing anything, or just feel like laying there, we never, ever push our cats to do anything.
So you plan to purchase more cats?
We wouldn't purchase. We would rescue an animal, if a young animal, if that were ever to occur. It is safer to always have 2, and the reason for that is, we don't ever push our animals ever to do anything that they don't want to do, ever.
Okay.
So
I
if they don't
understand
feel
that.
like it,
Just cut and dry. This will go so much better
Sure.
if it's just cut and dry.
Sure.
So you don't plan to purchase you plan to get them for free from somewhere, but not these 2 particular animals. You're planning to get at some time in the future perhaps 3 more, but you're always going to have 2.
correct.
Okay.
But at this point, we have absolutely no plans to do that at this point.
Except the CUP is for 5.
Correct. Typically what
Okay.
staff asks is for us to imagine the maximum possible
Which is
for
what
any
they did.
situation, which is
Okay.
what we do.
Okay, any
They
other
they
comments?
did ask me, I'm sorry, they did ask me, what would be the maximum you would ever have at the facility? And I said we would never have over 5. And
Got it.
so,
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions, of the speaker. I would remind everyone, it's almost 11 o'clock. If you didn't hear the announcement before, parking outside is pretty limited, timed, and so if you're parked there, you might want to move it or find yourself with a citation when you come out at lunch. So, question for the speaker from Commissioner Ostra.
It's my understanding you have no employees for this project, that
No.
they're all family members. I'm assuming you're telling me that all these family members are trained,
yes.
and is there some form of certification process?
The way that it typically works in these type of situations is one person receives a permit from California Fish and Wildlife, and then as the other people are able to have the correct amount of time, they can apply for a permit. But it's very similar to applying for 2 permits for building a home. You wouldn't apply for 2 permits because there's a redundancy there. So only one person really applies for the permits for those specific animals. One person that holds the actual permits. And that's true in all the facilities.
Okay. How many years of experience do these people have?
All of them, at least 11, 12 years.
All of them?
Yes. Now, some of that, and a lot of that, was started from outside the cage. And for what people don't understand, it takes so much time of watching from outside of the enclosure to watch and see how people who do it properly do it. And you never have contact with the animal until you are really, really aware. And then it happens everything happens very, very slowly. And it's a very long process taking many, many hours and many, many years. It's very important that people understand these animals are not pets. and they are to be dealt with in a proper, safe manner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Westner? I have a couple of questions, just to follow up to the question you just asked, responded to. About the 7 people, you said. How many of them are actually licensed, as opposed to working under someone's license?
Again, you don't
How
get
many?
Just one.
Just one person?
Correct, because you only get, on that permit, you have to specify the animals. So you only, you wouldn't have 2 permits for the same animals.
Okay. So I'm clear then. That licensed person would always be on-prem,
Either
24/7?
Either they would, or one of the other qualified trainers, which is acceptable by all regulatory agencies.
Someone else that would be
Our
working under
family.
the licensed.
Not working under, it's strictly family members. And we all rotate, and it's what we've done.
Is there a process that these other 6 individuals are progressing towards? I mean, what's the purpose of I'm trying to understand here, and I understand you're trying to show qualified people, and you've got at least one licensed person that you say under licensed to handle these animals, but you have half a dozen others that have varying degrees of experience, and I forget what the cumulative total you said was, but some degrees of experience. So unless they leave the facility, they wouldn't be able to get a license unless they went to work someplace else and showed the qualifications?
Correct. Well, yes, correct. The licensed person would help, prepare the permit process, but you wouldn't do that unless you're going out on your own and getting your own animals. There would be no. It's just not something that's done. I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but it's similar to applying for a permit for building. Even though there's 6 family members that are applying for it, only one person actually applies for the permit, and the others are, I'm not sure how better to explain that. Yeah.
Sure. State your name.
Your name, please.
My name is Sofia Krishek, and I reside at 11077 Pacific View Drive. We're sisters, and we are the partners in this project. And she's doing all the talking just to save the time here, but I just wanted to clarify the licensing procedures. One person gets licenses per facility and for the animals that they own. Everyone else is under those licenses. So anyone who works at that facility or as part of that facility that has proper qualifications, which is in our case what we require to be proper qualifications, is 5 years of working with those animals. And that's our rule. Fish and Game and USDA rule is 2 years. Our rule is 5 before any one of us can, or anyone can work with those animals. So one person, if somebody else is with those animals, they use your permit. You're the one, so whoever has the permit, everyone else in your facility and with your animals are under one permit. And that's true for absolutely every facility in the country. There is no such thing as permit for each person that works at the facility.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and And like I said, my questions were pointed towards certification qualifications. You're obviously licensed by the state, so they must have some standards.
Yes.
And you're talking about different degrees of experience with these animals, and they all have to have at least 5 years experience
Exactly.
handling the animals.
2 for government regulations, but in our case, we always require 5. And so what we mean by that, we raised our family consists of 7 people. We raised both of our cats since they were babies. All 7 people were involved in raising and socializing with them since they were little tiny babies that you saw in the pictures.
So what I hear you saying is really, and not to interrupt you, but cutting to the chase, what you're saying is the experience level of these other 6 of the 7 people that are family members, in essence,
11
start when they were born and were
Yes.
attracted or cohabitating with the cats.
Yes.
That's the foundation of their
Yes.
experience level
Yes.
that you're using as qualification
Yes.
here to handle the animals.
Yes.
Okay, that solves that question. Thank you.
All the way through.
And all the way through, so.
Right, okay, that answered my question. Thank you. Ms. Hanson, the staffing is going to be a minimum 24-hour staffing of what? How many people? Minimum 24 hours a
There's
day.
always going to be somebody on the property 24/7.
What does that mean?
That means
I
either
want-
any one of 7 of us would always be on the property.
So there will never be,
Actually, out of 6, because we wouldn't leave a child that's under 18 there, so it's out of 6. 1 out of 6 of us would always be on the property.
okay. Who is going to reside on the property?
This is going to be my residence, and everyone else is going to rotate. I'm going to be there all the time.
You're going to be there 24/7.
Well, when I'm not there, then one of the other members is going to be there, out of the other 6 people.
And so if something happens in the middle of the night when nobody else is there,
Well, I won't be there by myself in the middle of the night. So there'll be always more than one person there in the middle of the night.
who would that be?
Either my husband or my kids.
Is your husband a handler as well?
Yes.
Okay. So
or
there
her
would be.
husband or Irina.
Well,
one
what
of
I'm trying to determine is how many people will physically be on the site 24 hours a day that are capable of handling.
24 hours a day would be one person. Minimum.
And so if something happened when
Then
only
we
one,
call,
excuse me, if something happened during the time there was only one person there and something had to be done with the cats, based on your protocol, nothing could be done till the second person arrived because you always required 2 people to process and handle the animals. Is that correct?
If it's a case of emergency,
I'm talking about emergencies.
right, we are required to immediately notify Fish and Game, our vet, everyone from our family plus anyone else who can come and help. But we are under very strict requirements from Fish and Game of notifying specific people in case of emergency immediately. And we have very strict procedures for that.
So but you could not handle the cats according to your protocol until the second person
If one person
arrived.
is on the property, personally, no. We
Okay.
would wait for a second person or somebody to get there.
And there is fire, darting equipment and a firearm on premises in case there's any kind of emergency. It's always on premises, locked.
Okay, thank you.
Premises.
So the worst case scenario, I guess we would have to, whichever one it would be, would have to dart a cat. If that was,
Mr. Chair, I do have a couple questions.
Maggie.
How high can these cats jump?
I'm sorry?
How high can these cats jump, tigers?
It's very hard to say. It's
What's the
just like-
highest?
It's just like people or any other type
I understand that.
of
What's the highest they can jump?
you would have to get in
Well,
somebody
you
who
created
has-
fence, it's a different height, so there's got to be some information about that.
The fencing for them is all based on what we've all discussed, is all going to have roofs on it. So there is no height of jumping. There will be no.
Well, there is
open-
a perimeter fence of 8 feet,
The
correct?
perimeter fence is required by law in order to mostly keep people and other animals out of the facility rather than anything else. However, it is another layer of security.
Okay, so I guess those cats can't jump over 8 feet, huh?
You know what? It would require a very specific test on thousands of cats and their ability to jump, and it's a very difficult thing to say. You have a person who can jump 7 feet, but the average person can only jump 3 feet. And it's a very difficult thing to do unless you have a statistical analysis done by someone who has a large sampling of animals.
Seems like you could Google this to me.
But you could Google this based on one or two specifics or on a range of specifically.
I guess what I like to add to that, USDA and Fish and Game, mostly USDA, requires 8-foot height. That's the rule. When we applied for this project, we were more than willing to put it up as high as county would allow us to do it. We were told that we can only go 8 feet because that's what USDA is required, because it's not supposed to keep cats in, they're never supposed to be in that area anyway. It's supposed to be to keep people out and to keep other animals from coming in onto the property. So we are willing to go as high as you guys would allow us. We have no issue with that. In fact, we would prefer it. It just was, we were told that we have to go by only what USDA allows.
If I may.
Well, you may in a second.
Okay.
The county added a condition of putting barbed wire on the top of that
That's
8-foot
fine.
fence. What was that for? People again, I'm assuming?
And, people animals. Yeah, people mostly, I think.
Could you speak into the mic because these proceedings are getting recorded?
Sorry.
Yeah. What was the answer?
My understanding is it's for people.
The condition came from the Sheriff's Department. So I think in Exhibit 11, right, where we go through the primary enclosures, the arena, the perimeter, and the required materials, and then we show how the conditioning of the project exceeds all of the federal, state, and the Association of Zoos and Aquarium standards. So that particular condition came from the Sheriff Department. I do believe it was to keep people out of the facility.
The manure management plan says it'll be picked up daily out of the enclosures, and then there's accumulation of this solid waste to be taken by a service that you already have. How often does that happen?
How often does the
Accumulation.
trash get picked up? At this point, I believe it's once a week, but we can always change that.
And just for the record, tigers eat raw meat, and when their feces are less than a large dog per day, because they digest everything that they eat pretty much. So it's very minimal. It's not like, because it's a large animal, that there is a lot of fishes that accumulate.
It
Good to
is
know.
less than our large dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Getting back to the fence, not the perimeter fence, but the one that is around the enclosures is at a height of 14 feet, and you're not willing to say how high a tiger can jump.
Oh, it won't. It cannot. Let me. We proposed a 12-foot height with 4 feet, 45-degree angle incline, which is absolutely impossible for tiger to jump. There is absolutely no way they can hang and climb or get out of 12 feet with 4-foot incline at 45-degree angle. there are studies done on that, and if the angle is not 45 degrees, there is some kind of possibility. But if it's done properly, USDA requires 12 feet with 3-foot incline at 45-degree angle. We propose 12 feet with 4-foot incline at 45-degree angle.
Okay, because there is information in the staff report that it's 15 feet that a tiger can jump, and
If
that
it's straight up, maybe it can, yeah.
and that the unfortunate incident at the San Francisco Zoo, it was a 15-foot jump,
And
and
it was- right.
there was other circumstances with people.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay.
And the main thing is that USDA, and we have experts to speak to that, they've done a lot of studies that if the height is 12 feet with 3-foot incline, and like I said, we're going to do 4-foot incline, there is no way for them to jump or climb, or because they can't hang upside down to go over that.
Yes, now we have a roof. Everything is roofed now. Everything that we have is roofed now based on discussions with planning. We do not have any open areas. That was what we originally proposed.
That's what we asked for.
But since discussing with the staff, they had suggested that it would be a better situation just to have everything with a roof on it, and we're completely fine with doing we discussed having the 12-foot high with completely roofed. We're going to have no areas where it will be open like that. Everything will have a roof on it.
And we're also willing, if it will make anyone feel better, we're willing to put an additional perimeter fence just around their enclosures and their exercise arena.
Could you go
on
back
top
to
of another fence.
I'm sorry. Could you go back to the? I'm not following. Could you go back to that little video where you showed the double gates and the fence coming in, and there's an area that's approximately 9 acres that will be fenced with the taller fence, and that's not the perimeter fence. That
No.
goes around the rest of the property, the home and everything else. That's going to be roofed?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. All
That
right.
will be roofed. That's correct. Based on our discussions, we're going to have that back.
Oh, there it is.
Right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That all of that shows open right now will all have a roof. Every single piece of that shows open right now will have a roof.
And how many acres is that?
That is about, I believe it's just under an acre. I'm not sure.
Okay, so the exercise area is roofed.
Yes.
Okay, thank
It
you.
is fully roofed now.
This right where they're going into right now, that's
Yep.
all going to be roofed.
Yes, and the
Okay.
outer area as well.
Where are the people in this scenario?
The house is over to the west, if you will.
No. I mean, where?
They're in the truck. Good point.
You've got the cats trained to go right into the truck. Huh? That's pretty good.
No, I'm just wondering if you could go with a little red pointer, and is there any way to stop the animation just so that you can explain again the where the people are and how the two people work?
So if you stop it right there, oops. Right there, first one person would get out of the car, make sure that there's no issue, nothing happening around the area. Double check that everybody's in the enclosures they're supposed to be in, make sure all the fencing and gates are properly secured. The second person would double check. Then we would have to unlock 2 locks on the outer gate there.
Could you go again with the little pointer
How do I use it?
and show me where the two people are?
Right now, they're in the truck.
Okay.
So
they
somebody
do a
gets
visual.
out.
You don't have to go into detail. I listened and I
okay,
heard you and I
perfect,
read it as
perfect.
you were reading it too. So
Okay.
we got it.
Okay.
So if you could just point with it, yeah. So that's where the people will be.
Right now.
And then,
And then once we unlock the interior, The truck
That's
dri-
what she wants to see, interior and
So once the truck goes in between those two situations, the outer gate gets secured, and
right there.
right there, stop, oop,
So there's one in the truck and there's one outside?
right.
Okay.
One gets, the outer one gets secured. When the outer one gets secured, the driver comes out and double checks that. We always double check.
Got it.
So-
And then they hop back in the truck or they
Yep.
open the gate?
Then one person opens the gate, the other person hops in the truck,
Uh-huh.
goes through the next gate.
Okay.
We're taking a break.
That's secured. So, sorry. It's not me. I'm not working it.
I
I'm not
understand.
working it. And then that's secured, and the second person, once you're completely on the inside, and all this is roofed, just so we're.
I'm really interested in the two people, in the two people and where they are relative to the Tiger and how that's loaded.
So put that. It's not working.
He doesn't want.
Oh. So it can't.
I have no control.
Okay. So.
Gates.
Pretty soon the gate will close.
Right.
And the little Tiger will come out. Where
Okay,
will
stop
the
right
people
there.
be?
Right, so
Both people are out.
Both people are out.
both people are out.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Before the Tiger is let up. Both people are out.
Before that slide disappears, that area where the truck is that what we've been calling the arena?
Yes, and that is.
And that's
fully-
all going to be covered?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Gary Smith. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I had a few comments to add. However, I've received a couple of requests from speakers who have other obligations this morning. After this morning, they won't be available this afternoon, and I'd like your permission at this time to call them so they can briefly give their comments. I beg your pardon? I
Did you fill a card out?
I did.
Okay. Okay, hopefully we won't have to limit, if we can avoid the redundancy of speaker after speaker saying the same thing, that would speed things up, I think, for everybody, and give everyone a chance to speak. So who do you plan to call?
At this point, I'd like your permission to call Dr. Oleg Bess, who is a physician who's received a page. He needs to go to the hospital, but he wanted to offer his comments before he left.
Dr. Best?
Bess, yes.
If that person would please come up. Who's your second person?
Ellen Leventhal.
I am sorry, I'm not Dr. Bess. I'm his wife, Irina Bess. He actually did run out. He has a delivery, so he did run out. But he was going to attest to the safety of Irina and Sophie. We've known them for many years. We know about their interaction with the tigers, and we know how safe they are. And that's it. Very quick.
Thank you. Who's?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Leventhal?
Leventhal. State your name and address, please.
Ellen Leventhal, 614 Mountain Drive, Beverly Hills, California, 90210.
Please.
My name is Ellen Leventhal, and I've spent the better part of my adult life completely dedicated to the safety and well-being of animals. My organization, Animal Alliance, stands up and vigorously protects the humane treatment of animals. We helped pass California's first mandatory spay and neuter bills. My organization fought for and achieved a ban on fur in West Hollywood. We rescue abused and abandoned animals on a daily basis. I was arrested for blocking a truck of pigs coming into Farmer John's slaughterhouse, and I fought to free Billy the elephant from the LA Zoo. I've known Irina and Sophia for many years and have had the pleasure of meeting Zyka when she was just a cub, and my daughter bottle-fed her on several occasions. Seeing their care, love, and treatment of these magnificent animals is inspiring. Knowing that white tigers cannot exist in the wild, it is important that there are responsible, trained people out there to give them the best possible home. I understand that they give their tigers exercise almost every day, which is incredibly important to almost any animal's well-being. I don't like the idea of small cages that coop these magnificent animals up without care, exercise, and attention. The best place for these animals is in their natural environment. But due to the constant encroachment of man, this is not always possible. From what I understand from Irina, Sophia, and Heidi, one of the goals is to make a socially conscious film that brings awareness to the disastrous problem of these and other animals being poached into extinction. These tigers could stand for a greater purpose, to create awareness, to stop the obliteration of their species. This is a cause that, in my opinion, everyone should embrace. Someone has to do something. Our zoos will be all that's left for them, and that would be unfortunate. Knowing that Malibu Ventura County will enforce the strictest safety standards to mitigate any risk of tiger escape, and that Irina and Sophia, with a perfect safety record, have the integrity and thoughtfulness to abide by these requirements, I'm asking the Commission to allow them their rights to vote in favor of approval of their conditional use permit, allowing a bigger, safer sanctuary for these very loved, well-trained tigers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have...
Give me the next two names, your speakers.
Eric Weld.
Mr. Wells.
Hi, my name is Simon Wells. I'm a writer-director. Made films like Prince of Egypt and Time Machine. And I met Irina and Sophia through pre-production on a film which we're currently planning, which involves a tiger. Although I work in the entertainment business, I was actually brought up entirely by scientists. My parents both taught in the University of Cambridge, and my father was the deputy head of the zoology department in Cambridge for about a quarter of a century. My brother trained as a veterinarian and did a PhD in animal physiology and now teaches at the Royal Veterinary College in London. So, as I say, although I work in the entertainment business, I care a great deal about the correct ethical and technical treatment of animals. So the question really, I think, that I want to address is, are these people competent? Are they capable of looking after these animals properly and safely? Do they know what they're doing? And having met them handling Zyka, I want to sort of bear witness to that. I think there's a great deal of danger in the way that people handle animals. I mean, we all have dogs and cats, and we tend to anthropomorphize them and treat them like human beings. That's fine with small animals. It gets considerably more dangerous when you start dealing with large animals that can actually do damage. And so I was very impressed, actually, witnessing the way that they handled their cats, that they do not treat them as pets. They know what the animals are. They understand the animals' behaviors. They understand the psychology of the animals. And they anticipate the behavior. They have a clear comprehension of what the animal is likely to do under certain circumstances, and they are anticipating that behavior. And they allow for it, and they treat the animals extremely well and extremely safely. The experience I had meeting the tiger was both fascinating, but also at no point did it feel in any way unsafe. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one more, if, with your indulgence, Eric Weld.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's... Eric Wells? Wells. Oh, Wells. I'm sorry. I thought you called Wells. That's why I came on back there.
Commissioners, I'm Eric Weld. I am co-owner of Hollywood Animals, where currently these white tigers reside. I've been doing this I'm working on my 14th year. A number of things I wanted to touch on, but I'm not going to since they've been said numerous times. But most importantly, these guys have been taught how to care for these big cats by professionals. My mentor trained them. A trainer who currently works for me and my wife trained them. I helped train them. This is what we do. This is all we do. Public safety, animal health and welfare, and animal husbandry are all that matter. And usually used to being behind the camera, not in front of it. So, they're magnificent creatures, and these guys pass every single test that I could possibly set up for them in taking care of such magnificent animals. I do not give that accolade lightly. I rarely give it. Couple things just quickly. The safety plan, I helped create it with them. I have the same safety plan, tailored a little bit differently. I have 30 big cats, 30 potentially dangerous animals under my care at my ranch in LA County. And my safety plan that my mentor and I, and then my wife and I took over, goes after every single possible scenario that could go wrong, be it at our ranch, on set, at an event, anywhere, just traveling down the road. Any scenario we look at and have told USDA as well as California Fish and Wildlife how we would respond. All of the enclosures absolutely meet any requirement. We have some of the same exact enclosures at our ranch. Our ranch has been in existence since '86. No escapes. We don't accept human error. That's just not something that you allow. You have to be trained methodically to care for these animals, and there are no exceptions for slack. That's just the way it goes. Unlike zoos or rescues or private party people who have a tiger in their backyard, whatever it may be, our radar is always on and always working. We take these animals out of their enclosures, take them to set to work them. This is something that I was about to say the defendants, something that Irina and Sophia have learned from us, that you're always watching everything, and you're putting these animals, you're giving them a good environment in which to work, but you're always hawking everything. This gentleman putting on his sports coat would not be allowed if a tiger was out. There's certain things that are rote when you have animals out. We instill that in everybody, including these two and their family. I have known them personally since 2001 and trained with them up to 4 days ago. So, regarding public safety, I think it is totally fair and understandable that people will have a fear of something new coming into a neighborhood of this caliber. We have had neighbors come to our property over the years, not fearful, but wanting to see the animals and learn more. And although I don't allow them to come inside perimeter gates, I will show animals outside of the perimeter gates and talk to the children, educate them. Irina touched on the whole education and wild versus captive tigers. Education is extremely important for these animals to survive. And these guys do that well and take great care. But I really wish, I had talked to Irene and Sophia, I really wish some of the neighbors would have come and talked to us, talked to them, talked to me about the safety measures in place. Not one single escape since '86 at our place. Not one single accident at our place. These guys have learned from the people who do it correctly, do it right, love our animals dearly, even though you're not supposed to put emotional monikers on them. I will not take up any more time other than to say I have probably about 30 coyotes, 1 bobcat, 1 mountain lion, and a whole bunch of rattlesnakes that are not concerned about my animals being around. They're all wild. They come around all the time. I have horses go by, hikers go by, joggers go by, dirt bikers go by. No one is impacted by our animals being there, adversely impacted. So I think that was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of comments that I wanted to make in addition to the applicants, specifically with respect to Exhibit 6, I believe it is, which is the recommended conditions by staff. And we received these, and we, in fact, met with staff to discuss them. And I wanted to apprise the Commission of our progress in that respect. The Condition 1, we would ask that be revised to accommodate up to 5 tigers, which is the original number. The owners, as you know, currently have 2. And the applicant can speak to this in more detail, but the fact is that because of filming activities, you need at least 2. And what happens over time is as the animals age, they're unable to work, and there's no pressure on them to do so. But what will happen in the future is possibly that they need to add up to 2 or 3 more. The other suggested condition was a time limit. We would ask that the time limit condition be revised to allow 2 years from occupancy by the animals, or 10 years with 2-year reporting periods to the Planning Commission. It's our impression that after discussion with
Excuse me,
staff,
sir, would you repeat that again?
Yeah, sure. 2 years from the occupancy by the animals, or 10 years with 2-year reporting periods to the Planning Commission. After discussion with staff, we believe they would support either of these requested changes. The safety plans revisions, I believe you've already heard from the applicant, are okay. We would alter the plan if it's approved. Finally, we are agreeable to reducing the number of trips from the number of 60, just as by example, we would propose 40. We would be happy with 40, but we're also open to further discussion as to the final number. Finding 2 suggests that the project is compatible with the character of the surrounding development. Then there's 2 more findings that state that it is not, but they seem to be based on speculative evidence. Fire department reports that access is acceptable. We'll have other speakers to discuss effects on horses and wildlife, but I think you've heard some of that already, as well as the fact that there will be a qualified trainer on site. My last comment concerns the noise report that was submitted this week. I've heard the comments of staff about the report, but in particular, I'd like to direct the Commission's attention to one of the documents attached to the report as an exhibit. The report concerns itself mainly with the effects of noise on the surrounding area, and particularly roaring. And I direct your attention to to one of the exhibits following the report that discusses when tigers in fact roar. And it mentions 3 occasions. That is when they take down large prey, to indicate sexual receptivity, and the third instance is when females call to their young. And I think as you've heard from the applicant, none of these conditions would be present at the site, at this project. The cats are neutered. They're not taking down any prey whatsoever, and there are no young for them to call. Before I introduce the next speaker, I'd ask if you have any questions that I could respond to.
No questions.
No, Mr. Chairman. So, Council, Mr. Nagy's already said that the applicant was going to accept the conditions. You're requesting these changes, is that correct?
We would propose those changes, yes.
Okay.
But we would be, we can accept the ones as written, but we're making these suggestions as possible modifications.
And you've represented that you have discussed these with staff prior to the meeting today?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That being said, then, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Jennifer Conrad. Dr. Conrad has cared for wildlife on 6 continents over 2 decades. She's an impassioned advocate for animal welfare who's seen firsthand the suffering and exploitation of animals, destruction of habitat, and gratuitous hunting, all of which threaten the welfare and very survival of many species. Dr. Conrad has participated in many programs to protect and improve the lives of wild animals. She's been honored with many accolades and awards, including receiving an award recently from Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. She's also named Veterinary Advocate of the Year from the Humane Society of the United States. Dr. Conrad.
Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Conrad. My address is 910 Idaho Avenue in Santa Monica.
One question. Have you submitted documents
No.
to this that we've read already?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here just to say that these are my patients. I've taken care of them since they were babies. And all I can attest to is that their owners are exemplary. I am an animal rights advocate. I do not hide that. But if all animals were treated like these animals, I would not have anything to worry about. I just wanted to also address the fact that when people talk about the impact of these tigers on wildlife or domestic animals that are nearby, it is not my experience in all the tigers that I take care of, lions, leopards, and everyone else, that they have an impact on the wildlife, whether they're in breeding habits, nor horses, whether horses will smell tigers and abort has been presented as a problem. It is in one of the letters. It's not my experience. I've never seen it, never heard of it. The safety and well-being of these animals is the #1 priority of these owners, but also the safety and well-being of anyone who works with them. I'm just trying to support them because they are trying to do the right thing. They are fully permitted. These permits are hard to get, but they have gone through all the hoops to get them. They purchased land that was zoned appropriately because they want to find a better home for these animals. So, in conclusion, I just want you to know that I am an advocate, and this is probably the best thing that could happen to these animals. Please support it.
Thank you. Simon,
I'm sorry, that concludes our presentation, and so we'd ask that the balance of the speakers be called in whatever order you see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the commission? You want a good time to take a break? You want to go into the speakers? Yeah. I think what we're going to do is we're going to break for the lunch hour, reconvene back here at an hour, 20 minutes to 1. I still have other speaker cards on behalf of the applicant, and then we have, obviously, speaker cards from those that support the staff, recommended staff action to deny the CUP. So with that, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and take our break. Be back here in an hour.
1 hour or half an hour?
Ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get this meeting going again. We will continue with the progression of speakers we had. We still have some cards for applicants speaking, or for speakers speaking on behalf of the applicant. And so I will call 2 to 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, just come up front, sit in those first seats there. Thank you. Mike Leum, L-E-U-M. Laura Nativo. Mike Hauser. Nobody, okay. You're going to pass? Last chance. Okay. Irina Raskin, Catherine Segura, and Joel Almquist. If you could introduce yourself and give us your name and your address.
Sure. My name is Irina Raskin. Good afternoon. I've known Irina and Sophie for more than 3 decades now. And I met Irina when we first arrived in the United States as immigrants from the former Soviet Union. And in fact, the reason why we share the same name is not because our names are remotely similar in Russian. It's just that when we came, those are the names that we were given. We've been very close through the years. We both attended UCLA. We got married around the same time. We raised our children together. Our husbands fought cancer together. I'm sorry, and mine recently lost his battle. I share this with you to highlight how close we are as families. This is not just some, acquaintance of mine. And what I want to tell you is that over the years, I've been very curious about these tigers. And of course, I've wanted my kids to see them. I've wanted, to be around them. In all our years of knowing each other, I've never been allowed close to these animals. They are extremely, extremely safety-oriented. They don't let their closest friends go up to these tigers. These are not their pets. These are animals that they respect, that they train, that they put all of their time and effort into raising. I came here from a country where, bribery, intimidation, and undue influence are everyday, experiences. This is not by an accident that I became an attorney in this country. It's because I abide by the law and I uphold the law. Unfortunately, what I've seen through this process is the spread of a lot of misinformation, a lot of lies, and I just hope that you let law and reason be your guide in this situation, and non-inflammatory statements and misinformation, and really pay attention to the truth of the matter. And even in this room, there are, wonderful no tiger signs and shirts that are being worn, but they're very misleading, because the truth of the matter is in this very county and throughout California, there are multiple tigers and lions and all kinds of wild animals that are already here, that have permission to be here, that are properly zoned and properly cared for. So it's not really fair to say no tigers, no lions, because they're here. Okay, so the only way to decide against Irina and Sophie is to really discriminate against them, because these are people who are extremely safety-oriented, as I said, and there really shouldn't be a reason why you decide not to have these tigers here. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello. Catherine Segura. I live in Malibu, California. I've been a studio animal wrangler trainer for over 25 years. I'm listed as an exotic trainer, but I work with domestic animals as well. I've worked with some of the best and some of the worst that take dangerous chances on set. These 2 women are among the best. When I was first told about all of this, I was told lies, that they walked their tigers at liberty on the beach, that they were breeding tigers, and I found out that none of this was true. And I also know that you can't breed spayed cats. Once I researched all this, I found these to be the most caring owners, trainers, and safety always comes first and foremost. For example, I worked on a set with Tom Petty, the video walls. We had domestic animals, we had exotic animals, we had a tiger. He was put in a cage. I had an Andalusian stallion there who had never seen a tiger before. There was no problem. And I walked that horse back and forth in front of this tiger, never a problem. There was also a pregnant cow there. She wasn't bothered, and she gave birth a few months later to a very healthy calf. I just don't understand, with all their permits and everything that they have done right to the book, that this is even an issue. I think these are wonderful people, and they care for their tigers, for their families, and for their neighbors. And like I said, they've done everything by the book. Thank you.
Thank you. Procedural matter, before we get going. I don't recall if I opened up the public hearing or not, but it's still appropriate to go ahead and do that at this time, obviously. So I'd like to do that. And I also had a follow-up question for County Council. We asked County Council about some options as far as what the commission was able to do. Were you able to respond a little bit more fully on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rodriguez, and I apologize for not giving a complete answer before. What I am omitted to advise the commission and to let everyone here know is that your commission, in addition to having the authority to approve and deny a project, also has the authority to modify the conditions of approval that planning staff have recommended. And so maybe just to make sure everyone's on the same page, I can read the actual decision options from the coastal zoning ordinance that apply here. And so the options are as follows. The decision-making authority, hearing a discretionary matter, and that's your commission, may approve, deny, or modify, wholly or partly, the request being reviewed. And so the request being reviewed is the conditional use permit application. The authority may impose such conditions and limitations as it deems necessary to assure that all applicable policies and specific requirements, as well as the general purpose and intent of the local, of the Coastal Act, or the county's coastal zoning ordinance, including its land use plan and this chapter, will be carried out. And further, that the public interest, health, safety, and welfare will be secured. And so I just wanted to emphasize that your commission has the authority to modify any of the conditions for the project itself.
Okay, thank you. Continuing with the speakers, Joel Almquist.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Almquist from Phelan, California. I run and was a co-founder of Forever Wild Exotic Animal Sanctuary. I presently, right now, have over 30 large cats on my permit. I've looked at their safety protocols. They're pretty much up to par, exactly, with basically the same thing other than wording with what I have. Fish and Game, or Fish and Wildlife now, has deemed that suitable. The caging also, I actually worked for the company that they're buying their caging from. I was actually one of the people that helped design that caging. And the reason and the strengths and everything are 9 times of what the standard is, what Fish and Game requires. It's over and above anything that the state, Fed, or anybody else would require. Having the roof on their training facility, I mean, everything they've gone over and above. These people, a lot of people think that this permit is something that you get out of a Cracker Jack box. We go through scrutiny like there is no tomorrow over this stuff. I mean, we've got the feds, we've got the state, we've got county people. Everybody is on top of this, and it's not an easy thing to do, and it's not easy to get away with things. Again, they've gone over and above anything that is required, and seeing them right now, everything that that you guys could even come up with, they're willing to do. I strongly suggest that you look at this and approve this for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Nativa. And second call, Mike Leum, L-E-U-M.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Nativo. I'm a renowned animal trainer and animal activist. Currently, I'm the resident animal expert for the Hallmark Channel, where I regularly appear on shows like Home and Family and The Marie Osmond Show. Because of my background, I've been invited to contribute animal expertise to major news programs and even been invited to speak in front of Congress on behalf of pets. I'm also a resident of the Pacific Palisades and spend most of my free time in Malibu, surfing and in the mountains hiking with my dogs. I've known Sophia and Irina for almost 10 years, and I feel compelled to speak in their support after reading the egregious lies being spread by the opposition through blogs, petitions, and social media. A recent article written by Tippi Hedren in the Malibu Times alleged the tigers would be housed in a typical backyard, with the tigers' cages accessible to neighborhood children. We all know that's not true, that's absurd. And anyone who actually read the proposed safety protocols or knows the history of Sophia and Irene would disagree. The article then suggests that children enjoying our Malibu beaches would be at risk of a white tiger attack. Again, that's ridiculous. The residents of Malibu are more at risk of being attacked by a wild bobcat, coyote, mountain lion, or even a great white shark than these domesticated, well-cared-for white tigers. Sophia and Irina are responsible professionals with a clean, perfect safety record for their white tigers. The same cannot be said about the big cats living at the nearby sanctuary Shambhala Preserve, which relies on public donations, has a tarnished safety record, and whose animals receive far less space, training, and engagement. In fact, they were supposed to be a hands-off facility, but unfortunately that has not been upheld, as there was a recent hands-on violation. Sophia and Irina are fully aware of the power of their white tigers. No, they are not traditional pets, but they are family, and they are domesticated, unlike their cousins in the wild. Sophia and Irina privately and personally invest their hard-earned money into these animals, and any money received from their work in media or advocacy goes directly back into their care. I've been to the facility where the tigers are currently housed, as well as their proposed new home, and really taken the time to look at their plans. I personally attest their white tigers receive impeccable care, ongoing training, around-the-clock monitoring, and a healthy environment to satisfy both their physical and psychological needs, far greater than any legal requirements and far more than any zoo or sanctuary. If anyone should be allowed to care for exotic animals, it is these two, Sophia and Irene. I urge you to grant them the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an Olga Bess. Excuse me. I think we may have a question.
Did I hear you right that the two tigers in question are domesticated?
Domestically bred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down.
Sorry, I think I said that, but I was just looking up and reading, and I missed it.
So what did you mean to say?
That they were bred into captivity, and
Okay,
that was just my typo because I'm nervous, and I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Olga Bess, Andy Goldfarb, and spelling here is S-A-Y-E, Sae, Yabarden? Had to leave? Okay.
I'm Andy Goldfarb, and I live in Gig Harbor, Washington. And I am a tiger trainer for 30 years now, and have worked exclusively with a lot of cats at one time. I was at Marine World Africa USA up in the Bay Area for 14 years.
Could you move up to the mic, please?
I worked with a lot of tigers. I've actually worked with at least 40 or 50 tigers throughout my 30-year time in working with cats. And I worked at Marine World up in the Bay Area, where we had Tiger Island, where we interact with our cats all day long. It's not something where they're doing all kinds of film work, but we did do a lot of things. We did a lot of documentaries for National Geographic, and then we also went on to Australia to build another Tiger Island over there, which is incredibly successful and has garnered a lot of attention from some of the documentaries we've done there, notably The Awesome Possum, which is getting pretty old, and I had a mustache back then. I really regret that, but definitely has got a lot of attention for the tigers. We actually had a lot of requests from people to where can we put our money to go for tigers in the wild. And so I'm really proud of this because actually in the time period that we started it, we started back in about 2003. We have raised $1.5 million for tiger conservation in Australia, and there's no other zoo in the world that can say they've done that, and that's because of the interaction that we have with the cats and the way that people can associate us with our cats in that way. I also now work on a program in Thailand for breeding endangered clouded leopards with the Smithsonian. I believe in handling, and the success of the program does hinge on the fact that these cats are handled. Cats that are handled are definitely, to me, I work with cats that aren't handled, and they scare me like you cannot believe. Like if they get out, that's a problem. Cats that are handled, if they get out, they're probably just going to look to go right back to where they belong, as has already been stated. I don't want to try to be redundant on things, but I've actually witnessed these kinds of events and dealt with this kind of stuff. So with Sophia and Irina, I met them in 2005. And I am actually somebody who is a consult for the USDA in tiger situations, so I do kind of go around and look at everybody's stuff, and I do it on my own time. And when I met them and went down to the facility that they're currently housed, I watched them do a training session. I watched a couple times, and I was incredibly impressed with how professional they were. There was no goofing around. There was no, trying to get me to play with them or go in there. I stayed outside and just watched what they were doing, and we've been friends ever since. And I trust them, and their facility that they're going to build is unbelievable, that, what they're going to do to it. And as far as I got to answer some of the other questions that I wrote down about, because there's definitely the thing about the trainer that stays there at nighttime. There are no other zoos that I've ever worked at where one of us stays on grounds. So there's a swing keeper usually who's somebody that makes rounds. So if they see a tiger that's loose, they have to get to safety and call one of us to come in at that point. So the fact that there'll be at least one person there that actually is a trainer is phenomenal, because a lot of times that's not available to most people to be able to do that. And so I think that's really good. I also can talk about the stuff about the permitting. The permit is about the cat. Like when I was in California, we had 16 cats. It was permitted to my boss, the president of Marine World at that time. I was the head trainer, and everybody gets their kind of training throughout a long period of time. It takes us about 2 years to train an individual to do simple tasks with tigers in an open setting. But they are trained over a long period of time by people that are experts like myself. And people that were with cats when I left are now still working with those cats and handling them, and they're doing it in a safe manner. And so with Sophia and Irene, they're very safe. I don't worry about them at all. And I don't worry about those cats ending up somewhere else. They're not going to go anywhere. They're going to stay with them. And in my time with the USDA on different investigations that I do, that's always my biggest concern, is that these people that get these cats, they have no idea what they're doing. I want to take them right from the spot, but I can't. It's not legal to do that in different states, for sure. Other times, yeah, we have confiscated cats, and then we have to try to find a home for them and place them somewhere. So the situation in the United States is tough, but it's kind of not fair that there are people who are incredibly good and dedicated to their animals and will take care of them for the rest of their lives. You have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay.
Annie Ellis, Jacob Bud, and Dr. Ina Tokar.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Annie Ellis, Malibu, California. I've lived in Malibu over 55 years, so I just told you my age. I have been a stunt woman also for 35 years. I've actually worked with many tigers, bears, wild animals, ridden horses all my life. I've done films such as Jungle Book, where we had bears, wolves, leopards, tigers, you name it. So I've worked with a lot of the wild animal trainers on these sets, and I can tell you firsthand that when I saw Irene and Sophie's training and their safety protocol, I was really, really impressed, because I've worked with some of the top trainers in the business that have these amounts of wild animals where I've gone up to their facilities and worked pre-job with the animals also. And, you know, I can say firsthand also that being a stunt person, you definitely want that trainer to know what they're doing. I do understand the fear factor, and I understand my neighbors being fearful of the tigers escaping. But I do also hope that by seeing the triple locking, the double gating, the roofs on the top, they can't dig their way out, that everyone can see that they are really safely enclosed, these tigers. The other thing about the one person staying also is that there's two people that put them away. They're put away to bed, and they're now within 3 gates if you count them on that map. So they're now in their little enclosure for bedtime. And so they're not going to get out of there. I know there's always a chance of everything, but I think there's a bigger chance of getting hit on PCH than there is of getting eaten by a tiger in Malibu. Okay, quiet back there. There's also the population. I noticed that we saw that there's one other place in Ventura County that they were saying there was, I believe he said 18 houses near it, and there's 28 in the half-mile radius of this one and such, and the, you know, the populated and the density. Several of the places I've worked at, there's one in particular I know of, they have a lot of wolves and so many different wild animals up there, and they're just right on the outskirts of Valencia. In fact, their property butts right up to a housing development. And none of these guys have ever had a problem with escapes because they're all really trained guys. And they do have 1 permit per place. In the United States, you don't have to get a permit or a certification to be a wrangler, to be a trainer, to be any of that working with the animals. We had 38 wranglers on Lone Ranger, and they're not permitted, but the head wrangler has all his permits in place. The other thing is about I know someone touched on it, I won't be too redundant, but the mountain lions, there's hundreds of coyotes in Malibu, bobcats, raccoons, and such on every mountain, in every canyon, and all the way down to the beach in Malibu, in every neighborhood. It's still rural enough to support these animals in the wild, even though their habitat is being threatened in LA, Ventura, and other counties in California and all over the United States and the world. There have been, some, I already touched on that, on the fear. We have had many people move out to Malibu, and they come out there and they don't understand how rural it is and how many wild animals you have out there. But we had people that moved out there recently who insisted on destroying a huge flock of wild peacock that have been there for over 60 years that I know about, because they make noise at night. People that have been illegally, it's illegal in California to trap a raccoon. You cannot relocate them. You got people doing that because they don't want raccoons. They want the coyotes all rounded up, the mountain lions all rounded up. Not going to happen. But I have ridden horses up in those mountains all the time. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old great nephew that now live about 2 miles in the canyon right next door, up Yerba Buena. I'm very comfortable with them being up there. I'm comfortable walking my dogs up there, riding the horses up there. I really don't feel they would be a danger to the community. Yeah. So I ask you today to realize the threat level, very, very low, and that every stringent law, federal and state and county level, is being followed, and to allow these beautiful cats a nicer, secure spot to live out the rest of their lives in peace. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Fudge from Manhattan Beach, California. I'm here to speak for Ray Brewer, who couldn't make it today, a friend of Sophia and Irina and Heidi over there. My name is Ray Brewer from Coldwell Banker Residential Brokerage in Beverly Hills. Personally, I have trained thoroughbred horses to international competition levels. I have met many people throughout my life and have raised rare and exotic animals. I'm very attuned to those who care for and train large animals in a cautious, protective, and responsible manner. 4 years ago, I had the good fortune to meet Irina and Michael Hauser and Sophia Kryzek and their two magnificent tigers, Zyka and Gira. I have to say it was a game changer for me. These animals are truly magnificent in all they represent: strength, calm, peace, loyalty, and love. I never felt an imminent danger usually associated with predators. During my visit, there were always the utmost attention to safety precautions. Tremendous attention to their protection and well-being is top priority. This is 100% due to the exceptional care and training these tigers have received for so long. From what I understand, the most state-of-the-art, safety-engineered, triple-fenced enclosures will be present at their new sanctuary in Ventura County. And knowing Irina and Sophia, they will follow the city requirements to the letter. With fail-safe measures imposed, these tigers deserve the much larger sanctuary and home that Irina and Sophia have so carefully planned. On a personal note, I have dealt with addiction issues for the last 20 years attending AA meetings and other therapies. Oddly, I must say that visiting these tigers did more to empower me with a positive sense of self more than any self-help meeting. I plan to continue my regular visits with the tigers so that I stay sober and strengthen my self-confidence, keeping on course to be a power broker. Sincerely, Ray Brewer.
I'm sorry.
There should be more cards. Yeah.
Well, I called the three cards I've called that have chosen not to spoke or not answer up are Michael Hauser, Olga Bess, and Dr. Ina Toker.
Which cards did you fill out?
I submitted a speaker's card.
Is it white or pink?
It was white.
So we still have 3 or 4 other people. Why don't you come up and have a seat in the front row, and go ahead and give us your name and address, and to avoid the redundancy, those of you that are seated there, whose names I have not called, would you step up to the counter and take another card and fill it out? On the off chance that we don't have it here, we'll figure out the duplicates afterwards. Thank you. If we have our speaker, if you introduce yourself and give us your address, please.
Hi, my name is Alicia Erickson Kelly. I live at 13071 Eaton Place, Tustin, California. And I am today going to be speaking on behalf of Elizabeth Allen Rosenbaum, who could not be here, but she wrote a letter. So to the Commission, to introduce myself, I have been a film and television director for over 10 years. I mostly direct family and children's films, including Aquamarine and Ramona and Beezus. And I make a point in my movies to focus on messages about environmentalism and animal rights. I have worked extensively with wolves, cats, dogs, fish, dolphins, and flies. Yes, even the Humane Society was on set when I worked with the flies. I know very well the importance of precautions and care that is essential in providing a safe environment for both the animals and the crew involved. I have spent some time with Zyka and Gira recently, and I was so impressed by Irina Hauser and Sophia Kryzek's professionalism. They treat the tigers with deep care and a complete emphasis on safety. I visited their Malibu Ventura sanctuary, and I was recently struck by how much space the tigers have as well as how well protected it is. They have an impeccable safety record after 15 years of professional tiger training. It's clear that the tigers are very much loved and attended to, being socialized by dogs as well as people.
From my interactions with Zyka and Gira, I know that they are happy and well-balanced animals, which reflects highly on Irina and Sophie's care. There is no doubt in my mind that the tigers and the surrounding neighbors of this sanctuary are completely protected. Out of all of my experience working with animals on my movies and TV shows, the safety precautions of Zyka and Gira have become top-notch. All my best, Elizabeth Allen Rosenbaum.
I'm sorry, could you come back? I'm taking notes, and sometimes I can't write as fast as you speak. Could you read the portion of the letter that talks about how she's visited the facility?
She says, I visited their Malibu Ventura sanctuary, and I was struck by how much space the tigers have, as well as how well protected it is. They have an impeccable safety record after 15 years of professional tiger training.
Sorry, I just want to interject that even though she saw the facility, the tigers weren't there. They were at a North Hollywood facility for an instructional training where she actually met the Zyka and Gira.
Who are you?
I'm Heidi Jo Markel. I'm
Oh,
a
you're
filmmaker.
Heidi.
I'm speaking next.
I was wondering who Heidi was.
I just need clarification because she works for me and she's reading the letter.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, because it seems like from what she read that she has seen a tiger sanctuary in Malibu, that I was under the impression that we were deciding whether or not there could be a tiger sanctuary in Malibu.
There, at no time were the tigers at the facility that she
Where the
saw. She met them in North Hollywood.
Is the facility there?
Well, she saw the site, but she's not. That's not where the tigers were. They were in North Hollywood during our visit with. I will answer those questions when I'm up because I was there.
Why don't you go ahead and stay at the mic and go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your presentation.
I'm Heidi Jo Markel. My company is Eclectic Pictures. It's 10-year anniversary of my company. I've made over a dozen films, most notably Lovelace and Trust, which are socially conscious films, and embarking upon my latest project, Sam and the White Tiger, which will utilize Zyka and Gira to make a socially conscious film. And Elizabeth Allen was one of the many directors that we interviewed in the process of finding a director for the film. So she had a chance to see the facility and later on meet the tigers.
What facility?
Well, sorry, it's a ranch that has not been built yet. It's just a big open area that Irina and Sophia, the proposed property, she's visited in Malibu and saw the proposed property as a potential site for filming, which is separate than her visit with the tigers, which was at a facility in North Hollywood.
So your comments related to the site reference projected or presumed?
Mine is my involvement with the tigers and the film project, and Irina and Sophia. Okay, can I start? Okay. Sure. Think globally, act locally, Ralph Waldo Emerson. I already have introduced myself. In the past 5 years, my trajectory has been focused on socially conscious films with strong female protagonists. My latest, Lovelace, a cautionary tale of human trafficking, and before that, Trust, a story of a family that struggles to overcome the assault of an internet predator. 6 years ago, when my beloved father passed away, I was invited by Irina Sophia to meet their tiger Gira at the ranch where they currently are. I was immediately awestruck by not only the magnificent animal, but the way it interacted with its owners. They were beyond professional and safety concerned, and their love, compassion, training, and care of these animals was just unquestionable. As a filmmaker, I was immediately inspired to create something that could impact the world at the tiger's behest. My passion is conservation and ecological preservation of our world. I'm an activist for rescue groups and support WWF, National Resource Defense Council, Greenpeace, Care to Action, and many, many, many more countless animal activist groups, including Animal Alliance. I sign every petition for polar bears, cheetahs, rhinos, tigers, and every endangered animal, and domesticated animals, too. There are only 3,200 tigers left in India, and they are rapidly disappearing due to poaching. Many of you know that Leonardo DiCaprio's deemed the tiger billionaire Westboro and has led a coalition to stop poaching. I decided that the most effective way I could impact this detrimental issue would be to create a project on the level of We Bought a Zoo in scope that could educate and inspire young people to get involved, stop the obliteration of endangered species by forming clubs and getting involved with local conservation efforts, including signing petitions, raising awareness, fundraising, and using their immense talents with social media to go viral to make a global impact. If we can mobilize the youth to use their spare time normally to play video games in shopping malls, watching YouTube, on, and instead channel their energies to something positive as conservation and endangered animals, I will have done my job as a filmmaker. And then these kids that become activists lead to other activism in their later years for the plight of human suffering. Once an activist, always an activist. The facility that they're building is 3 times the industry standard of what I've observed at different places that would make escape virtually impossible. Many other animal ranches operate with only 1 fence enclosure outside the cages. They're triple. The requirements in Ventura are way beyond the national average of private rescues and reserves. My daughter goes to Hess Kramer in the summer times, and I guarantee she and her friends will not be meeting Zika and Gira running loose, any more than you would allow a 5-year-old to run loose in the mountains of Santa Monica. FDR wisely said there's nothing to fear but fear itself. I know how you feel, the immediate knee-jerk reaction to tigers in our midst. But I implore every one of you wearing green hats and T-shirts and the commission, please come meet Irina, Sophia, and their tigers and become educated about the bigger issues of conservation. And I can say with most certainty that you will likely change your position. They are exemplary professionals. You will no longer fear their tigers. You will wish them to be your neighbors.
Could you read that section again where you met the tigers?
6 years ago? Sure. 6 years ago, when my beloved father passed away, I was invited.
Not that part. You mentioned meeting the 2 tigers. Could you read that section again?
Sorry, my computer's gone out. Give me a second.
Well, did I understand that you...
I got it back. Okay. I can tell you anything about meeting the tigers. I've met them many, many, many times. What is your question?
You said something about meeting the tigers in Malibu.
No, I've never met the tigers in Malibu.
So
to
I
my
misheard
knowledge.
you? That's
what?
Not what? I misheard you? That's
Yes,
not what you said?
No. In the ranch where they exist now, which is in Los Angeles County, not in Ventura.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Kyle Cooper, please.
My name is Kyle Cooper. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I'm here to represent Patrick Muldoon, who couldn't be here today. And this is what he has to say. I don't have guns in my house. I don't believe in them. But some of my neighbors legally have them, and I need to trust that they don't use them on me or anyone else in the hood. His words, hood. Knowing the safety ethics of Irina and Sophia, I would have more confidence living next to them than many of the gun owners out there. There is way more protection required by the county. 3 layers of chain link locked fence makes it impossible for Houdini to escape, let alone tigers. And I wish that they would require these fences for some of the gun-toting neighbors. I have had the pleasure of working with Irina and Sophia on set with Zika, and there is no precaution that is not taken. Although their animals are in fact well trained, I watched the detailed care that Irina and Sophia took to ensure the safety of everyone on set. They are truly professionals. I have been to their ranch and witnessed firsthand the love they have of their animals without ever becoming lax. Sincerely, Patrick Muldoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Leila Walls.
Good afternoon.
And it's Layla Walls.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Layla Laws.
The spelling can be troublesome to a lot of people. Okay, so my name is Layla Walls. This is my daughter Evelyn, or Evie. My husband and I were going to look at a guest house up Deer Creek because we wanted more room and we wanted to be in the neighborhood with other children. But I must say that it was just beautiful, but was very remote. I wouldn't consider Deer Creek to be a residential neighborhood, and for a beautiful Saturday afternoon, there wasn't a child in sight. We were looking for a more family-oriented place to raise our daughter, a neighborhood where we could trick or treat to our neighbors without walking half mile, to get there, to sell lemonade on the street corner, or to be able to talk or walk on a summer night without having to use a flashlight to find our way. Sorry, it's her first public speaking. She's nervous. And I lost my place. My own personal concern with Deer Creek for my family would be the wildlife. We noticed multiple signs posted on Deer Creek regarding a family wanting to house tigers, which brought up a huge concern for us. When we returned home, I looked up the issue, and after reading the facts and talking to many a person who's concerned in this issue as well, we would much rather live next door to the 2 tigers than have passed all approvals, state and federal, with responsible owners, than live with the wildlife that would surround us, i.e. rattlesnakes, coyotes. And that was it for our time. Thank you very much.
Hi. I'm here to read a letter that was submitted by the Wild Animal Sanctuary located in Kingsburg, Colorado. Written Friday, January 31st, 2014, to the Planning Commission members and general public regarding tigers near horses and other livestock. Dear concerned parties, as the Executive Director of the Wild Animal Sanctuary, I am writing this letter today to address an issue that is being brought forward in relation to the possibility of tigers being kept in and around horses and livestock. Although I will be directly testifying about this unique relationship, this letter is in no way being issued in support for or against the proposition of housing tigers in your area, and merely serves to answer a very specific concern that horse and livestock owners may have. As the Executive Director and founder of the nation's largest and oldest large carnivore sanctuary, I have been directly involved in working with thousands of animals in the past 34 years of this organization's existence. We currently have over 330 lions, tigers, bears, wolves, and other large carnivores residing at the sanctuary, and work with a number of other animals living here, such as horses, alpacas, llamas, ostrich, emu, sheep, cows, and other farm animals. Although the general train of thought for the vast majority of people in this world is to think that prey animals, as well as domesticated farm animals, have an enormous fear of large carnivores, and would panic if any were in general vicinity. There's nothing further from the truth. Rather than engaging their flight response, all prey and other inferior animals will choose to confront and evaluate a predator before opting to respond as if specific dangers are present. Over the past 34 years, I have witnessed hundreds of horses, cows, general livestock, and domestic animals confidently approach large carnivores as soon as they detected their presence. Most display this behavior in order to evaluate the situation and confirm their instinct desire to either defend themselves as a herd or to access the predator's intentions or focus. We have never witnessed any of these animals react in any negative or fearful manner, since the carnivores are not trying to hunt them. The only times these animals do physically engage their flight response is if or when the predator begins to approach the animal in question. Yet, even under those circumstances, most prey animals, including livestock, horses, and domestic pets, do not respond with flight unless the predator moves in an extremely aggressive fashion. In conclusion, having large carnivores in the vicinity of those animals in no way represents a situation where local animals will smell or sense the predator's presence or react with fear or general aversion. Again, my judgment on this matter is based on literally hundreds of real-life situations where people's pets, horses, and other livestock have directly approached our large carnivores without hesitation. The sanctuary is also located in a rural area of Colorado where local farms and ranchers maintain abundant cattle, horses, and other livestock. And our neighbors have various domestic pets that live and play both indoor and outdoor without issue. With our 330 large carnivores creating a substantial potential for airborne smells, as well as their ability to roar, howl, and make other species-specific calls that carry for miles, the proof that no other animals in the area have concern carries enough proof in itself. Yet we have also rescued a number of cattle, horses, sheep, dogs, cats, and other domestic pets that were never exposed to large carnivores prior to arriving at our sanctuary. And none have ever been upset, scared by the carnivores, even when housed in adjacent enclosures. Sincerely, Pat Craig, Executive Director of the Wild Animal Sanctuary in Colorado. I have another letter from Mystic Jungle in Florida. Is that okay? Can I go ahead and read that one?
Has it been 5 minutes?
10 minutes? This is a very short letter.
Is there any way that we could just get a copy of it and we can read it along here? We could read it ourselves. You don't have to read it aloud.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Johnny Brownletter, I'm not sure to pronounce that last name. Was I right on one of them?
Leader.
Leader, okay.
Hey, my name's Johnny Brownleader. I'm actually here speaking for Brandon McMillan, who can't be here today. My name's Brandon Parrish McMillan. I've been a professional animal trainer and behaviorist for over 20 years. Unfortunately, due to my work, I'm unable to attend the hearing for CUP PL 130011. I've worked with the two specific tigers, Gira and Zyka, as well as Sophia and Irina for many years. They're professional animal trainers. They're extremely aware of proper safety measures necessary to work with their animals. Their methodology of socialization and positive reinforcement, while adhering to the strictest safety measures, created two great tigers. Irina and Sophia realize the inherent risk associated with working with these cats and have always taken all of the proper precautions to ensure safety. Their record speaks for itself. As an expert in my field, my reputation is everything. The two cats in question are well socialized and conditioned. They're extremely well taken care of, and the idea of giving them an opportunity to live out their life in a larger space is an ideal situation. I understand that there's been some opposition from some of the neighbors. I can only say that during the last 11 years of observing and working with Irina and Sophia, I have always seen them assess limitations of different situations and use proper measures to address every potential issue. Unfortunately, there has been a great deal of misinformation which has caused opposition where it should not exist. California has limited space, therefore virtually all professional animal facilities coexist happily in neighborhoods with neighbors. Please consider issuing Sophia and Irina their CUP, as they are strictly professionals in the exotic animal industry. Thank you.
Is there any way that we can request these things not to be read to us, but for us to pass them down here?
Yeah, there is. And just a point of information, we've had several people come up, and not in trying to give you as your moment at the podium, and read documents. If you have documents and that's what you intend to do, if you could just leave them with us, we will read them here before, and we'll deliberate if we have to before we come back and discuss it. It would accelerate the process, I think, and give everybody the opportunity to take the podium. So if that's still...
Mr. Chair, just so you know, the last lady, we had those two documents already in our packet. So if you just say that they're there and you want to comment them, we have read them. All right.
Okay, continuing the hearing, speaker cards from the public that supports recommended staff action.
I haven't spoken yet.
I haven't either. Yeah, I just drove back.
Did you fill out the card as I asked you to?
Twice. I filled out one when I arrived.
Mr. Polk?
Yes, that's me. Thank you.
The way it was marked the opposite way.
Okay.
Mr. Polk.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Polk, and I'm a dad who has been living in Malibu for the last 5 years. I live at 5724 Calpine, and I live on a street that pushes up against the park, and have been exposed to my own fears and concerns of local animals, including also the neighbor who came to me and said that I better get a gun and a dog to take care of any cougars or mountain lions or coyotes that might be coming into my property. Can I go ahead and comment just about, as a dad, I haven't prepared anything, but I'd like to just comment about me as someone who's interested in my kids' education and how we got involved in this tiger issue?
Yes, you've got
Thank
a few
you.
minutes. Yeah.
So it was just a week ago that my kids came home, and the dinner conversation, which I've been working very hard at establishing some form of dinner conversation, with a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, 13 rather, Lucian in Georgia, who had expressed interest and concern in animal rescue, and they had heard about these tigers, and I immediately, as a concerned father, looked into the issue, and I basically Googled it and had a lot of concerns. They expressed interest in wanting to support the rescue of white tigers, and that's how we connected with Irina and these two white tigers and this effort to save them. And so basically I had a lot of fears and a lot of concerns. I've worked with black bears and a lot of misconceptions about black bears, but I also know about grizzly bears, and I have some history in that. And I also think that although people have referred to it, I just wanted to draw some kind of an analogy. It really is significant that I found out that the statistics there are comparable, and it is worth noting again that the risks that, especially in a situation like this, there's so much an effort I found out to remediate the risk, whereas there's so much exposure to other situations where there is no remediation or any length at all to try to protect the public, and yet statistically the amount of attacks they're just way overblown, and there's a whole history of this going on in our country, unfortunately, and the media has sensationalized it, and as well as films. So in my investigation, I found out that these tigers are not the enemy, that my kids' curiosity was turned into an educational experience for them. They went and engaged in a debate. They started a debate at their school. My daughter, who's 10 years old, is engaged in a debate now at a school where they don't have funding for any kind of extracurricular GATE program or even the Common Core values of our educational programs that's been rolled out by the administration. There's no support there, so there's no conversation even going on when it comes to an issue of debate that the Common Core values in our education system are supposed to be promoting. So that being said, this has turned into an exceptional educational experience. And so when I found out that these two tigers were actually already doing a service, I believe, to our community and to our society, I thought it was important that I come here and just share that perspective that my child is here taking time off from school. The other one is at school now debating this very issue. And it's invaluable, really invaluable. We overcame our fears. We went and, my family went, after I did the research, and went and made contact with these handlers, and they got to experience these tigers and saw the safety and did not fear the same fear that I feared before we did the research and looked into it firsthand. And I really encourage people to look into things firsthand. It's so important with the way the media works, with this responsibility that we have with Google, and there are so many misrepresentations going on. And it takes an individual, like I'm trying to model for my children, to do the thinking for themselves, do the research, and I think you as a committee have done a very good job at looking at the facts, and I'm sure that you'll make the best decision. If anyone has any questions, go ahead. I can be more specific about our experience.
Commissioner Dukas.
How did your kids experience the tigers?
We reached out and contacted and were able to go witness the tigers behind all. I was not there. I cleared it first. I made sure that there was a distance at the current facility where they're at, where my children were able to be exposed to them. And they came back even more passionate and about this cause and in support of this cause. So they did witness these there were three barriers between them and the tigers. They did witness and feel everything that people are saying in terms of the responsibility and the safety, that the education that these two handlers, unlike any handler I've ever heard of with black bears, and I've known about black bear handlers who've been chased out of California, and one of them had to move to Canada.
So where were these three barriers?
Well, I wasn't there, so all I know is that they were brought into a facility and had they were exposed and saw and witnessed these three locks.
And where was this?
This was at some facility in the valley, not in the valley, in Los Angeles.
And who'd they go with?
They went with my wife.
Okay,
who
thank
would
you.
Make contact. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I look forward to pursuing this more with my children as an educational conversation around about where safety is and where the conditions are and how this country is, because of due process, like the responsibility that you all are doing, with certain conditions, can make certain rights and freedoms and responsible ownership of wildlife in our country.
Thank you for your time. Gina Swoop.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. I don't envy your position. But what I've heard today, I came today, first of all, because I have been to the facility. Can you hear me? I'm Gina Greblow. I have been to the facility in Canyon Country where the tigers are currently kept. I grew up in Canyon Country. I'm 45 years old, so I grew up watching Canyon Country go from a rural community to the most planned community in the United States, I believe. I've seen natural habitat encroached upon by communities. When I went to the facility where the tigers are located today, I was surprised to find where that facility is, which is next to a neighborhood that I played in as a child. And I was floored that I'd never heard about it before, but when I arrived, I noticed many different types of wild animals in cages, and I witnessed firsthand the safety measures that Irina and Sophia take at that facility. And when I expressed that I would like to get closer to the cage, I was told absolutely not. So I think that speaks again to the fact that they're not letting just anybody get close to these animals. But I also just wanted to say that I am here today to give support, and I urge you to support this initiative. I know that they've spent a lot of time and did a lot of research on the property before they actually purchased it in hopes that it would pass, and I hope you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, the other bank of speakers, starting with Tim Gallagher, Mike Bradbury, and Tippy Hedren. Be the first three speakers.
Would you mind?
You can't say it. Who's who? About 6 minutes, I think.
The mysterious white tiger. It is the largest and rarest of all the big cats. Some believe they are Siberian tigers, camouflaged for snowy landscapes. Others know them simply as the royal white tiger, a critically endangered species barely clinging to existence.
Yeah, we're getting it.
They are one of the most recognizable animal images in the world. But most people do not know of the dark history behind these great white wonders. The real story of the white tiger has its roots in India and the forests of Rewa.
We're working on it. We just got it
Rare
put in the
sightings
machine.
of the ghost-like tiger throughout history became the myths of Hindu gods. Royalty. In reality, they are Bengal. The mysterious white tiger. It is the largest and rarest of all the big cats. Some believe they are Siberian tigers, camouflaged for snowy landscapes. Others know them simply as the royal white tiger, a critically endangered species barely clinging to existence. They are one of the most recognizable animal images in the world. But most people do not know of the dark history behind these great white wonders. The real story of the white tiger has its roots in India, in the forests of Rewa. Rare sightings of the ghost-like tiger throughout history became the myths of Hindu gods and legends of reincarnated Indian royalty. In reality, they are Bengal tigers that possess a rare double recessive gene which inhibits the formation of their normal orange color. Scientists believe that in the wild, only 1 in 10,000 tigers were born white. Before 1960, there were only a few of these genetic anomalies alive on the planet at any given time. It's not surprising they were so rare. A white coat on a forest tiger is, simply put, a birth defect. The lack of camouflage puts the animal at an evolutionary disadvantage, decreasing its ability to survive and reproduce. So when the Maharaja of Rewa captured and displayed a young white tiger cub in 1951, for most people it was as if a legend had come to life before their very eyes. They were dazzled by its phantom beauty. and the Maharaja saw an opportunity to capitalize on this wonder for fame and for profit. He named the cub Mohan, which means the enchanter, and embarked on a plan to breed and sell a line of white tigers. But the initial breeding did not go well. Early attempts with captured orange females produced only more orange cubs. The frustrated Maharaja resorted to the only solution that tipped the odds in his favor: incest. Ignoring known risks, he began mating Mohan to the tiger's own cubs, and in 1958, the first litter of captive-bred white tigers was born. Coincidentally, that same year, the last known white tiger in the wild was shot and killed. Over the next decade, the Maharaja continued to inbreed and sell his white tigers. Mohini, one of Mohan's first white cubs, was bought by an American businessman and delivered to the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. A visit to President Eisenhower followed, kicking off a nationwide tour that established her celebrity. America had its very own white tiger. Everywhere Mohini was displayed, the crowds turned out in wonder. While on loan to the Cincinnati Zoo, the practice of incest was taken up again, spawning the first white tiger breeding program in America. Throughout the 1970s, other zoos bought cubs and began their own breeding programs, and in 1983, the Cincinnati Zoo sold 3 white cubs to Siegfried and Roy for $100,000. White tiger fever had begun. Circuses, menageries, and backyard breeders all got in on the act. The commercial value of the white tiger soared. The practice of inbreeding was downplayed or denied outright. Instead, the name Royal White Tiger was invented and advertised as an endangered species. Marketing and media coverage continued to perpetuate this myth even today. But the practice of aggressive inbreeding has taken a heavy toll. It increases the probability of birth defects, and the problem intensifies with each inbred generation. White tigers in America are the product of 7 generations of inbreeding, and nearly all of these tigers suffer at least some of the consequences: impaired vision, cleft palates, curved spines, compromised immune systems, and premature death. In 2011, the Association of Zoos and Aquariums banned the practice of inbreeding in its accredited facilities, and some breeders have tried to improve the white tiger gene pool by outbreeding to unrelated tigers. But the damage is already done. The relentless pursuit of the elusive white cub and its promise of financial reward has led many private owners and backyard breeders to generate thousands of orange cubs, and some white cubs too deformed or unfit to display, contributing to an epidemic of unwanted generic tigers that have no conservation value. Abusive practices like cub petting and photos with cubs exploit their brief commercial value. Then they are banished from public view, often living in deplorable conditions of abuse and neglect. The ones who harbor the white gene may serve as breeders. Others are often found starving and diseased, or disappear into the black market, destroyed for the value of their parts. Contrary to conservation claims by exhibitors, the white tiger is not a species. It is a product of a lucrative man-made enterprise fueled by greed, with a legacy of abuse and neglect that has been going on for 50 years. No white tiger has ever been or will ever be introduced into the wild. They were born in captivity and will die in captivity. And as long as people pay to see them, the show will go on. White tigers are very good for business, and even reputable zoos are reluctant to admit the dark legacy of their star attractions. While serious tiger conservation efforts compete for limited resources to preserve the genetics of real tiger subspecies, the white tiger sideshow continues to take center stage. Once, maybe 3 of these animals walked the earth at any given time. Today, there are over 200 white tigers in this country alone. And until the truth is known and the money stops flowing, the misinformation, the distraction, and the abuse will continue.
Would you like me to begin? Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez. My name is Tim Gallagher, and I represent the neighbors who oppose this application and who support your staff's recommendation. Let me set the table for you. We oppose this CUP for three basic reasons: safety, compatibility with the neighborhood, and impact on the lives of the people who live nearby. We are going to present you with clear, compelling testimony, and hopefully it'll be brief, that will support the conclusions of your staff. This facility does not belong in a neighborhood. And make no mistake, this is a neighborhood. It may not have curbs and parks and a lot of street signs like a typical neighborhood, but it is a community in the truest sense of the word. And if you need any evidence of that, look at all those sporty green hats behind me. These are people who live in that neighborhood. We have tried to organize the evidence by lining up our speakers, people with expertise in biology, in veterinary medicine, in real estate, in psychology, in the entertainment industry. And we brought the video you just saw to help our cause. We have also brought the neighbors, people whose lives are directly affected and who can tell you how their lives have already been affected just by the process. This applicant noted that all projects that this commission sees have risks, but we would submit that the risks of any other project you see do not result in death or danger to other people's lives. Denying this application means you put the safety of people first, and we ask you to support the staff recommendation and deny the CUP. And now, with your permission, we'd like to start to bring up some of our experts.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Our first speaker is Michael Bradbury.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations and condolences. Members of the Commission and Director Prilhart. My name is Mike Bradbury. I'm a lawyer representing Lisa and Carlos Siderman, who oppose this application for a conditional use permit. Like many other residents who are here today, the Sidermans live near the tiger facility that's proposed and have horses on their property. Let me first say that I deeply appreciate the time and effort that Director Prilhart has devoted to this matter. She's been helpful and professional throughout the process, and I would say that had she recommended to the contrary. My clients love animals, including these beautiful and exotic cats, and they're not opposed to tigers being housed in appropriate areas within the county, areas that are more rural and less residentially dense, and of course there's precedents for this. But Lisa and Carlos are more than just clients, they're my friends. They routinely support charitable efforts to save and protect animals. And this hearing really is not about tigers, it's not about saving tigers, it's not about facilities, it's about compatibility, and it's about human error. And I'll address just two of these, two of the many reasons that my clients oppose the application. But first, a disclaimer, I do not purport to be an expert. I'm speaking from experience. I have discussed this matter with the sheriff. I don't purport to speak for him. He's ably represented. But I discussed this with him and members of his management staff. And in the event, however statistically unlikely, that one or more tigers would escape their enclosures, it would take between 15 and 45 minutes for a sheriff's unit to respond under the best of circumstances. There's only one sheriff's unit patrolling from the Camarillo area to the county line in Malibu. And as your chairman has indicated, access to this area is limited by a narrow two-lane rough road, climbs quite steeply in several places. And as you can see behind me, there are many residents, including children and their pets, that live in that area. A few months ago, we called a meeting of the residents, and we met at Camp Hester Kramer, which you've heard about, children's camp, to enjoy outdoor experiences that's within a couple of miles of the proposed site. And at that meeting, the sheriff was kind enough to send two of his executive officers to address the residents' concerns. And at one point, an elderly lady in the audience asked, officers, how many children can a tiger eat in 15 to 45 minutes? And this pretty much summed up the concern of those in attendance. And they ask what should they do between the times they learn of a tiger escape and when help might arrive. And I might indicate that I've seen nothing in the applicant's emergency or safety plans regarding how they would notify their 200-plus neighbors in that area in the event of a tiger escape. And there really is no satisfactory answer to this other than, you try to get your children, your animals inside a secure enclosure. But once the officers had left the meeting, the residents began to talk among themselves and grappled with the question, the very real question, what would they do to protect themselves in the event there is an escape? And they're on their own. They're left to their own devices for up to 45 minutes under the best of circumstances. And after discussion, the answer became clear. We're going to have to move from the home that we love. We're going to have to leave this area, or we're going to have to arm ourselves with a weapon capable of dispatching a tiger and be armed at all times. Now, what may at first strike you as an overreaction appears more reasonable when viewed in the context of applicants who have a history of walking tigers on leashes outside secure areas. And my colleague, Andy Guilford, will discuss some of the other photographs that you've alluded to that show that happening. And when you consider that our sheriff was personally present about 3 years ago when an escaped tiger, whose owner failed to notify authorities of the escape, had to be shot and killed not far from a school, it becomes much more real. If asked if he would want to live next door to a facility described in this application, I can assure you the sheriff's answer would be an unqualified no. Lastly, and perhaps most telling, is that the applicant's so-called safety plan requires that they have a Glock available at all times. Now, a Glock, as many of you know, is a handgun. So even the applicants know that they had better be armed if they're going to live next to a tiger. It's further evidence of, I think, a level of naivete that they believe that the firearm should be a handgun. As many of you know, hunting tigers traditionally required a high-caliber rifle, and a Glock comes in many calibers, and some of which would only serve to irritate and make more dangerous a tiger. And it also raises issues of, who's qualified, to use this handgun, under what circumstances. Their safety plan indicates that if there is an emergency, such as an escape, they're all immediately to get into a safe enclosure. What about the residents? And what do they do with the firearm? The greatest minds that the world have designed what was believed to be one of the safest vehicles in history, the Challenger. And we saw what happened there. So under the best of circumstances, things go wrong. And when they go wrong in this situation, it translates to a risk of substantial carnage. My last point is that horses living in close proximity to natural predators present a real opportunity for injury and possible death to human beings. I was raised in the eastern slope of the Sierras with mountain lions and horses, and I've been cowboying all my life. And I can tell you that horses, like tigers, act differently when around predators. And although every horse, again, just like tigers and people, is different, when they're around predators, most of them are in a constant state of fright and they're unpredictable. And even the most gentle, well-trained horse can become uncontrollable or a runaway, posing substantial risk to the riders and the people working with those animals. And the damage to the psyche of a horse in these conditions is nothing short of inhumane. If I may, I'd like to add a quick personal note. I, too, am an animal lover. I'm an animal rights advocate. I've spent time with these incredible creatures. 2 of the facilities in the county, my son volunteers at one. And these facilities play an important role. They're needed, no question about it, but they have to be in the right place, and a residential neighborhood simply is not. I raise and train quarter horses on a small ranch in Ojai. If I were next door to this proposed facility, I would be in constant fear, not only for my animals, but for my children. And I would add that despite the statistics, it wouldn't offer much comfort for a family who had lost a child under these circumstances. No one should have to have their peace of mind and their tranquility disturbed in this manner, and to, in essence, turn a peaceful, incredible neighborhood into an armed and fearful camp would be unconscionable. So on behalf of my clients, my colleagues, the residents of this community, I respectfully request that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Department and deny the CUP. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions of the Speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike? Mike? I think we have a question. Commissioner Dukas.
You referred to the safety plan and a Glock being carried. That's part of the safety plan that's in our packet?
Yes, that was in one of the drafts.
Uh-huh. And who will carry that Glock?
Good question.
You don't know?
It's to be available to the people on site, I assume the trainers and the support staff.
The 7 immediate family members.
I believe so.
One
the
Glock.
safety plan is clearly inadequate, and it doesn't clearly cover all.
Is it one Glock?
That's my understanding.
And does it have a caliber?
It didn't mention a caliber.
Okay.
And as I said, they come in several.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Tippi Hedren.
Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to talk about an entirely different subject than we've really been discussing today, and that's a public safety issue with these animals. And I have a notebook this thick, but it's right over there, that is filled with accidents, killings, and maulings of adults, children, whatever, and I think it's over about a 25-year period, and it's a huge number. I have been rescuing big cats since 1972. That's over 40 years now. And we have gone from a movie set, which is why we acquired these animals. We were going to have a 9-month shoot using Hollywood acting animals over and out. But because of the way the film was written, we were going to do a film that talks about the issues of wild animals in captivity and out in the wild, rather, and their problems out there. And because of the way the script was written, sometimes we had 10 cats working together, sometimes 12, whatever. The trainers of these Hollywood acting animals said, you can't do this movie because of the instinctual dictates to fight a cat they don't know. I don't want my cat hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Get your own animals to do the movie. Well, that was a romantic notion. And it turned into our 9-month shoot being 5 years, in which we were stopped the first day of shooting. My then husband, who was playing the the lead in the film, because no actor in Hollywood take on that role, he was bitten in the hand, and we had to stop filming. And by the time we were ready to start filming, the leaves fell off the trees, and then we filmed again, and then somebody else would get hurt, and then we'd run out of money. And it took us 5 years, but during that time, 8 of us were hurt during that movie, during the filming of the movie. But at the same time, all of the animals that we were using were rescues, and we became a very important facility to California Fish and Game, to the SPCA's, all the different animal organizations who would confiscate these animals if they weren't treated well out in the states that do allow them. very soon we were thinking, this is a really horrible thing that's going on in our country, that our own country thinks of these animals as a business. And so I'm all the time that I'm dealing with these animals in the movie and the accidents and all of that, I'm thinking, why doesn't our country do something to start it? So I started on my first federal bill in the year 2003, which was to stop the interstate traffic of big cats. And my own Congressman, Buck McKeon, introduced the bill, and it passed unanimously in the House. What I did was I listed, when I went out to testify, I listed 18 accidents. And it passed unanimously in the House, and it was signed by President Bush on December 19th of 2003. In 1983, we became a preserve, and I've been misaligned a little bit here today by one of your prior speakers. Our safety policies are absolutely in place. And the accident that she's talking about, one of our staff members did a stupid thing. He turned his back on a sleeping tiger. And they can't resist that. There are things in these animals that you cannot take away. And it was stupid, and that following that day, we have never had any contact with any of the animals. None whatsoever. Nobody. And it's changed the whole way we, exist. But the thing that worries me about this issue that we're dealing with today is I'm sure it's built like Fort Knox. I'm sure it is, and that's the way it should be. But what bothers me is the off-site, when they go off-site. These animals, no matter how much you think that they are tame, they are not. They can never be tamed. You can never take those genes out of those animals. They, in fact, in the wild, they are the ones that keep our forests, everything perfectly clean. You never see an old animal, a sick animal, a lame animal. It's because of the lion, the tiger, the leopard, your own house cat is a predator. And they are the ones who have these genes in them. They do not have a conscience gene. They do not have a remorse gene. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this work that they have to do out in the wild. And there's nothing you can do to take that away. Nothing. And that's what makes them so dangerous. And you never know what's going to make them go after somebody or some child or whatever. Maybe they will. Maybe you could probably have I have rescued over 230 big cats. Not all of them have hurt somebody, but you can't take a chance on that. There's no way you can take a chance on those genes not kicking in. They are instinctive dictates that they have to listen to, and they do. And it's frightening, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing, short of a bullet to the head. So this is what bothers me, is the off-site visits that are going to take place. How do you put a roof over that one? Or it's just a frightening thought to me, to have these tigers out and about and dealing with children especially. They love watching children. At the preserve, we have a 4-foot distance that you have to stay away from the fences, and there are many people who come in to the Shambhala Preserve, and they might be limping. Some of them are in a wheelchair. If there are little short people, those cats are right up to the fence, watching them. And I've had a lot of years to get to know these animals, to know their instinctual dictates. And they are, they're there, no matter how sweet that tiger is. And at one point we had a dog come in from Washington. His name was Wazoo because he was born at the Washington Zoo. And when he was a little cub, he was introduced to a little puppy. And they lived together puppy and cub. They ate together, they played together, they slept together. It was absolutely beautiful. And when the zoo didn't want them anymore, the Roar Foundation took them in, and they lived together for, I think, 9 years. And then all of a sudden, thank God we were close to the area, because all of a sudden that lion looked at that dog and said, "Ah, dinner." And when they changed their physical postures, everything about them changes. And thank God we recognized it and we were able to save that dog. But after all that time, now these are things you don't expect. You have to deal with these animals and the numbers of animals that I have had to deal with. We deal with personality problems. We deal with we can have a lion and a lioness, and all of a sudden there's spousal abuse. One of them decides, I don't want to live with you anymore. And if we don't separate them, there will be a serious fight. These are not little scares me to death to think of these two tigers going out. And I understand they want to have 60 trips a year or something like that. It's a lot. It only takes one. It only takes one. And I'm kind of the bearer of bad news, but it is my it's my instinctual dictate. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any questions of the speaker?
Oh, any questions?
No, thank you very much.
No?
My speaker order, I have Mike Lim, Dave Crawford, and Marlon Hale.
Because of the way the hearing has gone, some people have come and left.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, we're going to move with Dr. Bruce Gladstone.
Who?
Dr. Bruce Gladstone.
Okay.
He's on that list too. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Gladstone. I'm a clinical psychologist licensed in the state of California. I'm director of Gladstone Counseling Center in Ojai, where I've been in practice for over 40 years. Well, not in Ojai altogether, but I've been in practice for 40 years. I specialize in the treatment of trauma, traumatic stress, and anxiety disorders. And I've been invited here by representatives of the Malibu residents to offer an opinion about the psychological implication and the impact on families of the presence of several tigers living nearby. In my view, this really is a very strong psychological issue, and in that sense, a very important public safety issue. As a disclaimer, I have no expertise in the management of tigers at all. But I have substantial experience and expertise in the treatment of anxiety. Anxiety is essentially a fear response manifesting as physical, mental, emotional, and behavioral symptoms. Among the physical symptoms are restlessness, heart palpitations, shortness of breath, dizziness, sleep disturbances, fatigue, bowel disturbances, and gastrointestinal disturbances. Among the mental symptoms of anxiety are worry, intrusive thoughts, nightmares, flashbacks, poor concentration, and indecision. Among the affective or emotional symptoms are feeling of sadness, unhappiness, fear, feeling angry, irritable, depressed, isolated, and withdrawn. Among the behavioral symptoms are overt anger, expressed, acted out, withdrawal, impairment of performance at work and school, and avoidance of any situations that seem to resemble or stimulate the anxiety. After I was contacted about this assignment, I had some interviews with several concerned Malibu neighbors or residents. Their concerns and the concerns they report of their neighbors indicate moderate to high levels of anxiety. Neighbors I have contacted feel that the introduction of several large predatory animals into their neighborhood is terrifying and unacceptable. They feel a huge loss of their sense of security and their safety in their neighborhood. There's widespread fear of tigers escaping or making loud sounds or noises, repelling or attracting other wildlife, disturbing the natural wildlife patterns, and in the worst cases, scaring children or attacking people. They're concerned about the negative impact of the tigers on horses, goats, and other livestock, which has been mentioned here. And there's a widespread feeling that I derive from these interviews and from the things people reported to me that the level of risk to them is unacceptable. Neighbors express concern about the effects of constant or chronic stress, particularly on the children, just even knowing that the tigers are living in the neighborhood. So I asked myself, are there any conditions under which housing the tigers in Malibu might work in a win-win situation, that is, everybody pleased? Meaning, under what conditions could the tigers live in the neighborhood without triggering acute anxiety in the neighbors? And in my view, such conditions would be that the tigers cannot be seen, that the tigers cannot be heard, that the tigers cannot be smelled, that the tiger's habitat is foolproof or escape-proof, and that transportation of the tigers is also foolproof or accident-proof. But even if these conditions were achievable, if the neighbors knew of the residency of the tigers, it's my opinion that they could very well feel mild, moderate to severe levels of anxiety. Is our anxiety rational? Does it seem justified, the neighbors asked me. My answer is yes, because the conditions that I just noted above cannot really be achieved. So there is, even though there is certain to be variability in the intensity of anxiety responses from one neighbor to the next, it seems to me to be quite understandable that some anxiety would be experienced, and quite likely for an extended period of time. I would expect that given the well-documented history of which neighbors and many of their children are aware of incidents where large predatory cats have escaped or mauled trainers and others, most people would be nervous, if not anxious, afraid, or terrified with such large predators living nearby. So in this sense, my answer to their question, is it rational, does it seem justified, is a definite yes. Despite the reassurances from tiger owners, human error has an unknown probability. The children are particularly vulnerable. Under ordinary circumstances, the children will imagine and fantasize and dream about their worst fears, which they may not ever really articulate clearly to their parents, but these fears will be evident in their behavior. The presence in the neighborhood of large predators, it seems to me, only heightens or magnifies their fears well beyond the usual childhood fear of the monster under the bed or in the closet. It seems to me unfair to stimulate this kind of fear in anyone, particularly children. Parents will naturally be afraid for their children's safety, and that's why many parents are here today and objecting to the CUP. And children absorb their parents' anxieties and the anxieties of their neighbors and peers about the tigers. While there are ways to teach children how to respond to various other natural occurring dangers in their environment, like rattlesnakes and coyotes and cougars and poison oak and earthquakes, it seems to me there is really no way to prepare children to deal with their fears of tiger attacks or a tiger escaping or some incident involving tigers which might be threatening to the children. There's no way to really prepare them for that, and it seems to me unreasonable to attempt to convince them that such events could never happen. The standard treatment for anxiety, fear, and phobic reactions and post-traumatic stress disorder is what we call exposure therapy. And that means in order to treat it effectively, we have to expose victims of trauma, say, or people who are having significant anxiety or phobic reactions. We have to expose them to the origin or the source of their fear and their anxiety, and then help them relax, and we call this desensitization. It seems unreasonable to expect that we could undergo this kind of treatment or this kind of remedy to help children and neighbors become desensitized to the presence of the tigers in their neighborhood. So in conclusion, while the probability of a tiger attack or a tiger incident may be relatively low, it is not zero. And any such incident or escape or attack would be devastating to the entire community. So it seems to me these are low probability events, but they have huge, huge consequences and implications. Living with any probability of escape or an attack from a tiger living in the neighborhood, it seems to me likely that it's going to create, for many people, not all people, but for many it may create a chronic state of anxiety for many children and many adults, and unnecessarily reduces their sense of security and safety in their neighborhood, reducing it by an unacceptable measure. The decision to allow the intrusion of predatory animals into the neighborhood, to me, as a psychologist, seems unwise, it seems unreasonable, it seems unhealthy, and it seems unfair. For all these reasons, in my estimation, the risks to the neighbors and their children are unacceptable. The tigers should live, in my opinion, where they cannot have this effect and where they cannot become themselves the innocent victims of catastrophe, not of their own making. The tigers should not be thus exploited, and the families should not be thus compelled to live with fear and anxiety or compelled to leave their residence because they feel so. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this discussion.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
Question. So this chronic anxiety you talk about, so do folks who live close to zoos have that same kind of chronic anxiety?
No, I don't think they do.
And why would that be?
That's a good question, and I've thought of that because as I was coming down here, I think, well, what are the precautions that zoos take? And I've taken my grandson to the zoo many times. He looks at the tigers, and so it seems to me tigers are well contained, and the kids come and visit the tigers and go away. So there is a certain level of desensitization there that, say, many children experience. People who live near the zoo may not ever go to the zoo, even though they may know that there are wild animals contained in the zoo. So my guess is that it's the sort of institutionalization of zoos, that we accept zoos. We automatically assume that zoos are adequate protection and have adequate protection and procedures, although one has to wonder what happens if there's an earthquake and all the animals' cages, are opened up and collapse and so forth. But my guess is it's a familiarity with this. In this case, in a sense of a neighborhood and moving in an installation where there are wild animals contained, and it's a new thing for the neighborhood, I think that it evokes fear in a much different way.
So do you think the enclosures that they showed are less safe than the enclosures at a zoo?
The which enclosures?
The enclosures that those cats would be put in, their cage and so forth. Do you think that's less than a zoo would do for animals?
No, I don't. I think it's probably much more than the zoos that I'm familiar with, at least. But I'm not, I can't evaluate that. I'm not an expert in the housing of animals or zoology or any of that.
I understand that, but so it sounds like familiarity is the real issue.
Yeah, I think it's an issue. Yeah.
And so if people were to come to the property and obviously stay out of the enclosures and all that kind of thing, and see these animals, could they be desensitized over time?
It depends, not just coming and visiting. There might be some desensitization for some people. But it also might give them a sort of a false sense of security, or it might give them, some people are going to be desensitized and some are not. That's an experiment that we would have to do. It's an empirical question. It's a good question. I don't have an answer to it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Enrico Isepi. I'm a professional animal trainer and actually one of the neighbors. I live, I think, about 300 feet from where the proposed gates are going to be.
Excuse me. What was your name again?
The surname is Isepi, I-S-E-P-P-I.
Okay, thank you.
What I'd like to speak about is how these tigers end up being trained in captivity. What happens is they're raised as imprints. They're raised believing they're a human, raised by people, so they have no fear of humans, unlike the cougars, bobcats, and other animals that have been alluded might be more dangerous. An escaped tiger might seek out people, but it definitely has no fear of people. So part of this whole process is arresting the tiger's development and keeping it in a state of kittendom, so it never becomes self-actualized. It doesn't go through a process of what is called genetic blueprinting, where it's born to be something and it doesn't have an opportunity to realize that. So if we assume tigers are predators, they're born to kill, and if you just keep them as a kitten, you keep looking after them, they never really get to that point. But there's also something called the genetic push. Ed Pitcher's done a lot of work on that, where at some point they just tip a scale and they realize what it is they're born to do, what it is they need to do. And that's why we have these accidents. That's why Ms. Tippy was saying it's from one moment to the next. They just change. So I oppose the tigers living close to me, even though I work with animals every day, all day long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions?
Oh, sorry. Are there any questions?
No, thank you.
No.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Dave Crawford. I'm Managing Principal of Biological Services of Impact Sciences. I'm also the biologist for the City of Malibu for the last 12 years, though I'm not here representing Malibu. I was asked to evaluate the application for the CUP back in August, at which time the initial study had already been prepared. The negative declaration had not been completed yet. Excuse me. In that evaluation, I saw that there were a couple deficiencies in procedure. First of all, an initial study requires, pursuant to CEQA, well, first of all, the initial study said in the biological section all of the issues were no impact or less than significant impact. The County of Ventura came to the conclusions without benefit of any supporting document. Section 15063A3 of the California Environmental Quality Act specifically states an initial study may rely upon expert opinion supported by facts, technical studies, or other substantial evidence to document its findings. No such documentation was in hand at the time of the preparation of the initial study. Without any form of assessment of on-site or adjacent biological resources, the impacts of introducing large exotic predators into the Santa Monica Mountains cannot be fully determined. The other, CEQA also states that if there is any potential for a significant impact, an EIR must be prepared. I'm not suggesting an EIR has to be prepared for this project, but I am suggesting there was not enough information to make the conclusion in the initial study and the subsequent negative declaration. I believe that, the county's own requirements are is any project whose permit is discretionary must prepare an initial study biological assessment. At that time, one was prepared but not submitted, so county staff did not have that in their hands when they were making the conclusions they made. The primary goal of the Ventura County Plan and the county's own handout states preserve and protect significant biological resources in Ventura County from incompatible land uses and development. I would suggest that it is an incompatible, bringing tigers into the Santa Monica Mountains is an incompatible land use based on the information that was provided at the time of the evaluation. I think more study needs to be done. To be perfectly honest, I think an initial study biological assessment, as one who prepares them fairly regularly and knows how involved they are, probably still would not fully determine the impacts. There have been a couple people that state that there's been no impact on local wildlife where exotic predators are housed. I think that's a rather blanket statement with no evidence. Because they see animals come by does not imply there's no impact. With wildlife, excuse me, it is more often than not what you don't see happening is what's really happening. I firmly believe that if you put a group of tigers, 2 or 5 or whatever it is, in the Santa Monica Mountains in a remote area, the remote area is great for public safety. It's not so great for the local wildlife. I firmly believe if you put them out there, it is going to significantly affect the movement and actions of wildlife in the immediate vicinity. Though the white tigers being basically a mutated version, there are anomalies that I've learned that perhaps they're not roaring, perhaps their urine, like most wild tigers, are not as pungent to us. Animals that have a keen sense of smell, such as coyotes and bobcats and that sort of thing, probably can smell it to some degree. What distance, I can't tell you because the studies haven't been done. But I think it is reasonable to assume that any biologist that has experience in the area that there's going to be some alteration of land use by the wildlife in the vicinity. And although public safety is always certainly number one, California Coastal Commission, as you all know, strongly protect environmentally sensitive habitat area, or ESHA. Although the tigers are not proposed in ESHA, ESHA does abut the property to the north. And the reason that it has been declared ESHA is because the Santa Monica Mountains overall is a relatively sensitive habitat, and any undeveloped habitat in that area is known to support at least part-time special status or protected species. So I think that some sort of detailed analysis needs to be done to see just what sort of impact that could be before a CEQA document could be accurate and complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, if I may. You said you read the initial study for the negative deck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on page 55 and 56, there's communication with Mr. Dabrowski, both from the Mr. Blankenship, the Senior Environmental Specialist of Department of Fish and Game, who relates back that the site was visited by our county biologist, and page 56, Christina Danko, our planning biologist, she went through that, and she's the one that listed that there are no or less than significant. When you reviewed that, what was your impact on you?
Well, I saw the page itself that stated no impact, less than significant impact. Mm-hmm. But based on the county's own requirements, you must have an initial study biological assessment to be able to make that determination. As the city biologist in Malibu, I'm not permitted to go out and do the biological analysis for a project application. Therefore, you have two different opinions. I review it, see if I agree or disagree, and then ultimately, if there is a disagreement, then it's discussed and it's worked out and we figure out an agreement. But I know Christina Danko, and I know she is a capable biologist, but I don't believe that a site visit, just going up there and looking around, can make the analysis on whether or not there's going to be a substantial effect on the local wildlife.
So you're saying staff's reliance on this expert opinion is not sufficient?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you found my card. Do I need to introduce myself again for the record? Okay. My name is Marland Hale. I reside at 663 Bristol Avenue in Simi Valley, California. I am an acoustical engineer, consulting engineer. Have worked for many years in the county of Ventura, both for the county and for developers, dealing with aspects of all different kinds of noise and vibration issues. I've had actually two rather recent projects in the Malibu Coast area, one on the Los Angeles side dealing with a zoning conflict where a long-term pet hotel was encroached upon by very expensive housing just across the street. And of course, as time developed, the residents became disturbed by the cacophony of their neighbors. That issue there did not deal with noise levels, even though noise measurements were made and ambient noise measurements were made. The ultimate issue there was disturbing the peace. This particular project on the Ventura side of the Malibu coast is the first time I've done an animal-related noise project down toward the ocean. You'll recall that perhaps when I did the Lockwood Valley wolf rescue project that was last year up in Lockwood Valley. My role here was to develop the acoustics and the noise impact potential for the proposed project. When I learned what the project was and reviewing the project description, it was interesting to me, and I am also an advocate for wildlife and animals, and I have been a long-time owner of animals, domestic animals. Grew up in ranch country riding horses and with sheep and cattle, having to deal with predators in that particular area. Those predators were mostly the coyotes. So I took on this project and did a model development. The first thing I did is go up and visit the site. I was actually surprised to see the amount of residences up there. I wasn't expecting that. They are separated quite a bit, but within a mile there's over 30 residences up in that area that I modeled in this project. Acoustical model development is pretty standard drill for all kinds of projects. It deals with taking a look at the topography and how the topography might affect noise propagation, become aware of the ground cover and how that might also interact in the propagating sounds. Taking a look at the varying meteorology, which way does the wind blow, basically, and what kinds of winds and what other types of things associated with weather may have some kind of an issue or effect upon the outcome of the modeling. Obviously identifying the receiver locations, which in the county of Ventura, for these kinds of assessments, is defined as the exterior of the residence. Can I make a case for a little review of that? I'd say 10 feet off the exterior of the residence is more reasonable, so you don't get the amplification of the reflection, which affects your readings at that residence. The other thing you do is locate your sources, and then you define your sources. There's where the rub comes in. Industrial sources don't move around. Industrial sources are fairly consistent in their operation when they're on, and when they're off, they're fairly consistent in their non-operation. A living entity, a vocal species, however, is different, and that includes humans. There isn't really an on and off switch. It's pretty difficult to define how loud a crowd is going to be, or a small group or a party, and it's difficult to assess each individual noise source when each individual noise source is operating or can operate at will. So what do? You try and put your arms around a little bit, and you try and bound it. What would be the upper limit of this particular scenario? What would be maybe an average limit if you can somehow come up with that possibility? And what would be the minimal limit? Obviously, the minimal limit is everybody's quiet. Nothing's happening. The ambient measurements made up there indicate that that area is very quiet. It is eerie. It is so very quiet. As a matter of fact, normal sounds that you would never hear in any other environment are totally audible, and conversations are totally understandable from mountain to mountain, from valley to mountain. We're standing there. I literally heard a family's conversation over a mile away and understood it. So this particular location is not typical. So with those ambient measurements, at one location averaged right around about 30 decibels, and another location averaged, which was near a group of horses, averaged around 40. This area right here that we're in, just to put some perspective on that, when everybody's quiet, it's down in the high 20s and upper 30s, or low 30s. When there's a little bit of motion going on, it's up in the mid 40s. When there's conversations going on, one person, the sound level about 3/4 of the way back is up in the high 50s, low 60s. When there's a whole group of people conversing, it can get up into the high 70s, low 80s in this chamber. So the task was then, when do tigers roar? How do they roar? How loud do they roar? How often do they roar? And then you find out that tigers can make a variety of sounds. They can roar, they can growl. The females, I don't know about the males on this one, but the females certainly can advertise for romance. And then there's the little friendly stuff, the chuffing, which is it's kind of hard to make that sound. Tigers do it well, but it's not loud at all. I did see a document that said that tigers, I think this was a document from the county, that a tiger is no louder than a German Shepherd. Good call on a dog breed, because the German Shepherd is the loudest measured dog noise source there is among the canines, or among domestic dogs. The records that I came across says 108 decibels nearby. That's loud. And a dog, however, has a need, I guess, to repeat their bark. A growl, stand off, stand down, go away. But a bark really gets your attention. On the other hand, a tiger is significantly louder than the loudest dog that's been measured. It's been previously stated from this podium here that I had some information about the tiger roar being 114 decibels. Now, let's talk a bit about the difference in the way humans hear things and the way animals hear things, or the kinds of sounds that animals produce. Humans have a very sensitive set of organs and systems that are designed to allow them to hear very well. But we cannot hear high-frequency sounds very well, very high-frequency sounds, above 20,000 cycles per second, or we call them hertz, H-E-R-T-Z, and below about 20 hertz, which is, for us, very low frequency. As a matter of fact, probably nobody in here can actually hear 20 hertz, and nobody can actually hear 20,000 hertz. Well, I take that back. I heard some children. Somebody who doesn't listen to iTunes. So, the human hearing system has been studied very well. It's very well documented. There is variability from person to person, and as we age, we lose some of our sensitivity. If we're exposed to loud noises over our lifetime, we lose sensitivity in certain frequency bands. Dogs can hear at lower frequencies and higher frequencies than we can. Tigers can hear at much lower frequencies than we can. Horses can hear at lower frequencies than we can. And what we would say is that in those frequency levels, frequency ranges, we would not hear it, we'd be more likely to feel it. The wavelengths in the low frequency bands are very long. And as a matter of fact, most structures that we are familiar with, a normal residence, a car, a semi-truck, something like that, these low frequency wavelengths can just move right around them and over them with hardly any mitigation whatsoever. Mid frequencies and high frequencies, much easier to control, much easier to mitigate. So the tiger has the ability to put out in its roar and in its growl, both, inaudible infrasound that has been documented and reported by several researchers as being so powerful that it can instantly paralyze its victim. One researcher says that sound is so powerful it can go for miles. Well, that's true for any low frequency sound. It isn't mitigated at all by air absorption passing through the atmosphere. It's only mitigated by the spreading of the sound wave over larger distances. So when a tiger roars, what we hear is not the whole story. And as a matter of fact, this particular researcher, who is highly respected and actually presented papers at my acoustical conferences that I attend, indicated that human trainers have been paralyzed momentarily by that roar that causes you to freeze and not be able to take any kind of defensive action, even if it would help. So then, what do we do about the frequency content of the tiger's vocalizations? There isn't a whole lot of information available. What is available is limited. That information I've used and reported and used in my report. Probably more importantly then is how did I determine what would be the upper end and the lower end of this particular possibility of a tiger roaring and being a disturbance or a violator of the county noise ordinance. There isn't a whole lot of information on that either. So the software that I use to do the analysis allows me to establish on an hourly basis either the percentage of that hour that there's vocalization or the number of minutes in that hour that there is vocalization. And these minutes do not have to be consecutive. They can be repeats. It would be cumulative amount of time in that hour. So, and which in the county's noise ordinance, it is limited to the hourly average sound level during the daytime, 55 dBA at the sensitive receptor site. In the evening, 50 dBA at the sensitive receptor site. And at nighttime, which goes from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning, 45 dBA at the sensitive receptor site. The A-weighted sound level totally ignores infrasound, totally ignores the energy that's in the tiger's roar that will paralyze. So here we are. How often is this tiger going to roar? I've heard today that these tigers will not roar. There's a possibility. Maybe tigers can't roar. Maybe they've been conditioned to the point that they will never roar. But do they have the capability to roar? The articles I read say they were born to roar. So if they still have the capability to roar, are there circumstances that would cause them to roar, or that they would be inclined to roar or growl? There's several articles that in the literature that talk about why tigers roar. 3 of them were mentioned. It was in one of the articles that I included in my report. When they take down prey, when they're advertising for romance, and when they're calling their young. But there's other reasons why tigers roar. They roar to mark territory. They roar to declare dominance. They roar prior to an attack. They may or may not roar prior to an attack. It's their choice. And there are various other reasons why they roar. They've got the ability, and when they want to, they will. I have no idea, and I'd be very interested if there's biologists who are knowledgeable on this subject, as if a wild animal that is incarcerated, if you will, contained in captivity, can be trained and conditioned to never roar ever. I don't know. All I have to do is determine if they can or if they could on any occasion issue out vocalizations of the intensity that has been described, then I'm going to use that in my model, which I did. And so in my model I talked about the highest end without benefit of meteorological enhancement, such as wind blowing from the tiger toward a residence, of 10 minutes an hour, cumulatively. That's a lot of roaring. And that's what I reported and demonstrated in the report. In the report, where you see graphs and tables that talk about dBA, the A-weighted sound level, the A-weighted decibel, that all has to do with the way humans hear. Where it is talking about just decibel, that is the unweighted, which includes the infrasound, which domestic animals would be more likely to be able to hear more of that, and certainly humans would never hear the low end of that. With all of that, taking all of those things into consideration, I came up with my conclusions of daytime impacts at the nearest residence, which is the residence to the southwest, which is about 600 feet away from the southern enclosure. Another location I actually modeled was that horse stable, the Siderman horse stable to the south. That horse stable actually, there's people there working. And the horses are stabled there, and there's people there. So I included that as part of the assessment. That is about 300 feet away from the southern enclosure. All of the enclosures were modeled. One vocalizing tiger in each enclosure was included, and 10 minutes per hour cumulative was included as the worst case scenario. Again, without the benefit or enhancement caused by the wind blowing from the tiger's location toward the residence. That particular scenario can add, because the modeling software I use actually does add about 5 decibels to the sound level, because it assumes there is a slight breeze moving from the source of sound, the tiger, to the residence. If there's a stronger breeze, a moderate breeze or a heavy breeze, that can be increased by 15 more decibels over and above the sound levels that I'm reporting in this report. So after I've spoke, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Baca. He asked me, had I considered any other scenarios? Usually you're looking for worst case scenario. There's not time really to go through a whole bunch of scenarios. There's so many options, it's infinite. And so you try to put some bounds on it. So I put some some other kinds of bounds and took a look at 2 minutes per hour roaring, 5 minutes per hour growling, and 10 minutes per hour moaning, as the term is called. Or I think there was a document that said mooing, like cows. That particular scenario resulted in an exceedance of the county's nighttime noise ordinance. Not the evening, not the daytime. So that pretty much concludes my presentation on the acoustical report that was submitted. No question it can be critiqued. There's lots of unknowns, and you have to start to try and converge on what's real. Any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Dukas.
Were you in the room when Mr. Baca explained staff's position, and how would you like to answer that?
Well,
critique?
I described the part that he told me over the telephone he would like to see. I've described that, and I sent him an email to that effect.
Do we have that?
I don't know.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And that's your response?
That is the response. I have since then taken that next step and looked at multiple scenarios of reducing the vocalizations down to what I just commented on.
Okay,
You do not have that, by the way, in writing.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maggie.
These tigers are spayed or neutered, so that's going to eliminate some romantic stuff right away. Won't take long to mark territory. They don't have much. And so it seems to me that those are a couple factors that weren't really considered in the overall amount of noise that might be made from roars in this situation.
I never considered any of the reasons why tigers roar in the assessment. I just came across it as I was looking for information, verifying information, kind of summarizing information that came out.
But you would agree that makes a difference?
Of course.
Okay,
I
thank
mean,
you.
All I think is that is the tiger capable of roaring? Is there a possible circumstance where the tigers would roar, could roar? And if so, I better put that into my scenario mix for assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions?
Am I not clear? I thought that we're hearing the possibility of 5 tigers. We know the 2 tigers are spayed, but what about the other 3?
I think that's just an open end on the CUP
Okay.
to give them flexibility if it ever becomes an option.
Okay.
Is there gender open-ended too? I just would be interested in that.
I'm sorry?
Is there a gender open-end on the other 3? I've not assessed the difference between male and female tigers. I haven't seen anything in the literature that described any difference except for the what they call advertising calls by the females. That's the only thing I've seen that would differentiate between roaring by males and females. The males have this additional roar that says, "Come on, big boy."
No, I appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take about a 7-minute break. Going to come back in. We've been here since about 20 to 1. The order of speakers coming back: Hans Leitz, John Halford, Evan Lashley, and we'll go with those 3. Can we get everybody to take their seats again, please? Can we get back to our seats, please? Okay, continuing. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Members of the Commission, my name is Hans Lutz. I'm a resident of Western Malibu. I make my living as a consultant on CEQA issues, writing on EIRs. And Commissioner Maggie, I own a 14-year-old tomcat. He's been neutered since the day we got him, and boy, does he let us know when the cat next door is in heat. So I don't know what that means, but maybe there's a lesson. You know, when I went to law school, and it wasn't that long ago here at Ventura College of Law, they taught us about strict liability. Strict liability means an activity that is so inherently dangerous that the person who commits it can't absolve themselves of any responsibility for it. For example, someone who builds a tiger cage can't blame the tiger cage company when the tiger jumps over the cage. That's just an example. Strict liability is viewed in law school as an abstract, as the most ridiculous concept they could come up with that someone might actually do. And there are two examples. One is a shed full of dynamite in the backyard, and the other is a wild tiger cage. That is strict liability. Now, strict liability usually is the responsibility of the actor, but it's also the responsibility of any other actors in the act. So the person who approves the tiger cage is also legally responsible if there's a problem with the cage. If you approve tiger cages in this canyon, you have just signed the name of the Ventura County taxpayers to the responsibility list from here to eternity if any one of those 5 tigers ever makes a mistake. If there's ever human error, something happens, and mathematically the chances are that someday something will happen. But that's not why I'm here, not to talk about law school. I'm here to talk about CEQA issues. And Mr. Crawford, the Malibu City biologist, testifying not for the city but for himself, just made a very excellent point that I'd like to go a little bit further into. The county made the determination that there would be no impact on wildlife up there without doing a full study. They did a drive-by. They didn't study whether the impact of having the sound or the smell of wild carnivores who are not native to the area would affect other animals. As you all know, this proposal is for a site directly in the middle of the Santa Monica Mountains, right in the middle of habitat for cougars. Cougars are not going to care about a tiger, but the cougars eat deer. And if you were a deer, and if you smelled a tiger, or if you heard a tiger, what would you do? You would abandon the area. This proposed site is prime habitat for cougars in the Santa Monica Mountains. The National Park Service has done extensive study on the cougars, their feeding habits, their migratory habits, their breeding habits. Cougar cubs are born within several blocks of this site, but you wouldn't know that by looking at the environmental study. Your study does not mention the word cougars. Well, it does once, but it doesn't look into what the effect will be on cougars. You cannot possibly make a finding of less than significant or no impact on a CEQA document without examining whether, in fact, the cougars out there would be harmed. I care very much about the tigers, and I'm very glad that somebody's taking care of the tigers. That's great. But I also care about the animals that live out there and that belong out there. Cougars belong in our mountains. They've been there forever. They have a lot of problems with inbreeding, with getting hit on the freeway, with getting poisoned by eating carcasses that have got rat poison, all those problems. The last thing they need is for their food supply to disappear because we're importing other carnivores, competing carnivores, into the middle of their food supply. There's other problems. Tiger waste will be picked up and put in garbage cans and hauled off by a truck. Fine. What about the liquid? How are they going to get rid of that? They're going to hose it off. There are no provisions in this plan to keep that liquid from draining across the rocky soil into the arroyo that goes down the canyon that feeds in the Pacific Ocean, into an ASBS, an Area of Special Biological Significance. That is not analyzed in your environmental impact initial statement. The county has to ask those questions before you can approve this. That's required. It's a state law. Anyway, I thank you for your time. You've been here a long time, and there's other people behind me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Maggie.
So if you had a house out there, and there's lots of them, and they've got a couple of German shepherds, and they start barking at a deer, what's the deer going to do?
the deer's going to run, but the deer's not going to run as far as they do if he smells a tiger, I would imagine. I don't know. I'm not a wildlife expert. That's my whole point. You need a wildlife expert to look at this, which hasn't been done. I'm not a wildlife expert. I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question for County Council. Commissioner Dukas.
This is the second critique that we've had of the initial assessment and the NEGDAC regarding a biological assessment and the procedural failings, they argue. What's County Council's position on that, on those points?
The relevant CEQA question or issue for your board, or your commission rather, is whether the negative declaration is a proper CEQA document that you would approve in conjunction with the project approval. And so I think that's what you need to focus on. And so I can go into that standard now, or I can address it later. But that's the ultimate issue that you'll be grappling with, as opposed to process issues having to do with the initial study.
Well, are the shortcuts or the missteps in the initial study, are they cured by the final negative declaration? If there wasn't a biological assessment when they were going through the initial study checklist, isn't it cured when it shows up later?
That's a difficult question to answer in the abstract.
Well, let's not answer it in the abstract. In this case, there's been two criticisms, and I think it's in our staff report too, that the CEQA process was not properly adhered to, and I'm just wondering what staff's response is to that criticism.
Sure. So, Commissioner Dukas, through the chair, I want to talk a little bit about what I heard from whoever was not representing the city of Malibu, that said that the county of Ventura's initial study thresholds required that we do an initial study biological assessment, known as an ISBA, every single time there was a discretionary permit required. That's not true, right? So there is a preliminary assessment that's required, and right out of the initial studies it says you can, the project has the potential to impact biological resources, but project conditions or mitigation measures can be developed and implemented to reduce or avoid those impacts to a less than significant level without a biological resource assessment conducted by a qualified biological consultant. So just a few things. It wasn't a drive-by, whoever said that, right? There's an 8-page biological assessment by the county's biologist that went out there. There is also, that was submitted in your record today, pretty much substantiating the same thing, Exhibit B, prepared by Padre Associates, Biological Resource Assessment for Wild Animal Conditional Use Permit. That's also in your records, submitting the same thing. And also on item 213 in your staff report is a email correspondence from Randy Bawada, the senior wildlife biologist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that says, in his experience, in this case he was talking about the safari park, is that large cats neither attract or deter native wildlife. We also had conversations with the folks at the Santa Barbara Zoo. We had conversations with all of the folks that have or are able to have or at one time had these large cats associated with, that the deer come next door to them, that they have horses next door. So we did a lot of legwork on this topic. And so, no, I do not think that we have a CEQA issue here at all. We completely followed our initial study biological assessment guidelines for this.
Thank you for that clarification.
And just getting back to what the CEQA guidelines say about the initial study, it says an initial study may rely upon expert opinion supported by facts, technical studies, or other substantial evidence to document its findings. However, an initial study is neither intended nor required to include the level of detail included in an EIR. And so CEQA doesn't contemplate a full-blown detailed analysis of, in this case, potential biological impacts.
Thank you.
Okay. Continuing with the next speaker, I've got John Halford, and then Evan Lashley.
Pardon, my name is Evan Lashley.
Okay.
I'm a staff biologist with David Magny Environmental Consulting. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I have submitted a written statement into the public record, which I would like to summarize. David Magny Environmental Consulting, has been contacted by Cawthron Road resident Francie Rewald to review the environmental review documents associated with the proposed project and potential impacts to biological resources that may be affected by the proposed project. David Magny and David Magny Environmental Consulting is an approved biologist by the Ventura County Planning Division, as well as by the County of Los Angeles Regional Planning. Mr. Magny also serves on Los Angeles County's Environmental Review Board for projects located in the Santa Monica Mountains. Our comments are generally in support of and expand upon comments previously provided by Dave Crawford and by Hans Leitz, among others. As stated by the previously mentioned, potentially significant impacts from the presence of a large apex predator, such as a tiger, can reach well beyond the footprint of the proposed project. Tigers are well documented as being extremely territorial, known to mark their boundaries with urine and scent gland excretion, and capable of communicating with large, long-distance vocalizations. It has been repeatedly demonstrated in scientific literature, such as the Journal of Mammalogy, Volume 74, Number 3, Ethology, Volume 113, and Oikos, Volume 91, Number 1, that certain other species will avoid the sounds and smells of predators, even those to which they have never been exposed in the wild. In fact, a wide variety of predator urine is readily sold for use as wildlife deterrent. It's reasonable to assume that these influences may pass beyond the proposed perimeter fence and disrupt current wildlife movement and feeding patterns, likely causing wildlife to avoid presently occupied habitat adjacent to the project site. This pressure from captive tigers would result in effective loss of currently occupied habitat, in turn contributing to the cumulative loss of habitat ongoing in the Santa Monica Mountains. The ways in which our endemic big cat, the mountain lion, will react to these sounds and smells is likely avoidance, could possibly be attraction. It remains entirely unknown. The recommendations of the former staff biologist assert that a buffer of 120 feet is adequate to limit the influences of tigers on native wildlife to a less than significant level. This recommendation is unsupported by literature or analysis, and we feel the nature and scope of the proposed project indicate a more thorough biological assessment is required. Neither the county biologist nor the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have addressed the impacts of loss of habitat as a cumulative one. We ask that the Planning Commission please reconsider the issued negative declaration and please consider a thorough biological assessment which addresses these potential impacts before approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Justman. I wrote this. I was asked to pass you guys one of these. I'll just sort of, I don't want to read this whole thing. I'll just go through a few points. And the summary page here I wrote, first off, I'm a real estate appraiser. I've been one since 1977 at Florida State. I started when Bobby Bowden basically started coaching football. And I got transferred to LA in 1979. And I've been doing all kinds of interesting real estate appraisals from everything from like California's probably largest ranch, 210,000 acres, to you name it, all kinds of celebrity stuff. I did Robert Redford's golf course, Kelsey Grammer's beach house, Neverland Ranch a couple times. This sort of reminds me of Neverland Ranch a little bit, but he didn't have the neighbors around him clustered in 78 little residences there, but he also had 2,600 acres, and he didn't have any ferocious animals on the compound, so it was a little bit different. But But anyways, there's, in the real estate damages world, what's known as detrimental condition. I'll get to that in a bit. But as far as the summary page here, I'll just read it. There is no benefit to property values of getting tigers in a residential neighborhood, and there's a clear negative impact to property values if tigers are allowed to locate between and in proximity to residential properties. For this type of property valuation, i.e. a negative detrimental condition to the values of the homes and properties, could range from a low of 10% for properties far from the proposed location for tigers and up to 50% or more for properties located closely to the proposed tigers location. There appears to be no valid reasoning behind any comparable match pair before and after analysis, since the tigers are not located on the subject property at this time. Furthermore, an in-depth property value impact study will include a before and after noise impact analysis, smell analysis, risk to safety of residents, impact on rescue of people under critical conditions, i.e. earthquakes, fire, landslides, etc., detriment on insurability. All of these studies can be conducted. The main one that I see here is insurability. If you get insurance companies all of a sudden telling you, we're not going to issue homeowners insurance, and with all the other problems associated up there, you're going to have all kinds of value diminishment, probably. I can't tell you definitively because the tigers aren't there yet, and the only thing to study something like that is to have like a before and after a similar situation. And the only thing that I can see that was similar, roughly similar, was Neverland Ranch. They had all kinds of an uproar when he came in there in '93 to put in all these compounds and so forth. He had elephants, giraffes, orangutans, you know, the regular garden variety animals. As far as I know, he didn't have any ferocious animals like tigers or anything like lions or anything like that. But basically, on the next page, on page 3, I want to outline what a detrimental condition is. It's the top of page 3. It's basically comes from this book. This guy that wrote this is an MAI. I don't know if you guys know what an MAI is. Yeah, I'm an MAI, and I've been, you know, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, it comes from his book. The risk, if any, associated with the ongoing stage of a detrimental analysis includes the reluctance on part of the real estate market to buy a property that has historically been damaged or tainted. And if you read down the fourth paragraph, the book includes a recognition of detrimental conditions which describe certain conditions on property value that are driven by needs, tastes, fears, sensitivities, desires, and anticipations of sellers and buyers of real estate, which are translated into a number, i.e. a price. Okay? So this is all about basically people's perceptions, and we've got a variety of them in here. Okay? To accurately analyze real estate, one must be able to monitor and interpret the actions of the participants within the market, because properties do not deal with one another, people do. So it's all about people's perceptions and so forth. When carefully considered, all the factors that have an influence on property's desirability and therefore its value are traced back to the market's perceptions. So I'll be real brief in stating that anything that could affect the desirability of value of a property must be disclosed. And realtors have a duty to disclose these material types of facts. And in the back of that thing, I've got about 6 pages of disclosure requirements. And I can probably tell you with pretty much certainty right now, if you sell a property up there right now, you've got to disclose something like this going on. It's like an absolute, okay. The rest of this stuff, I'll just forget about. When real estate's damaged or impaired, in this case by allowing the presence of tigers in a residential neighborhood, an additional and more often complex analysis is required. I happened to go in to ask the tax assessor, who's in charge of the Malibu area around Neptune, if she's ever heard of detrimental conditions and so forth. She's like, no idea, you know. So we got a little problem. Anyways, at the point in any assignment, you'll have to make a transition from a typical appraisal to a damage analysis. These studies can get very complex. I've been involved in like hundreds of these valuation situations, litigation cases, IRS, detrimental conditions through my 37-year career. Little bit about on the next page about what a detrimental condition is. There's literally hundreds of situations that can involve property's detrimental condition and impact on property value. Some examples are environmental contamination, property defects, soil defects, encroachments, and neighborhood nuisances, which is basically what this is. The location of tigers in proximity to residential properties will definitively be listed as a detrimental value because in its nature are a direct conflict with residential use and enjoyment of property. Just based on my discussions with some of the nearby property owners, that's all you guys out here, and market participants may be extremely hesitant to purchase any nearby property due to an association or additional risk and uncertainty that would have to be made in any real estate sales contract. So we've already established here that, you know, tigers are a myriad of different things. And I just wanted to go through, maybe you could set up that board there. Basically, they can, I just pulled this stuff off the internet in my research, but tigers can run between 35 and 50 miles an hour, which I didn't know. We've got an entire neighborhood within about a 1 mile radius containing 78 houses. If a tiger were to escape, they would be able to reach any of these homes in about less than 5 minutes. So, you know, there's not much different in risk due to the speed of the tiger, but I guess we had a recent escape in Moore Park, from what I understand, and I just did a little bit of research on that, which can be found on the back of this booklet. It's about towards the last page. It's the second to the last page. It's the tracking down of a Siberian tiger and what happened in the Moore Park area, which I thought was kind of interesting. And nobody here on the pro-tiger side mentioned anything about trying to track a tiger down that's loose. Basically what happened the day after this happened is Deputy Long was hired, who was basically the expert tracker, I guess, that lives near Creek Ranch, near the river, and several trackers were considered best government trackers in the nation, and more than a dozen fish and game wardens rushed in. They came to comb the hills along Highway 23 along with an infrared helicopter. So they had an infrared helicopter there that was also searching for the tigers. Now I understand, I guess they're going to put GPS like collars on these things now, which would probably act to, you know, be able to find them if they did get loose. So, I mean, that's something I wasn't aware of when I did this study. So that would be a plus. But they tried to lure this cat with traps, hoping that the cat would retrace its steps, but it never did. They were putting goats out and lambs, little lambs and so forth, for the thing to eat when it came back, but apparently it never came back. And no sooner did they start tracking this thing than a new storm arrived, bringing nearly about 5 inches of rain, obliterating any sense of the cat or any tracks that were left by the cat. So all of a sudden, it was raining real hard, and they had a tiger on the loose, and nobody really knew what to do. So about a week later, I guess this thing showed up at a place called Barron Brothers Nursery in Camarillo, some 8 miles away. And I guess if I was the tiger, the first thing I'd want to look for is water. So the thing, my just guesstimating is that probably took off towards some tributary stream or something like that, followed all the way to Camarillo, I would guess. I don't know. A few days after that, about 4 miles to the east, a horse was spooked out of its corral, causing a car crash that killed the motorist and the horse. And from the evidence gathered, the cat had been loose for about 3 weeks and ranged about 16 square miles. So I guess all these homes that are in a 1 mile radius, I guess it could be further than that. I don't know. These guys would know. I mean, I don't deal with the cats on a day-to-day basis, but basically, in summary, that's about it. You've got a detrimental condition that would be not too favorable for the community. It would affect the values eventually, and really nobody knows what would happen. But you can only surmise when you've got a detrimental condition like that it's going to have a negative effect of the neighborhood at some point. So, with that, I'll just give you guys some questions.
Thank you. Question, Commissioner Maggie.
You never mentioned how the tiger actually escaped.
A migrant worker to let him go, from what I understood.
So it doesn't sound like he escaped. It sounds like he just walked away.
Yeah.
Big difference.
No. I don't know. That's what I'm just reading something from the internet. So. Yeah.
So you say a migrant worker just let it go?
That's what it said, yeah.
Okay.
That's not what happened? What happened?
Does staff know what happened in the case? Does the sheriff know what happened in that case? That wasn't that long ago. The Moore Park Tiger, does staff know?
I know it was eventually shot in a ravine.
Madam Chair,
right.
or excuse me, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Chair.
Okay.
Commissioner
Mr. Baca.
Idukis. Sorry, your first Madam Chair. Anyway, my understanding of this from reading I've just done a little while ago is that the owners of this particular tiger that escaped from Moore Park, they did not have a permit from the county to have any house tigers. They had transferred, that was their first mistake. They were in the process of moving their tigers from a facility in San Diego County up to a property near Moore Park, and one of them got away from them during transit. And apparently they were convicted of giving false testimony to the sheriff's department, and initially telling the sheriff that, no, we haven't got a tiger escaped, while they were out there looking for their tiger. And the tiger was apparently out in the landscape for about 4 weeks. It ended up on the Day Farms property east of the 23 freeway, and my understanding it was sort of surrounded by deputies and a armed fish and game officer, warden, shot the animal.
They lost it during transit was the part that I wanted to draw attention to.
That's my understanding.
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Onstock. You can step up the mic again. Thank you.
We have multiple facilities like this in existence in the county. Did you evaluate property values or depreciation and values of any properties near or adjoining any of the other facilities, like the one in Lockwood Valley? Did you check comparable sales of property?
Well, there's no comparables out there. I mean,
I'm
there's
not
only-
talking about there. I'm saying where these other facilities exist, like the residential area around Lockwood Valley.
No, I didn't really, before and after.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I could, it'd be a good analysis, actually, if you got a guy that, had, like the guy that saw the tiger. I don't think that you wouldn't expect it, though, because he didn't have a compound nearby.
No,
It's just something that happened like 8 miles away.
my thought being that if you checked comparables, if you check sales in the immediate vicinity of existing preserves, we would have some idea of depreciation in value.
Where?
Lockwood Valley, among other places.
I could try. I mean.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Denise?
Hi.
Who's coming up now?
I guess I'm up next. John Halford. I'm an equine veterinarian. One thing is I just started wearing reading glasses, and so
Okay.
if I look up and wink, it's Not because I'm winking at you, it's because I'm
Thank you.
getting used to my
Apologize.
glasses. So.
I called you earlier.
And I've
Thought
been
you were
asked to
gone.
be brief. I had a whole long presentation with lots of points, so I'm just going to hit the high points. I've been in practice for 25 years, equine medicine. I've been around horses for over 40 years. I've been around livestock of all kinds for that long. I've tracked bear and lions and all kinds of things, so I have a lot of experience with animals in addition to my experience with horses. And I've been asked to address the impact that the tigers would have on the horse facility right adjacent to the property. I was going to touch on lots of things like the sound and all that sort of thing, which everybody's talked about, so I'm just going to try to stick to the facts as I see them. First and foremost, if the situation were reversed and one of my clients asked me about building a horse facility next to a tiger enclosure, my advice would, of course, be no, and there's lots of reasons for that. The horses will always know that the tigers are there. Whether they can see them, smell them, sense them, we all know they have a great sense of whatever's going on. And in my view, that will present a problem. I am a horse owner and a horse rider, and I've ridden horses of all kinds and competed in all different kinds of equine sports. And I can tell you that on any of the horses I competed on or any of my clients, if a tiger was close by, it would be a problem. Not only would they not focus on what they're doing, which could lead to injury of the person, the rider, there's all kinds of aspects that deal with the handling of the horses when they're afraid. Everybody knows that when a horse spooks, it's a dangerous situation. And that's my fear, that if a horse spooks in the presence of these tigers, it puts humans at risk. I've been to the site and where the barn is, and they have to go down a certain, it's almost like an alleyway below where the tigers are kept. That's going to prevent them from training and handling those horses, first of all, adequately, and second of all, safely. And that presents a huge problem for everybody involved around those horses. That would then force them, as they've stated to me and as I saw when they went to the property, they would have to exercise their horses up on the road. People have testified or commented on the fact that that road is very narrow, people drive very fast. The day that I was up there, there were bicyclists and motorcyclists. With the horse riding on the side of the road like that, that's another huge, huge danger and, to me, a huge liability. And so, once again, even if somebody already owned the property there and they said, well, I want to have horses next to these tigers, I'd really have to be cautious about advising against it because of that fact. I've spoken to colleagues, all my clients, not a single one of my clients has said, oh, yeah, that would be fine. Quite the opposite. And like I say, if I was riding my horse in a lesson or anything similar and there was a presence of a tiger, I think it would be a problem, not only for the safety of the animal, safety of the person. Let's see, I don't want to go into all those details. I think the facts are simple. Horses are afraid of tigers. They're afraid of any large predator. And in this case, with the Siderman's property right adjacent to the tigers, once again, they're going to always know they're there. And there's no way of getting around that. You can't mitigate the circumstances. You can't hide the tigers. My understanding is that they will be exercising in an arena, galloping around, splashing in a pool. I can't see any situation where the horses wouldn't know that they were present. And no one can predict which horse would spook at what time, and I wouldn't be willing to take that risk with anybody. I wouldn't want to put your wife, my wife, a client, anybody on a horse that could spook and cause that problem. Horse behavior obviously is unpredictable at best. One thing I think is important is that horses can differentiate between predators. A horse can tell the difference between a coyote and a tiger. And I was taking a lesson the other day, and my horse, I was doing a complicated move, stopped almost dead, pricked its ears up, and looked around. I didn't see anything for 5 or 10 minutes, and then a coyote came trotting by. Well, after a couple of seconds, the situation was okay. If that had been a tiger or something larger that was threatening, once again, I think a serious situation. So they do know the difference if it's a coyote or a bobcat or a large predator. I'm going to skip over a lot of this. Let's see. I think, again, the impact on Deer Creek Ranch, where the horses are housed, I think that's unquestionable. There's no doubt that the horses will be stressed, that people will be stressed. I'm not sure if I were working there on the horses as either a veterinarian or riding my horse, if I was invited there. First of all, if they invited me there and there were tigers present, I wouldn't want to go there for fear of injury to me or my horse. And secondly, if I were called to work on an animal there, I would be very cautious about it. Anesthesia in horses is, again, very, very unpredictable, and if they're afraid or they're spooked, it can lead to a dangerous situation. And I've worked on wild Mustangs, rodeo horses, all the gamut of horses, and I can tell you that it doesn't matter how well they're trained or what the situation is. If they spook, it's an unpredictable, dangerous situation. The sound we went over. I had to shorten this, so I apologize for looking through this. I think sort of to close, again to emphasize that one episode of a horse spooking or running away or being scared or a person being scared that results in human injury is way too much and totally unacceptable to me. Impact is there, the danger is there, and you can't get away from it. There's no way to get by that. Okay.
Thank you. Questions? Oh,
Yes. Yeah.
step back. Commissioner Maggie.
Are horses then scared of things they've never seen before? Is that what the deal is?
Well, that too, yes.
I mean, because, are they scared of cows? I mean, they're about the same size.
Some of them are, yeah. I have a couple of barns where they're scared to death of cows. And, it depends. I think you have to realize horses that are trained for competition are different than horses that are in pasture or wild horses. There's a completely different sort of perception, and that is a good point. But, for example, my dressage horses, if there was a presence of anything, you could put a cardboard tiger out in the field, they would spook at that. So they do. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Ballantyne, and I reside at 27547 Pacific Coast Highway. Been a Malibu resident for 15 years, raised my daughter in Malibu with my husband, and I'm going on the notion to support the fact of denying the CPU in our area for a couple of key reasons. I operate as a visual effects producer in the industry, in the entertainment industry, and have been doing it for about 30 years. I started my career running a network visual effects division, and in doing that, I made a shift to motion picture. And in the process, I came across a film that I had worked on called Ghost in the Darkness, which I don't know if you understand the story about what had happened at that time, but it was pretty dramatic, where these two very vicious tigers, one white and one dark, called Ghost in the Darkness, ended up destroying an entire bridge project that was meant to be populating this area with and protecting and developing this area. The film was really difficult to shoot. At that time, digital effects had not emerged into the field that it is now. So I'm really here to discuss 3 points. Everything's been addressed, and it sounds like they're building or want to build a fantastic protective facility. But the problem lies, and working as a filmmaker for 30 years, I've learned the transportation to and from any facility jeopardize the safety of all. That means the drivers on PCH, that means the moms in their cars taking their kids to school, that means Point Dume Elementary as well as Malibu High School. They have children that cross over the freeway all the time to get to the ocean to do their studies. All of that impacts the safety and concern that many family members have, including myself. But the advent of digital effects has changed the nature of how filmmaking is done. The average cost to produce a commercial today is anywhere between $75,000 a day to $1 million a day. The average shoot for major motion pictures, and some of which I've worked on, were Aviator, Iron Man 3 recently, Harold and Kumar, Immortal, Bedtime Stories. I could go on and on, about 50 films I've worked on over the last 30 years. And what I've learned during that period is that the visual side of visual effects has taken over, to be honest with you, a big chunk of live animals. A lot of the wranglers that I know, animal wranglers, are all unemployed, and they're not working because of the safety concerns. To have an actor in close proximity to a wild animal, whether tamed at birth or not, is still a danger. And there isn't an insurance company in the world that will ever really, to be honest with you, support a certain level of criteria that would keep the actors safe. In other words, they're shooting now tigers on green screen so they can physically put that tiger in an environment to keep them away from people. Filmmaking is doing that for a reason. And the advent of digital effects, like the big movie Life of Pi, had over 960 shots of visual effects shots in that movie. The tiger was the hero actor, technically, in the film, and only 14% of that filmmaking process actually used a real tiger. So it was all digital effects. So now the development of effects have changed the way the filmmakers not only perceive, work, and build movies, but they're using digital effects for safety reasons. And that is for a reason. So that's my 2 cents. I'm interested in education for children, et cetera, but I do believe this facility to be built in this area is really a danger to everybody. And, and there's a lot of women on PCH and men on PCH that talk on their cell phones. And when you think about people not paying attention to what's happening in the environment, all of those issues are you're not in control from the transportation standpoint. And my concern really is about the movement of those animals in and out of that facility. It's a danger. And I really believe the trend of wanting these animals in filmmaking is really limited now because of the safety factors that insurance really do play a role in making decisions on how budgets get approved and movies are made. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Okay.
Andrew Guilford.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rodriguez and honorable commissioners. My name is Andrew Guilford, and I'm representing the Blue Wave Trust. I'm an attorney representing the Blue Wave Trust, which is the owner of property located at 10999 Pacific View Road, just next to the proposed development. And we're here because we strongly support the planning staff's recommendation that the application for CUP must be denied because at least 2 of the findings required by the coastal zoning ordinance cannot be made here. The proposed development is not compatible with land uses in the area of the proposed development, and the proposed development would be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and welfare. And I want to first make comments on the facility located in Lockwood Valley and the important distinctions between that facility and the proposed development. As noted by staff, the Lockwood facility is located in a remote area, and we've submitted some photographs of both Lockwood and the Deer Creek area for the Commissioner's consideration. We also have them on the board here. The area around Lockwood is sparsely populated. Vegetation is sparse and low to the ground. The lots are large, and there are very few dwellings in the area. The Lockwood facility itself is located on a 60-plus acre lot. The property is set well back from the road, and the property area is flat, and there are few trees and little vegetation. And this is where one would expect to find a wild animal facility in a remote area, a rural area, far from families, homes, and children. Deer Creek, on the other hand, is not Lockwood Valley. As noted by the staff report, unlike Lockwood Valley, Deer Creek has substantial residential development and the potential for further residential development. There are a substantial number of homes in the area within just 1 mile. We've heard that data presented already. Deer Creek is home to many families with children and retirees, and just down the road, as we've heard, is Camp Hess Kramer, which has been there since 1952 and is attended by thousands of children. Deer Creek is not an isolated, remote, rural area like Lockwood Valley. Tigers do not belong plopped down in the middle of this residential neighborhood. We note further that the Lockwood Valley facility is located on a wide expanse of flat ground accessed by a long, straight road. By contrast, the proposed tiger facility is surrounded by steep, densely vegetated hillsides, accessed by narrow, winding roads that are extremely difficult to pass and treacherous in bad weather. The difficult terrain in Deer Creek poses unique and distinct challenges that are not presented by the Lockwood Valley facility and that distinguish the Lockwood Valley facility, even if you were to assume that the residential, or even if you were to assume that density were relatively comparable, which we don't assume here. Now, there are a couple of other quick points that I'd like to make. We heard comment in support of the applicant from an owner of what I believe is called a Hollywood Animals facility, and this is the facility that's been referenced in North Hollywood, Mr. Weld, as I understood his name. And I believe he endorsed the applicant and mentioned that that facility is where they obtain their training and their mentoring in terms of how to handle these tigers. Well, that gives the residents of Deer Creek cold comfort, and let me tell you why. In the materials that were submitted with the public comments, the letters and so on, and this is where, Commissioner Adukas, you identified some photographs, and I'm going to talk about those photographs in a moment. It's a large package, and it's a little bit difficult to pinpoint where particular documents are, but this document is found below a tab that says Exhibit 20. Thank you. Below Exhibit 20 is an animal facility inspection report by the County of Los Angeles Department of Animal Care and Control with respect to the Hollywood Animals facility. And I'll note that the document lists the veterinarian, or as the responsible veterinarian, as Dr. Jennifer Conrad, who also spoke on behalf of the applicant. And in this document, what they show is that Hollywood Animals facility received a downgrade on their safety inspection because they found under the safety security category dangerous animals at risk of escape. The facility then received a grade B report, and this is 2006, not a grade A report. 2006, as I understand it, is precisely when the applicant and her sister were receiving their training at the Hollywood Animals facility. Which takes us to the photographs that Commissioner Adukas identified. And I did not take those photographs. The person who took them is here today, but I can tell you that those photographs, which are behind the tab that says Exhibit 1 to 9, are behind a tab that says Exhibit 1 to 9 in the materials that were submitted as part of the public comments. Those photographs are taken.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that we're talking about attachments to the comment letter number 200, which has numerous attachments and exhibits attached to it. So that would be sort of the first inch of your, in my case, my binder. And, but that's where, what inch? Well, you need a bigger iPad. Well, it's not numbered. That's the point. There's all kinds of. I'll find it and I can hand it to you. But it's a large document with a lot of stuff attached to it.
Just let me get back to that.
Where'd you find it?
On ours, 160. On the contraption, if you go on document PL. Yeah. It is. No, it's page 160.
I saw the pictures. You ready to continue? Okay, continue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Baca. Thank you for your assistance. To the photograph. The photographs were taken in 2013 at the Hollywood Animals Facility. And what the photographs show are animals, wild animals, being walked on leashes outside of the fence enclosures on a public road. Now, we heard explanation earlier of the tigers on leashes on the beach, and purportedly just not shown was the team of trainers and security personnel. There were no trainers or security personnel forming a ring around these tigers being walked on a public road on leashes outside of these photos. These are the folks that endorse the applicant and their training capabilities, and these are the folks from whom the applicant and her sister received their training, according to the applicant and her sister. Now, I'm sorry?
Who took these pictures?
I believe that the photos were taken by Shailene, Cheline, London, Lundin, and Miss London is present here today if there are questions.
Okay. Yeah, she should be testifying about that, just so that we get it straight from the
horse's mouth?
So to speak.
Really? Okay. All right. Yes.
That's
okay.
Once you're done with your presentation,
Step up to the podium, introduce yourself. I assume you filled out a card already?
I did. My name
Okay.
is Shailene Lundin. What Mr. Guilford said is absolutely correct. I drove down the road on Tick Canyon and took those photos of them walking the tigers outside of the facility. They were walking 2 tigers at the time, 1 trainer per tiger, and there was nobody. I'm sorry, I assume they were a trainer. I have no idea. And there was nobody else with them outside.
Are they here? Are the wranglers or whatever, are they present?
I'm not sure that I would recognize them.
Okay. Thank you.
In addition, if it would be helpful, Mr. Carlos Siderman was present with Ms. Lundin at the time the photographs were taken. Mr. Siderman is present here today, and I believe has filled out a speaker card and is prepared to discuss the photographs as well. So this gets to the issue of training and safety, and I want to make a further comment on that as well. We heard that there's going to be 1 person at the proposed facility, and it took quite a number of questions to finally elicit the response that, well, if there's just 1 person there and you need to have 2 people on site in order to handle the tigers, what are you going to do? And at that point, the questioning sort of fell off. I believe the answer was, well, we're going to make a call. Now, as I understand it, there are 5 other folks that could be called here. And I want to talk about what does it mean to be a trainer of these animals in a second. There are 5 other folks that could be called here. There was no discussion about where these folks are. where they're going to be at 3 a.m. if there's an emergency and there's one person at the facility and there's nothing they can do and they have to place a call. Now, my understanding is that the other 5 either live in Beverly Hills or on the west side of Los Angeles, and I can tell you that even at 3 a.m., that's a difficult and long drive to get up to the facility. And during that period of time, there is nothing they can do except secure themselves and make sure they're safe, and then hope that the damage is not too problematic for them. Now, I need to point out as well, the trainers, we're using this term very loosely because there's an applicant. The applicant is not the permitted owner of the tiger. It's the applicant's sister who's the permitted owner of these tigers, as I understand it. The property on which they seek to place the facility is not owned by either the applicant or her sister. I believe it's owned by an LLC called Wild Ones LLC. And if I'm wrong about that, I'll certainly be corrected on that. Wild Ones LLC, I suspect, is a single-purpose LLC that owns this particular property, insulating the individuals, perhaps, from liability. So what we're talking about is the applicant who doesn't own the property, it's in an LLC, the applicant who doesn't have the permit for the tigers, and a question about who is qualified to train these tigers. Family members who grew up in the household and just happen to have been around tigers for a long period of time, do they qualify as trainers? Those questions aren't answered. It's not clear from what the applicant is proposing who is going to be there, when they're going to be there, and what they're going to do if there's an emergency. And with that, if any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
No questions. Thank you. I'm sorry. Apologize. Commissioner Dukas.
Wild Ones LLC, did you look it up, state of California? Is it a California corporation?
I believe it's a California limited liability company.
And you got this information from a real estate friend?
No, I believe it came from the Secretary of State website, but strike that.
That they own the property?
Strike that. I don't know where that information was pulled, but I understand that the appropriate records were checked and that Wild Ones LLC is indeed the owner of this particular piece of property. And we'd be pleased to submit further information to substantiate that.
And how old is that information?
Within the past month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing speaker cards. Lisa Siderman, Thomas White, and Van Royce Weber or Biber.
I have some photographs that I want to give the commissioners so that they can...
If you give them to us, you're not getting them back.
You may have them.
Okay. And if you'd introduce yourself for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Siderman, S-I-D-E-R-M-A-N. I reside at 9871 Houston Road, and my husband and I own the property that is directly adjacent to the applicant's facility, proposed facility. I'm going to read from my paper because I think it's late in the day and I'm going to come off a little more coherent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. My name is Lisa Siderman, and I have been a resident of Deer Creek for more than 19 years. My husband and I own the equestrian property adjacent to the applicant. I respectfully ask that you approve the recommendation of the planning director and deny the CUP. In the staff report, Ms. Perlhart states, regardless of the conditions of approval imposed on a project, the potential for human error resulting in the release of a dangerous animal will always remain. I believe that in our case, human error leading to escape is not only a possibility, it is a certainty. The applicant has said that safety is their #1 priority and that a tiger escape is impossible. These are pictures from their website and social media postings and show that the applicants don't adhere to their own safety policies. These pictures show the tigers free in the backyard of the applicant's Beverly Hills home. They show the tigers wrestling outside a cage with the family dogs and with the applicant's children. Other pictures show the tigers free inside the family home. The aerial picture shows a cage installed in the backyard so that it is likely the tigers spend considerable time at the property. There is no reason to believe that the applicants will keep their tigers any differently in Deer Creek than they do in Beverly Hills. There is no reason to believe that they will keep them caged and follow their safety procedure manual. If the applicants allow the tigers to be loose in their Beverly Hills home, they will likely be loose in their Deer Creek home. It is clear from these pictures and from their comments that they feel that the tigers could never turn on them and could never hurt them. They do not understand the potential danger to their family, to their Beverly Hills neighbors, who have no idea that a tiger is loose in their backyard. The applicant's safety procedures manual stresses that 2 trainers must be with the tigers at all times. The manual discusses double latches on fences and gates and the use of feeding tubes for diets. It all sounds very elaborate. However, these pictures show that when the applicants keep those tigers at their Beverly Hills home, there are no double latches and there are no feeding tubes. The applicant's daughter bottle feeds, and a visitor, Colleen Hawk, feeds the tiger by hand. The applicant's actions are extremely dangerous to their family, their current neighbors, and will compromise our safety in our Deer Creek neighborhood. Again, there is no reason to believe that the applicants will now act responsibly if they are granted a CUP in Ventura County. They will do what they have always done, which is treating their tigers as if they are children and not apex predators. The applicants submitted a safety plan to evacuate their animals in case of a natural disaster. The plan shows a lack of experience and does not anticipate many important factors putting the neighborhood in danger. The fire plan was obviously written by someone who has not been in a fire situation. The manual fails to account for how fast a fire travels, how it generates its own wind, how it will burn the dry brush that leads from Serrano and up the chimney that is created in the folds of the mountain exactly where the cages are proposed. In the applicant's submitted safety manual, an orange alert, they say, is when the fire is 5 miles away or less than 4 hours to evacuate. In their manual, that is the time that they are just getting ready to evacuate. In reality, 5 miles away means you have minutes to get out if you are lucky. During the spring fire, I spent all day on fire watch, knowing the wind would likely change direction, and I evacuated to the Ventura Fairgrounds when the fire was between 15 and 18 miles away. In less than 2 hours, PCH was closed at Las Posas, the mountain was on fire, and I was not allowed back up to my home. Yes, manuals can be changed, but in this case, there are other factors to consider. In addition to a weak plan, the applicants will not live at the property to execute the plan. Exactly who will live there has changed many times. Housing dangerous apex predators in a neighborhood without enough evacuation personnel at all times will lead to certain human error. In their application to the county, the applicant stated that 1 trainer will live at the property at all times. However, in their safety manual, they state that there must be 2 trainers with each tiger being moved. They say it takes 2 to 3 people to load a tiger. If that is the case, then there should never be fewer than 2 trainers per tiger, equating 4 trainers living on the property 24/7. And when they have 5 tigers, will they have 10 qualified trainers to move the tigers in case of emergency? How many trainers will live on the property 24/7 at that point? Their safety manual assumes the applicants will have time to be notified of fire and have time to round up more trainers to drive to Deer Creek and evacuate tigers. They fail to consider a fire that starts at 1 o'clock in the morning during a windstorm or at 5 o'clock during rush hour. They fail to consider a fire started by a sparking transformer, as it did in 1996, or by an illegal campfire like the one on the Mansdorf property 3 years ago. They don't consider an arsonist in the canyon. These fire situations are more than possible. They are probable. I fear what will happen if there is only 1 trainer on site at that time. In closing, the applicants are inexperienced and acting irresponsibly. They put their Beverly Hills neighbors in danger and will put our Deer Creek neighborhood in danger if the CUP is granted. Please deny the conditional use permit, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Questions?
Question, Commissioner Dugas.
I'm assuming some of these pictures you got from like Facebook postings?
I got
or
it from their website and from the Facebook social media.
What's their website?
I think it's ISIS Preservation.
ISIS. So,
In addition, the YouTube video that nobody knew what the dog and the tiger had to do with anything, that is from their website, and it shows their dog playing with their tiger in their backyard in Beverly Hills.
so these pictures don't come with any captions. Number one is an aerial you took, like using Google Earth or
Correct.
something?
Mm-hmm.
And number two, you say is their backyard?
Correct. Those are from their website.
From ISIS?
Correct.
Okay.
Or from their Facebook page. All of these were taken from their own website or their own social media pages. Nothing was searched to find in other places. These are all from their own postings.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thomas White.
My name is Walter Shirk. I think we changed things around a little bit. If you would accommodate us for some schedule
Okay.
changes we've had, I
Fine.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Shirk.
Again, my name is Walter Shirk, S-H-I-R-K. I've been a resident of Malibu for 42 years. We originally built our first house in the area we're talking about today in 1982, and presently I live on 9966 Chumash Trail in the same area. I don't know the politics that happened, but apparently there's been a new promotion or whatever. So, Mr. Rodriguez, congratulations, and thank you to the staff here today for being so understanding to all of us and so accommodating. We appreciate that. Along that vein, I'll get rid of another chit for you and submit a letter instead of reading it. My wife was going to read this at the time, and it's from Bobby Brink, the founder director of Lions, Tigers, and Bears. And there's copies for you.
Thank you. Just give it to the clerk.
Okay, to continue on, I'm here to oppose the project, okay? I could have talked as a homeowner. I might have talked as a conservationist. I might have talked as a CGI person, and I might have talked as an animal rights person, all of which I have some knowledge about. But what I choose to talk about is emergency preparedness and evacuation, of which I do have some knowledge. I was recently retired from the Santa Monica Fire Department, where I spent 38 years and ended up as a division chief for support services. One of our tasks is to make sure that all of our documents are in order, which would include emergency preparedness and evacuation programs. In the Planning Commission staff report under Exhibit 4, which is presented by or submitted by the applicant, they have a number, Exhibit 4 was a Safety Handling Emergency Rules and Regulations Procedures. That's the name of the document. I don't know exactly what that means. Under that document, in Section 8, covers natural disasters, which is and preparedness for natural disasters, including earthquake and fires. Directly under Topic 8 is preparedness, and they have fire drills must be performed at least twice a year. They don't differentiate between on-site fires or wildland fires. They don't differentiate, they don't explain whether they have a walkthrough or actual fire drills. This document is basically a boilerplate document, which really is sorely lacking in specifics and validations of the statements. When you say that you do a fire drill, you need to say what has happened, how did it happen, how long did it take, who participated in it, who observed it, and what was the outcome, particularly in a fire-sensitive area as this project's in. So we go on through the document, their document. They say that all the people there must have cell phones and radios, walkie-talkies. Well, I don't know many services that the cell phones work up there, so I don't know what that's all about. And the walkie-talkies, or what they call a phone or radio with them, what frequency are they using? What good do the radios do? Who are they going to contact? I mean, I don't know. If they have some type of phone system that works, it needs to be defined, it needs to be tested, it needs to be proven that it's tested before they can put it in a document. They also say they're going to brush and ground clear all around the place. They need to define how far, what areas they have special attention to. The previous speaker mentioned that they do live in a chute, which is true, and that needs further clearance in the other areas of their compound. For fires, for wildland fires, they have a white alert, a yellow alert. You know, those are all fine, but again, it's boilerplate stuff. They do get into some specific, or excuse me, they say terms like prepare the next truck. Okay, if they have 5 cats there, even assuming they have 2 they presently have, they need 2 trucks and complete people to do this. Again, depending on what time of day it happens, they're not going to be able to do it. It's just not going to happen. And if they put it in the document here, they should state who did this, how the test was accomplished, how long it took, and where did they go to. Excuse me a minute. If they do have 5 cats eventually, they're applying for a permit for that. The trucks and the cages and the people needed to load 5 of those animals need to be, again, documented, tested, timed, observed, reported on, and then they continue to say throughout the document that they go to another location. What is the location? What facilities do those locations have to receive them? Have they already made contracts with these people? And they say they're going to go in a convoy, so that's 5 trucks at least. And they also state SUVs with cages. I don't know many SUVs that can hold a tiger cage, but that's another thing. If they actually did the tests, they get certified that we can do this, and this is how it's done. In their plan, it doesn't say that. They do have a list of places that they could evacuate to, which include Acton, Canyon Country, Santa Clarita, Sylmar, Castaic, Palmdale, and Rosamond. They don't identify the facilities. They don't identify that they have any contractual agreement with them that they can go there. Okay. We all know what happens in brush fires in this area, and we know what happens with horses. They're easier to find places to take. Are there some interim places these animals could be taken to? That's not identified. This all leads up to, I know we're all hurting for time. We've got a lot more here, but I'm trying to get through as fast as possible. This all leads up to, as of yesterday, the Ventura County Fire Department has absolutely no SOGs, standard operating guidelines, or SOPs, standard operating procedures, to deal with anything at this facility. Okay? The local fire station, which is about 3.5 miles away, all they can do when they arrive at this place, whether it's a paramedic call, a first aid call, a fire call, whatever call they respond to, and they will be the first responder there probably because we know how long it takes the sheriff to get there. Their only guideline is to stand by. They call staging. They will stage until either the Park Service, the sheriff, or some agency arrives that has an operating procedure to handle whatever emergency is there. They can't go in the facility. That's an interesting thing. There was somebody earlier mentioned about a Glock. They may have had an earlier staff report, or because the one I have mentions that they call them immobilization equipment. So that if there's an escape, they have to have someone there with immobilization equipment, and they have to. Any authorized personnel carrying firearms shall provide the necessary force. That's the verbiage I think is the most recent. So I don't know what that means either. Again, really skip through this, 'cause I know we're really hurting for time. We got 2 dogs at home that want to get out. I'm sure everybody else does too. So that's my 2 cents worth. Have any questions?
Thank you. Comments, questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Maggie.
There's the arena in this area proposed, and that's void of anything vegetation-wise, probably except some grass or something like that. In terms of a last-ditch effort, could not those tigers be let loose into the arena? And I've been involved with wildland fires before myself, and they may not even be impacted at that point.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you last.
They may not be impacted at that point, because if it's grassy, it's going to go by quick.
If they wish to shelter in place, if
Yes.
they wish to shelter in place, then they need to put that in their plan and to identify how that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying that might be, emergency backup, not necessarily the original plan.
That's fine.
And
I have no-
I agree,
have no
it
issue
should
with that.
probably be in there, yeah. Thank you.
It is an option that some people choose for whatever reason they're in, but that would have to be evaluated by the local fire company. I don't mean to speak for the county Ventura at all, but they could go up there and give them recommendations that would allow them a better chance to shelter in place.
Can I ask him a couple questions about fire?
Commissioner Dugas.
Were you obviously, this might be Captain Obvious question, but were you around in the last fire?
Mm-hmm.
And it burnt approximately how close to this area?
It was right over the top.
It blew right through there.
Okay.
Right over the
Blew right
top.
through there.
And the spring fire, were you around? The meadows.
93, yes, I was protecting a ranch there, not too far from that, the old Hoppy Ranch.
And what did that fire do to the area?
Burned through, totally burned through, everything to the ground.
Now, the difference between the recent fire and the fire 20 years ago, what's the brush difference?
Well, I think they're about the same. There's been 20 years of growth, well, except for that area which burned 8 months ago.
The one that's burnt 8 months ago, my observation is that it's completely scorched. It's almost devoid of any vegetation. However, a breath away is tremendously dense growth. Is that correct?
Correct. I think the regrowth time is considered about 25 years. After that, it's considered fully regrown. So the 93 fire is approximately regrown. It's 19 years, 20 years. The main difference in those 2 fires was the wind event. The 93 fire had an extreme wind event. The most recent one had a moderate wind event.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference. But it was burned right through there.
Burnt right through.
Yeah.
And what strikes me is how much vegetation came back in those 20 years.
Yeah.
It looks like it was never touched.
Yeah. Oh, on the other side of the hill.
On the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't tell.
And you said something about cell phone coverage. When I was there, our cell phone didn't work. So what kind of cell phone coverage is there in that area? I'm asking you, sir.
The 3 phone companies I'm familiar with, none of them work up there. T-Mobile, Verizon, and there was one I can't remember the name. None of those 3 work. Period.
Did somebody say AT&T?
I don't know.
Well, mine's Sprint, and it didn't work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. I'll pass your comment about the sheriff's response to the sheriff.
Yeah. Well, it's a fact. Yeah.
As a retiree, I can do that with humor. Are you Van Royce Weber? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, who are you?
Good afternoon,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners,
Thank you.
and Planning Director, my neighbors. I'm Thomas White. I live at 8723 Mypolmo Road. I'm about 1 mile to the east of the property. I've lived there for 30 years, from 1980. I've been on the property since 1984, and I've had 2 brush fires burned through. There have been numerous lightning strikes also that cause small fires as opposed to large catastrophic fires. That have, just for information, that those do happen. In addition to just plain old man-made issues that have occurred. But let me read my remarks. Thank you first for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to talk about why the proposed conditional use permit for the keeping of tigers should be denied because of safety issues and the risk to the community. Keeping tigers is not a need or an asset to this community. It doesn't serve a need for the residents or the visitors. I'm a senior reliability and safety engineer at the Aerojet Rocketdyne Company with 35 years' experience in manned spaceflight, ground testing, and hazardous chemical operations. In my professional opinion, there will be safety issues when handling tigers, and there will be resultant risks to the community. Even if we assume that all the cages and the equipment will be compliant to USDA and state of California regulations, it is not enough. Dozens of safety studies have shown that people are the largest source of unreliability, also known as human error. There is a perception that minor errors, like minor leaks or drips, are not issues. However, in safety-critical operations, every error has the potential to grow into a serious event, like an escaped tiger. The when an escape will happen is not predictable. It's a random error event. The human error that could lead to an escape could happen on the first day, or after a year, or after 10 years. Each day is equally likely. It's like playing a lottery. If you buy a ticket every week, someday you'll win something. You just don't know when. But saying it won't happen in 100 years isn't protection or prevention. Those are just high odds. Again, you don't know when. It's just a question of time. When a tiger escapes, there will be delay until it is captured or controlled. The delay could be hours, even days, weeks. This delay could result in a huge, even catastrophic risk to the community. When a tiger escapes, there will be many people at risk of attack, and the consequences are tragic. The proposed site is in a residential area near to more than 50 homes and a restaurant. Sorry, you can't see this. So here's the site in red, PL130011. This is Deer Creek Road in the park here. There are homes all along Cochran Road and Pacific View Road halfway down Deer Creek. There's 2 camps here and a restaurant. This I speak of nearby. There's also the
Excuse me. Would you try to stay close to the mic?
Sorry, thank you. There's Point Magoo State Park, which covers the entire western area here, with campgrounds on Thornhill Broom Beach, and just inland of Thornhill Broom, and farther in La Jolla campsite. There's Sycamore campgrounds and parking. There's the campgrounds Camp Hess Kramer and Hilltop Camp, and in the upper right corner, the Circle X Ranch, which has campground facilities also. Not to mention the many, many miles of hiking trails, which are used daily, morning, noon, and night. People do go up and hike at night even. And there's camping and there's beaches all along. There's beach coves all along the beach too that are used. So continuing my written remarks here. The site is also in the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area and adjacent to the Point Magoo State Park, where there are more than 70 miles of trails and beaches. Dozens, if not hundreds, of children and adults go to the beach, go hiking or bicycling on weekends. And it's close to several campgrounds: National Park Service Circle X, Camp Hess Kramer, Hilltop Camp, and Point Magoo State Park with Thornhill Broom, the Big Sand Dune Beach Camp, Big Sycamore Canyon Camp, and the 2 La Jolla campsites. These camps and beaches host hundreds of visitors each week. The compounding risk about an escaped tiger is that people will run when encountering a tiger. This running will trigger a tiger's instinctual chase and pounce response. I come to this conclusion: the only true prevention of this terrible risk to the community is to deny the permit. It's a matter of community safety. Thank you.
No questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speakers, I've got Howard Kaplan, Jack Nickel, Trina Lee, and India Lee. If you could move forward, please.
You can take, I'm Howard Kaplan. I'm the executive director of Wilshire Boulevard Temple that owns the camp. This is Doug Lynn, our camp director. In the interest of time, you folks have a letter from us that outlines our position. So unless you have questions of us, I didn't want to take more time. It's been a pretty long day for everyone.
Thank you. That's greatly appreciated. Questions?
Has anything been said that would change your mind?
Go ahead.
With respect to everything, it seems like the facility has been well thought out, and we still maintain our objections for all the reasons stated. Nothing can be perfect. There's no 100% on anything. We've heard from our clientele that it concerns them, and it would be bad for business and a concern to us still.
To access your camp, you're pretty close to PCH.
Yes.
Have you ever gone to Circle X?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the charter bus that misjudged the road and the Boy Scouts had to be rescued?
Yes.
Was that just that one time, or do you ever have that happen where cars go off the side or there's accidents?
In the 10 years I've been directing the camp, I've heard of only 2 accidents on those roads.
Okay, thank you.
How far is your camp from the site of the enclosure?
As the crow flies, it's about 2 miles.
2 miles. Topography between there and?
Hilltop Camp is up at that level. It's 750 feet above sea level. Hess Kramer is at sea level pretty much.
Year-round camp?
Year-round camps.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your companion speaker.
We have camps going. We have groups using the camps. The LA County Outdoor Science Program brings kids up throughout the week, throughout the year. So the camps operate year-round. It's not just summer.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't catch the name of your companion.
My name is Doug Lynn, Lynn.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Nickel. I live at 8550 Mipalomo Road. I've lived there for 19 years. I'm a taxpayer and a voter in the county. I want to thank the director for her recommendation to not approve this CUP and urge you to support that recommendation. Other than that, all of my comments have been repeated endlessly by the opponents from my neighborhood, and I endorse those.
Questions? Thank you. Trina Lee and India Lee, are they here? And then I have Judy Pertel and Carol Kurtz.
Hi, good afternoon. Looks like we're going into evening. My name is Trina Lee, Trenna, last name Lee. This is my daughter, India Lee. We live at 9895 Houston, and I work at 10999 Pacific View, and I work at the horse stables. My daughter and I are opposed to the permit being issued to keep the tigers at Tiger Creek. My job is to train and exercise the Siderman's horses every day. These horses range in various ages and training levels. My training path is directly in front of the proposed tiger cages. And I just want to veer off from this a little bit and say that I train horses for competitions outside of the arena, which means that I cannot be in an arena all the time. I ride 40 hours a week. I spend 10 hours on top of that just tacking horses. So I'm always in the saddle. The track or the alley that the veterinarian talked about, I'm always there 6 days a week. And it does scare me to have to be near those tigers. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, no pun intended. But again, horses are flight animals. I do understand that some animals can be trained to a degree to walk around a tiger. That would be extremely hard. It would take many years and it would be in a very controlled environment. If I was riding one of the young horses that is green, and I came across the worst situation, which would be a tiger that is loose, it would not be good. I would probably be thrown, and the horse would probably run away, and I would probably be eaten. And I really don't want that to happen. I would leave my daughter motherless. So the other thing is that some of the horses have to be trained to be outside the arena. Horses are flight animals. This means they're like deer. They're afraid of a leaf. They're afraid of a rock. They run from predators. So most of my day is spent being a confident rider, being on a very big horse, some of them up to 1,100 pounds, and giving them the confidence and saying, it's just your imagination. It's okay. We can go forward. So with that said, there are some horses that I work with that are used to that trail, and they just go down it and they go. I may be at a gallop, and they may hear something like a tiger roar. They have incredibly great hearing. They have really good smell as well. That would jeopardize my life. So when any horse trainers are training a horse, they are always working with that flight system. So if they're riding in an arena and they're at a walk, their level of falling off is very low. If they gallop, it's getting even higher up. If they have to go over a jump, even more so. So when you're outside of an arena, you have no enclosure. It's a lot scarier. So I do ride right next to that, and I think about that all the time when I ride there. With that said, although a few horses can suppress their natural prey, and I would like to meet those horses someday, in my opinion, they will never get used to the sight and sound and smell of an apex carnivore. I fear that if the tigers were allowed to be located in Deer Creek, my risk of riding will be substantially elevated. Some will say that horses won't flee or buck, or tigers are harmless or can't escape or won't attack. I am not willing to bet my life or my daughter's life that horses won't buck or flee and tigers won't escape or attack. Will you bet my life? Will you bet her life? If the tiger's permit is allowed, I would have to completely change my regimen or possibly quit my job. The only other option I have besides being outside of an arena would be on the Pacific View Road. This is a problem. There are a lot of motor clubs, they go through all weekend, and they're very loud, and it's very scary. So that can also cause another problem, another car accident. So let me just review here where I'm at. I guess I want to say first is that housing tigers at the property next to the Sidermans will render their facility useless. Thus, my livelihood and life will be in jeopardy, and I urge you to deny this permit. I just want to say that, lives are affected. It's very hard to go to work every day. You had mentioned the zoo, Commissioner Maggie. And, if you all of a sudden have to work somewhere, and all of a sudden the zoo is in your cubicle next to you or the office next to you, your risk of your life is a big deal. And then you have to quit your job, and it doesn't seem very fair. So I just wanted you to consider that, even though you had mentioned that, people do feel safe next to zoos, but sometimes people don't have a choice, especially if it's just brought up around you. If you have any questions before I introduce my daughter, I will. Okay.
No questions?
Hi, my name is Indy Lee, and I am 11 years old. I spend a lot of time at the barn my mom works at. And I am very afraid that my mom will get hurt when she is riding the horses, because the horses will get spooked and try to throw her when they see the tigers, or she will get hurt on the street by a car. I don't want my mom to have to leave her job and for us to have to move because I like my school and friends. I'm also worried that the people who will have the tigers will make a mistake and leave the cage door open. Please don't let them put tigers in my neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carlos Siderman.
Mr. Siderman?
Thank you. First, I would like to recognize the neighbors in our small community.
You need to, Mr. Sir, you have to speak at the microphone, and we can't hear you.
Want to recognize the neighbors in our small community, which is represented in this map. What you see here is the 5,400 square feet, the 1 mile diameter, and all the properties that they include, taken as a center, the subject property for the CUP in color yellow. Everything you see in color red will represents close to 91, 92% of all the properties, geographically speaking, and also by quantity, over 90%. They are all opposing to have the tigers in our community. They have signed the opposition. The only ones they have not signed an opposition, and you see in color pink, which I think they are a total of 5 or 6 properties, they are non-residents, they are not, and we cannot find them. Other than that, everybody was pretty much adamant about not having the tigers in the property. May I have the other long pipe? I want to recognize also not just our neighbors, but I want to recognize the neighbors at large of our Ventura County. I'm very happy to tell you that 11,247 Ventura County residents have opposed by signing the petition, which I'm going to hand to you. It's important to notice that the petition is that has been signed have a label in the top identifying exactly what is the petition about. So it says, by my signature below, I oppose PL 130011 and the effort to house the 5 tigers in our community. So there is no preservation of tigers, to advertise what is not really a preservation. Is absolutely the fact. They were presented with the fact, and 11,247 Ventura County residents, they signed the petition. I want to thank you for your time. This is a true express of democracy, and it's wonderful the time that the county has spent in giving everybody an opportunity to speak. Now, thank you. My background. I've been in the disclosure of real estate industry for 37 years. I am the founder of the NHD industry in the United States. I'm considered the authority of the NHD industry, and also they call me the grandfather, probably because of the white hair of the NHD industry. And I like to refer the next segment specifically to law, because probably it's the subject you like the most. It's very black and white, it's very simple, it goes to the point. And with that in mind, I want to refer to the Civil Code 1102.6, which is also called the TDS, the Transfer Disclosure Statement, and 1103.2, which is the NHD statute, the Natural Hazard Disclosure Statute, that is reflected in what I created in the industry, part of the Civil Code. What is in common between these 2 items? The TDS, the Transfer Disclosure Statement of Property, and the NHD. If you look into the Civil Code, there are the only 2 items in the entire Civil Code that it gives a buyer the right of rescission of a property. They have a 3-day window to resign any type of escrow. The only 2. There is no title in the Civil Code that it gives a buyer the opportunity to walk away from escrow. No home warranty. It's just the TDS and the NHD. Why legislators have given the power to the TDS and the NHD? Because it's a way to protect consumers. It's a way to provide to consumers, and in fact it says specifically the Civil Code, to prospective buyer. That means anybody who's shopping for a property must be made aware of what they're buying. And that was the beauty, that's why I got involved in this industry, because I see again and again, in many countries, not only in the United States, that people buy property only until after closing escrow they realize what they get into. The beauty of the NHD, the beauty of the TDS is the obligation to disclose. What is the difference between the two? The TDS makes the seller responsible in disclosing everything they know that can affect the desirability and or value of the property. The NHD, if represented by real estate agent, makes also the agent responsible for the disclosure of anything that affects desirability and value. I bring you back to a landmark case that probably you have seen in law school many times, Strasbourg versus Berger. Specifically says, seller must disclose everything that could impact the desirability and or value, later reflected in the civil code exactly word by word. Imagine, I'm buying a property 2 years ago in my neighborhood. There will be no obligation to disclose the potential of having tigers next door. If I'm selling the property today, or since we were made aware as neighbors that is going to be a potential of a tiger, I have to disclose. I'm a seller of the property. I will be definitely sued if I don't disclose that is the potential to have a tiger in the next door to our property or close to our property. So taking those two in consideration, I want to move forward to 3 specific tests that have been already submitted to the courts, and this is when we talk about specifics about value of the property. The first one is the general welfare standard. It reads, the establishment, maintenance, or conducting the use for which a use permit is sought will not, under the particular case, be detrimental to the public welfare, and here is I highlight, or injurious to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. This CUP will definitely be injurious to the property or improvements because it will affect the desirability and the value of the property. Outside, tiger trainers, who wants to live next to a tiger? And that is Hawkins versus County Marine, 1976 decision. If you want to see it, please. Second, nuisance standard. Any use found to be objectionable or incompatible with the character of the city, in this case our neighborhood, and its environs, or other undesirable characteristics may be prohibited. Snow versus City of Garden Grove, 1961, decision made, case law. Finally, the third case, zoning consistency standards, accurately brought to our attention by the county in asking to deny it. Zoning consistency standard. It says that such use would be essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. There's no such a thing. There's no convenience. That is O'Hagan versus Board of Zoning Adjustments, 1971. I like to bring the boards that I have over there, and we're going to move this down. Thank you. Because it is important. Sorry. Yes. We have seen this picture, and we have said that it's reckless behavior of a trainer to allow in their backyard of the Beverly Hills home to allow a dog to play with a tiger. But if you go to the safety protocol offered by the applicant, it says at no time you will leave a dog to play with an animal, with a tiger. This is specifically what the picture shows there. And it says, no animals, including dogs, are to be loose without supervision and awareness. There is no supervision, there is no awareness. Definitely it's the backyard of the home in Beverly Hills, and it's in direct contradiction to Section 2 of the General Safety Manual presented by the applicant. Can I have the second one? Just keep close.
Which one is which one?
Give me the second, the next one. Interesting, it was brought to our attention, again, that animals should not be fed. And we hear many people today saying that when they visit the facility, they were not allowed to touch or get close to the tiger. Interesting, because they have posted in their site that this visitor, which is a famous writer for the New York Times, had a wonderful time in their Beverly Hills home, and that is the picture feeding balls of raw meat to the tiger's mouth in direct contact with the tiger in Beverly Hills. Again, by their application to the county, no visitors are allowed within the secure animal area. We talk about fences, we talk about chain links, we talk about how good is welded. Meanwhile, we have a visitor that they publish, that they feed raw meat in balls by visiting the tiger. Is totally in contract with Section 3 of the safety presented by the applicant. We have seen pictures of the applicant at the beach with the tigers. We have not seen in the picture necessarily anybody on guard. We haven't seen the 9, 10, 12 millimeter Glock in any place on that picture on the beach. We're scared because we do go to the beach. We live in proximity. This is hard to believe that will be the 12 people around protecting this toddler with a tiger and a dog, again in the backyard of the residence in Beverly Hills. Meanwhile, the application to the county says there must always be 2 qualified trainers anytime there's a contact with the animal, whether it's inside a cage or out, including cleaning, no exceptions. This is a significant exception, and it says in direct contradiction to Section 2. Finally, this is an interesting one. I do know that there are extravagant things happening in the world. I do know that there is a lot of jet setting. But this one says any animal being transported must be moved from their facility to the vehicle without the confines of a fenced area, applicant to the county. This tiger is in a convertible Porsche.
That's an ad.
No, it's not. It's posted, I'm sorry, has been posted on their site.
And I also have support from a website by this author.
Okay.
Could you hold your comments in the audience and stuff? Thank you.
Finally, which I like to bring also to the attention, is that accidents, they do happen. What we have done, which I think is important, this is one of the many cases. These are trainers. These are the trainers on this particular facility. What we have done, and I'm going to provide you with copies, is we have contacted, as anybody will do, the City of Beverly Hills. And we have asked the City of Beverly Hills, and in fact there are several contacts to the City of Beverly Hills. Some of them are directed to the Beverly Hills Community Development Code compliance, and she directed us to different departments of the City of Beverly Hills. Specifically says that 10028 Caroline Way, where is the residence in Beverly Hills of the applicant, it is within the City of Beverly Hills and have to comply with all the city codes and all the city requirements. Now, when we go specifically to the research, it says as follows. Nestor Oratsu, Beverly Hills Code Enforcement Manager, telephone number, address, and so on. He talks about the specific codes and rules, and he says that it's totally prohibited to have in a home in Beverly Hills anything other than, and he specified, and he says, specifying says that a dog, a cat, or rabbits. Specifically says in no way, and had never had happened, that they have authorization to have a tiger under the code in Beverly Hills. But here it gets more important. He mentioned that the city does grant permits for special events and filming, but did not see any permits in record pulled for the property at 1028 Caroline Way. He suggested then to check with the Beverly Hills Special Events Department. According to Mrs. Miller, with the City of Beverly Hills Special Events Department, no permit has been issued for 1028 Caroline Way. So she mentioned that only they will give special permits to get a tiger in commercial locations, never in a residential home like we have seen in those pictures. And then we go to City of Beverly Hills and Los Angeles as well, Animal Services. And again, there is no records of any permit to have these tigers in their home. So, and here is, Shannon, if we can put these copies. That's part of the research. We have here today several statements that they are, if we listen to them clearly, the statements that they have been provided by the applicant and the people coming in favor of the applicant this morning, they are direct and they are telling. And I think we have really to recognize that they haven't somehow been telling you what is not clear to you or has not been made clear to you. When the applicant was speaking this morning in the boards, it was on the right upper corner a name of ISIS Preservation. We cannot find any authority of zoos or major animals that recognize them as a preservation. So there is no conservation or preservation that we can find any record of it for what they do. They have also said that the little profit that they make, without quantifying the profit, is used back to the animals. What is little profit? It's profit. These animals are making profit, are for business. Business are not germane to our community. In our community, we have nothing that is business. We talk about 60 trips a year. Well, the year has only 52 weeks. We're going to have trips and a risk almost every week of getting in and out of our neighborhood. We talk about the neighborhood should be understanding based on the significant amount of cages and the roof that is going to be covered with these big welded cages. Do you realize in topography how that is going to look to all of us, that we can see directly into that backyard? We have a mountain, a beautiful mountain that is called Bonnie Mountain. The property of the applicant is lower. There are many neighbors here that they would tell you, some of them they have brought pictures, how they can see directly into those cages. Remember, impact in desirability and value of the property. Property is going to be impacted in desirability and value. Yes, I want to buy a property looking at the mountains. No, I probably will not want to buy a property looking at significant cage. We're talking about an acre of cages or less. It's a cage. That's not the view that I'm looking for. Property will be affected. The basic concept that we have been to turn around today, and I think we have danced a couple of times, how much a predator likes the prey, how much the prey can get used to dance with the predator. Excuse me, this is a science that we don't need to talk today about. They are predators and they are prey, and we know exactly what is a predator when it comes to a tiger, in reference to a dog, in reference to any animal, even a horse. It is for profit. It doesn't belong to our community. I think we have to get the record straight. The behavior is evident. We have seen proof again and again of the behavior. They talk about that it does not necessarily happen often, that there are accidents. You're going to hear today by significant institutions throughout the United States that recognize the biggest institutions of the United States, the ones that they license the zoos, they are opposing. Every big organization today that is in the animal control is opposing the CUP. They understand the risk to our community. But I want to remind you, because of my experience in real estate, the property value is going to be affected. We may never be able to sell the property other than to a trainer. What happens when property value is affected? We hear today that not only they are putting the signature in the CUP, the county is putting the signature in the CUP. If my property gets affected in value, I'm going to ask for a reassessment of my taxes. And I imagine every one of my neighbors is going to say, well, to some extent, Your property has decreased in value by 98% because I don't know what you can do with a horse barn that you cannot put horses. So probably the entire value is going to be erased. I want to be compensated. But the neighbor who is a quarter of a mile is also going to be affected because he has to inform a prospective buyer, 1103.2 Civil Code, that yes, we have a tiger about a quarter of a mile. She also has the right to get a reassessment. The county is going to be impacted in their revenue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wait, excuse me, thank you. We have a question.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. The picture currently on display, excuse me, ma'am. Are you representing that as belonging to the facility of the applicant?
No, sir.
Okay.
What I'm representing in that picture is the fact that the applicant has said again and again that it does not happen, accidents do not happen. You will hear today, and you will have data by the Humane Society and many of the largest, I think that all the largest ones, where they give a record how often it happens. In fact, they said it doesn't happen to the trainers. Do you remember seeing in the television not long ago Oklahoma, the one who lost the arm, Oregon? The lady who was left one trainer in the facility and got killed, and all the news were saying, oh, they should have 2 trainers. Well, she was being killed. She didn't have time to use the phone to call the second one. Sorry for the long answer. Thank you.
Question, staff. What is your pleasure? We have about probably another 25 or so cards left. We've talked about the redundancy of the same comments and stuff, and everybody's entitled to speak their mind. But if there is anybody that, and all the cards that are here would be read into the record if you choose not to speak. So, if there's anybody that chooses not to speak, maybe.
We don't want to discourage anybody from speaking.
Right.
We'll work this out either today
Or we'll continue it, exactly. So, how late, staff, how late are we able to function?
I think we're here at your pleasure.
What's for breakfast?
Let's try to get it all in the next 45, and then we'll decide after we close the public hearing how we'll proceed. So, do I have a speaker? I've called a couple of names.
Patel.
You're who?
My name is Judy Patel, and I live at 9966 Cothran Road in the Pacific View Deer Creek neighborhood in the Santa Monica Mountains. I have been a member of this community for 14 years. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the request for a conditional use permit at 11077 Pacific View Road, which requests a change of use from a personal residence to a location of keeping of wild animals. I appreciate this opportunity to address you regarding the negative declaration that Project PL13-0011 has received, and I respectfully request that you reconsider this finding. The topics I would like to discuss with you today are related to the biological resources sections in the negative declaration, specifically 4A2, native species, and 4E2, habitat connectivity. I would like to discuss, the result was that there was less than a significant impact on wildlife and no isolation of wildlife.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. The habitat, a less than significant impact on wildlife and a no isolation of wildlife habitat were the findings, respectively. I am a neighbor in this neighborhood, but I am also a biologist and a zoologist by education, and I've spent a large portion of my career working with animals. I respectfully disagree that this planned development will not have a significant impact on the Santa Monica Mountain environment, the habitat, and thus its fauna. The project will permit the introduction of a non-native, dominant, feline apex predator to a habitat that already has a native feline apex predator. The effect of this could be twofold. There are scientific studies documented in journals that show that cohabitation of feline predators induces several stress-related health conditions on the lesser feline predator, that being the Santa Monica mountain lion. One of most concern is the biochemical suppression of reproduction in the lesser feline predator, namely the Santa Monica mountain lion. Secondly, this could manifest the fact that the male and the female mountain lions need to find each other when it's time to mate. The physical presence and scent markings of the tigers, I understand that the 2 you have right now are females, and they are spayed, but they request to have 5. I don't know if their genders will be male and if they will scent mark. But the physical presence and the scent markings of the tigers, a non-native feline predator, will require the lesser feline to take a wider berth to try and find a mate when the female comes into estrus. This is a short duration, and I've lost my spot. Require a greater path around to find their mate. The preservation of the breeding population of the Santa Monica Mountain lions has been a focus of the biologists in the area for a long time. Permitting the introduction of these tigers into this habitat will place an added and undue stress on the breeding population of the Santa Monica mountain lions. This, combined with an already restricted breeding corridor, would further limit the ability of the lions to find mates, breed, and bear offspring. This permit is in direct contradiction to the current efforts going on in the Santa Monica Mountains to preserve these lions. Please consider these points as you make your decision today on this project. In listening today, I also heard a few things. I'm a resident. I was never approached by the applicants to talk to me about their side. My phone number is in the book. So they have never tried to contact me as a neighbor to discuss their plan. Also, something I didn't see in the plan is that power goes out regularly. I don't know if their locking system is electronic or if it's key. So that's something that would need to be addressed as well. I am also the parent of one of the people that Dr. Gladstone talked to, so if you had any questions about how it affects my child, she's not here today because she was intimidated. And if you would allow me as well, my husband had to go to collect her, and he had a piece on transportation that I'd like to read to you if you are okay with that. Great. His name is Russ Bertel. He lives with me, and we are about a mile from the training facility. He wants to discuss specifically 27.8.2, the safety and design of public roads. The impact discussion contains a lengthy description of the conditions of the substandard roads used to access the project site, including widths, grades, and other road features that would not be permitted in a road built today. The discussion then concludes that there is less than significant impact on public safety. I think what the reviewers failed to consider in this finding is that proposed facilities in a tiger training site in support of entertainment industry, as stated in the project description, that mean the tigers will be regularly transported, and I've heard the number of 60 and 40 spoken about today, on these same substandard roads. He has spent some time researching the transportation of tigers, and I find many procedures for ensuring the safety of the tiger while limiting its stress and discomfort, and procedures for maintaining the safety of tiger handlers. However, I find little discussion about maintaining the safety of public during transportation. We have driven these roads for 14 years. Every car you meet is a right-of-way negotiation, every blind curve an act of faith. Each sheer cliff without a guardrail a reminder to be vigilant. These roads are dangerous, and I estimate that every 18 months there is a fatal car accident in which the road design is a factor. The California Motor Vehicle Code Section 31602 states it is a misdemeanor to transport explosive or hazardous waste on public highways that have not been previously designated and approved to transport such material. I doubt that our substandard Ventura County roads have been so designed, and I contend that the cargo this project intends to transport is significantly more lethal than a small bag of smokeless powder. I urge you to reconsider this less than significant declaration and recognize that the transportation of lethal cargo on substandard roads is a very bad accident waiting to happen. In closing, I would like to mention that he is a rocket scientist with 30 years of experience in fault tolerance design of safety critical systems for aircraft and spacecraft. I would tell you that no one in that industry in which he is still employed would describe their systems as having no possibility of failure. Every system has never had a failure until it has its first. It is naive and ignorant and somewhat dishonest to imply anything else. Don't let this first failure happen in the Santa Monica Mountains. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
I have Glenn and Terry Gesford. Gesford? Is that correct? Oh, who have I got now?
Mr. Chairman, what we're going to do is, I've talked to the speakers we had lined up. We have 3 more who are going to speak briefly, and then we're going to wrap it up.
Okay.
Because the rest of it appears very repetitive.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll read those other cards in the record.
I was just looking for that Porsche picture because that's what I want to address. My name is Marcella Boutel.
Just a moment.
Okay.
As you can imagine, we try to listen quite carefully. So movement, chitter chatter, cell phone chirping, it's very distracting and it's exhausting. So I'd appreciate people to sit still while we have speakers.
I really
Go ahead.
appreciate your time and your patience. I had written good morning, good afternoon, and now it's good evening. So, good evening, members of the commission. My name is Marcella Boutel. I was a legal aid advocate and for many years, and recently spending most of my time raising my little children. And I own property at 10935 Pacific View Road. Before I get into actually what I prepared to say, and I'll make that really brief, I do want to address the questions that were raised about the tiger on the Porsche picture, because that was a question of whether that's an ad or where that comes from. I don't know where that is, but you all saw it, so we don't have to waste time. So there is, or there was, a posting online, and this is part of the record because this was submitted. This was given to all the residents in the area about our concerns with the tigers. I was part of the research making in this, and I found the website that we're talking about here that's from the author of Tiger's Curse book, and it's her account that we're talking about that was on this website. She talks about the day that she went, her name is Colleen Hook. She's an author. She's a New York Times best-selling author of the Tiger's Curse series books. She was invited to the Beverly Hills home of the Hausers, and she writes about her visit on her website. At least she did on the day that I found it. Looking now online, I found the entry, but it's been erased. So the same heading, the same day, the same entry is there, but the content has been erased. I think if you look at the website and you look at what's been handed in, you'll see that this is what she wrote. She just decided to take it off. And what she wrote was about her day that she went to visit the tiger. I'll just tell you briefly, not even the whole entry. But she said, the coolest thing of all, though, was when they brought out Zyka. She is a 5-month-old white tiger who is being trained by the team. She loves to jump and play. Under the watchful eyes of her trainers, we were able to take turns feeding her, and were even able to pet her back. Her fur is soft, and her tongue is rough like sandpaper. We offered her a sort of raw meatball that she gently took from our hands, and then licked our palms for any remaining pieces. She makes different sounds and noises. So that's the part, and also you saw the picture of the woman feeding the meatball. That's on the author's homepage. So she didn't take that picture off her homepage. And that Porsche issue is here at the bottom. She says, Rafi's friend, I guess Rafi is one of the children who is going to be one of the caretakers. Rafi's friend swung by the house with his Porsche, and we got some marvelous shots of Zyka in the Porsche, which he's trying to sell, by the way, for $30,000. So if anyone is interested, let me know, and I'll pass along the info. After lunch, we were presented with a special gift, an actual whisker from Gira. After saying our goodbyes, Rafi took us to the airport, blah, blah. So this you do have a copy. I can leave it here in case it's hard to find. And if you want to look at the website, you'll find the same entry. It's just been the content deleted, but the heading is still there. So the picture of the Porsche is the picture that they took of the tiger sitting on the Porsche. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Just a couple issues that were raised. If you've seen the house that's on the proposed site where they want to have the facility, it's a cinder block house. This is not anywhere near even a nice looking cozy cottage. It's a cinder block house. Compare that with the mansion in Beverly Hills, and I just don't know the likelihood that anyone's going to sleep there overnight or want to spend 24/7 out there, especially if the rest of your family is still in Beverly Hills. The interactions with the tigers is another issue. As a mom of very young children, my kids are really curious. Mr. Weld spoke about the experiences in Hollywood Animals facility where they encourage children to visit. So if the Hausers learned how to manage their tigers at this facility, then I am assuming that they would encourage children to visit at their facility. And children are very curious and will do things that they're not supposed to do. And that's when accidents happen. And that's really why I'm standing here today, is to talk to you about accidents that happen. When I first found out about this, I did some really simple research on the internet from very reliable sources like the Humane Society. And this is some of the interesting things that I found. The zoo is on December 25th, 2007, a 300-pound tiger escaped from the San Francisco Zoo. The enclosure was surrounded by a moat 20 feet wide and surrounded by a 12.5-foot fence. The tiger quickly attacked 3 teenagers and killed 1. This is from a zoo with oversight with PhDs, zoologists, committees, approvals, and a tiger got out. So this is why I just want to mention the handout that I'm going to be speaking from. If you'd like another copy, you already have. These are big cat incidents that were compiled by the Humane Society. I don't know if you want to look at that.
Do we have this in our staff report already?
You should have it already, yeah. But I just want to highlight 1 or 2. And the handout has a few remarkable parallel stories. For instance, a 400-pound tiger belonging to an entertainment group escaped while being walked on a leash outside of the owner's gated property. The tiger ran after a rabbit, causing the owner to fall and drop the leash. Police responded to reports from locals about a tiger wandering the street. The Hausers, we've talked about the tigers on the leash and where this facility is, there are tons of rabbits and small little animals that a tiger could easily go after. In this long list of incidents, what is striking is how often tigers do get out and how often there are attacks. For instance, when a sliding door that separates the animals has not been closed, when walking through a shift door that has been left ajar. A 600-pound tiger escaped from a cage when a gate was mistakenly left open. A tiger pushed out the corner post of a cage. A 500-pound tiger jumped over a 14-foot high fence and escaped from an enclosure. A 100-pound tiger broke through plastic glass while being loaded onto a trailer at Tiger World. A tiger escaped when a zookeeper left the door open. Another tiger escaped when they were being moved from one cage to another. You know what, I could just keep going, but we are tired. But if you look through all of these escapes, they all involve human error. So no matter what kind of fencing system, gating system you're going to have, we're not going to escape human error. And the last thing I want to share that is on this handout also are the voices of victims. And I feel that if we're going to be talking about tigers and the potential of what they can do, at least the victims' voices, people who have been injured or hurt by tigers, should be heard at least somewhat. So this is a quote from a Texas father who watched helplessly as his 3-year-old son was dragged around like a rag doll and ultimately killed by a tiger. He said, "I heard my little boy saying, 'Daddy.'" This is from a father of a 10-year-old girl who was killed by a tiger in Texas. He said, "The average U.S. citizen has absolutely no business owning one of these animals, absolutely none. They are putting the public safety in danger, they're putting themselves in danger, and they are confining these animals that are not meant to be confined." And I'm going to skip to the last one. It just says, "Finally," this is from a mother of a 7-year-old Minnesota girl attacked by a tiger. She said, "Honest to God, when is it going to end? To these animals, we are food." Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Shapira. I've owned my little 5-acre piece of Ventura County heaven in the Santa Monica Mountains since 1990. And after 4 years of dealing with your planning department, I managed to complete a residence there 10 years ago. I have submitted, I am an attorney. I have litigated major CEQA litigation representing, things can go wrong, representing San Diego County. But I'm here in my capacity as a citizen. I have submitted a written report, the citizen statement against the application, in which I explain in some detail why I think that the negative declaration cannot stand and this project cannot be approved on the basis of the negative declaration. I think it is inadequate as a matter of law. I am not going to go through all this. I've submitted it, and yes, thank you very much. What I do want to talk about is noise. I recognize that being eaten by a tiger, which we're all afraid of, is a much more compelling issue than noise, and rightfully it has taken most of your attention. But I want to go back to the issue of noise and whether noise has been adequately addressed by either your staff or the negative declaration. I feel it has not. Why has it not been addressed more completely? You're being sold this project under a very dubious representation. That representation is these tigers won't roar. Your staff apparently accepted that representation because there's nothing about how loud a tiger roars, either in the negative declaration or in staff's report. Staff did do some legwork. They called 4 people, 3 of whom are animal training people for the movies, like the applicant, one of whom is a Santa Barbara Zoo officials. And staff said, well, they said that tigers aren't any louder than dogs. But then they described the sounds that tigers made, and they talked about the chuffing sounds and the mooing sounds, and there wasn't one mention of the word roar. So I believe your staff has taken at face value the representation that these tigers won't roar. The 2 they have now won't roar in the future, and the 3 that they don't even know what kind of tigers are, whether they're male or female, they won't roar either. And I beg you not to swallow that hook. Because if you do, now, I'm sorry, let me step back a minute. Your staff has correctly recommended against approving this CUP. I think their reasons are compelling. I trust that you will rule wisely in their favor. I'm covering a what-if situation here. What if you decide to reverse your staff and are tempted to approve this project? Well, if you approve it on the basis that 5 tigers aren't going to roar, I think you're putting this community at a very great jeopardy. How loud is a tiger's roar? I've submitted evidence with that it's 114 decibels. The attorney for the applicant says, well, he didn't know which kind of tiger that was that they measured on 100, but he didn't tell us how loudly tigers roar. I believe the only piece of factual evidence in front of you, and I may be wrong, but I believe, I haven't seen it, is the tigers roar at 114 decibels when they roar, if they roar. Now, 114 decibels comes from a science and technology report from the University of Utah. Decibel scale, as you probably know, is logarithmic. So every 10 decibels is a doubling in loudness. At 114 decibels, A tiger's roar is more than twice as loud as a jackhammer. That's 100 decibels. It's louder than a car honking its horn at you from 1 yard away. That's 110 decibels. It's louder than standing near the speakers at most rock concerts. That's 108 to 114 decibels. It is beyond the average human's pain threshold. And I've submitted from Temple University the comparisons of decibel levels. And it isn't just how loud it is. A tiger's roar has a deep sub-bass aspect, which, as Marlon, as the sound engineer testified, can paralyze and freeze a person in their tracks. This is nothing like a dog barking. So if you approve this on the basis that these tigers won't roar, I believe we in this community are going to be faced with, well, there's going to be some roaring. There's going to be roaring at night. And I think this neighborhood will be destroyed by it, not just by the fear of attack. I think the sound of a tiger roaring at night, which will echo through our neighborhood, will be profoundly unsettling. I mean, Kipling talks about it in his books about India. The sound of a tiger roar goes right to your bones, and it is deeply unsettling, and we will become known as the neighborhood where people can't sleep because the tigers roar. Now, I think there's a solution for this dilemma I'm posing to you, which is, if you're going to believe the tigers won't roar, what happens to us when they do? And here's my solution. As your counsel has said, you can put conditions on this. The conditions you ought to put, if you're going to approve this, is that only non-roaring tigers. Well, you laugh, and the reason you're laughing is, I suspect, because you know darn well there's going to be roaring. But take them at their word. If their tigers aren't going to roar, they ought to accept that condition. They ought to say, yes, that's acceptable to us. And fine, they'll put their 5 tigers in, and as soon as one starts to roar, gone, out, because that would protect us. And I think it's the only way you can protect us against that, whoops, we were wrong, I guess they do roar. I want to say one more thing. As far as decibel level, the only evidence you have is 114, I believe. And that's the only engineering study that you have. I'm sorry, Marlon has presented the only engineering study that you have by a qualified acoustical engineer about whether these tigers, if they're there, will meet the requirements of policy 2-116- whatever the number is. It requires an engineering study. Staff didn't get one, but now you have one. And it being the one you have, it's authoritative until you get something else. And Marlon's study has shown that there are unacceptable noise levels under which, under the policy, the application will be denied under even the most modest assumption about how much roaring. It's the only evidence you have. The policy is violated by the likely noise according to the qualified engineer. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Shari Bernath. I am a 38-year resident of this particular area. I don't think there's anyone out there who can beat me on this. We are, in fact, a neighborhood. We get together for baseball. We get together for Christmas. We all know each other. Maybe we're not best friends, but we all know each other. First, I want to say that this is not the first time tigers and lions have been brought to our neighborhood. No, they were not permitted. But in my lifetime of living there, there has been 3 incidents and 1 that disappeared. 1 was confiscated. One got loose, and we were very sparsely neighborhood then. We were very few people. The 10 of us who lived there were told to take in our dogs, our cats, lock up your horses. I will tell you, my husband sat out there with a gun. And they did find it. It was an old declawed tiger. There was another one that had tigers and chimps. The neighborhood got together and we went against these people. They did not have permits. Each of these places had handlers. I am not saying any of them had required permits, but this has been done before. They were removed. The tigers and the chimps were removed after they were found wandering the roads. And finally, the same place brought in a, quote, half tiger as a pet. It disappeared. It got loose. It lived in the trees there, and none of us ever knew what happened to it. So, and that was recently. That was with the last 4 or 5 years. Maybe 4 years, I guess. So in this time that I've lived there, 38 years, you can do your demographics through building and safety. We have grown immensely. We are no longer just a horse community or the cattle that used to roam in Serrano Valley. We are now a community. I raised my children there. I ride my horses. I have run into mountain lions and can tell you it isn't fun. So that's all I have to say. I just wanted you to know it has been done before.
Thank you. Questions? No questions. Mr. Gallagher? I still got about 25, 28 cards left. I will be happy to read them into the record, their names, or the clerk will take them and record them accordingly.
That'd be great, Chairman. And if any of them have anything written, could they submit that to the clerk as well? Okay. We want to respect your time. We've been here a long time, and most of the rest of our comments are quite repetitive.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your patience and time.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
I just have one thing I'd like to say.
Come on.
Just real quick.
Okay.
I'm a retired airline pilot. And
your name, please?
Larry Koch, 9601 Wells Road, Malibu. I've been involved with safety all my life as an airline pilot. As we all know, the airline industry is probably one of the most regulated industries in the United States, and the safety record shows that. But stuff happens. There's still accidents. We are checked left and right, up and down, go back to simulator rides twice a year, get unannounced checks on an airplane. We're subject to random drug testing and alcohol testing. We have a huge oversight committee. It is the FAA. They look after us. Okay. So what are they proposing here? We don't know who these handlers are. We don't know who their oversight is. We have no idea. I'd like to take my hat off. I'm sorry here. We have no idea who's going to be watching these folks here. Are they going to be drug tested? Are they going to be alcohol tested? Are they just family? And it doesn't make any sense to me. Here we're a community up here, and we are the residents, and I think that we should be allowed to be able to enjoy where we are. There's one last thing that I thought of. Just picture this for a minute. In the middle of the night, some misguided animal activist shows up with wire cutters and bolt cutters. That's all I got.
Thank you. I saw another speaker. Okay.
Hi.
Excuse me, ma'am. Anybody else that would want to speak, please sit in the front row so we know exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Or first or second row.
Hi, I'm Dan Burkew. I live on 11345 Pacific View Drive with my wife, Nanette, my son, Odin, my son, Hunter, and my baby son, Tyre, who's not here today. We live approximately 300 yards as the crow flies from the proposed resident. So if I look at my watch, that's about how long it would take one of their tigers at full gallop to reach my son Odin's bedroom. So this is not some abstraction that we're talking about today. This is not a game. This, to me, is absurd. I don't know even what planet we're living on. Anyone I've talked to about this concept, from my family to my friends to neighbors to people elsewhere in the country, think this is the most ridiculous and insane idea that they've ever heard. And I feel ashamed for the applicant to propose putting my trust and my kids' safety in the hands of her family. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, and the GPS collars? My dogs can take off a collar within 5 minutes. If they got theirs off, they could go blank on the screen within 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Francie Rewald. I live at 11688 Cawthron Road. I am one property away from the proposed tiger facility. And I have these for you prepared by a supervising sound editor. And one of the things that I want
Why don't you go back to the microphone and explain to us what you're giving us, please?
very, very briefly, I just want to remind you that all tiger sounds have subsonic components. And that means, as someone else said, that animals in the area can indeed hear these sounds. And I wanted to play for you what everybody's talking about. Wait, let me turn up the sound. I'm so sorry I had it down so it wouldn't disturb us all. Oh, heck. Where is that done? I'm sorry. Let me start it over. Wait, go back. That's half of it. I don't know about you, but my cats ran out of the room when I played this at home. So, yes, please. And that's estimated 80 to 120 decibels.
So what's the source of that? Is that at a zoo? Is that in the wild?
That is at tiger facilities. The sound, Miguel Riviera was in a cage recording this sound.
Okay. What kind of tiger was it?
You know, I knew you'd ask me that, and I couldn't reach him to answer that. I sure would like to play this from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Clay Bush. I am a resident on the Hill since 1972, 11208 Pacific View Drive, less than a quarter mile directly across the street from this proposed site. I have letters from the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries Executive Director I would like to submit. I can give you a unique perspective of growing up on the Hill for 40 years plus. Bear with me as I read through this as quick as I can. My parents purchased this property in 1972. My family has grown up, lived, worked, fought numerous fires on this wondrous area ever since. I was 5.5 years old when I started exploring and running around this great playground. It is and was a remarkable area for a child to experience actual raw nature. My two sisters and I were, at the time, among only 7 children on the whole 1 mile square area. It was far more isolated and rural than it is now. As children, we knew of coyotes because we heard them, we saw them, during the day. We heard them at night. We learned how to deal with them and the fear factor, how to chase off an easily frightened predator. Through my childhood, I was told of the existence of California mountain lions in the surrounding areas. Yet, in my 40-plus years of living and working on this hill, I have yet to have the pleasure to see such a magnificent animal that is told and elusive running through these hills. Because as a child I never witnessed one of these, I felt it was more of a myth, not directly a threat. As a child that I grew up directly next to this proposed site, I would attest to the very real, tangible fear I and my sisters would have felt dealing with the thought that there was an actual live tiger, big cat, apex predator, the largest on this planet, just across the street. Not just the biggest cat, but the largest on this planet. Lost my place. Certainly, this would have affected my wonderful experience and this semi-carefree childhood of romping and activities through these hills, as Dan Bracu's children are now exploring. Through these hills, valleys, creeks, and wonderful rock formations that Chumash Indians dwelled in. This, in my opinion, does affect the children. Growing up in the area of a large wild cat known to be there, not just a myth. I'd like to talk about a couple points. They propose within a year to have up to 60 jobs or movements. So 60 doubled in and out, that'd be 120. These tigers have what was referred to earlier as this genetic push, what they actually are in nature. Do we really want to push that genetic push by bringing them in and out next to a training facility for horses that would be in nature an actual prey? Do we want to test those little genetic push buttons of these tigers, smelling, hearing, possibly seeing horses, dogs, goats, people in the area of this tiger where not just passing by, but also being housed? Do you really want to push that genetic button? I oppose this. Please support the motion by the Planning Department.
Thank you. Next speaker, please introduce yourself.
I'm not going to read this. I'm not going to talk long. My name is Peggy Hope Cohen. I reside on the Hill, and I've lived there for 7 years, right across the street from the proposed site. And I'm also a real estate professional, and I was going to speak on behalf of the values of the property and how they would be impacted. Almost everything has been covered by others, and I'm not going to bore you. And I really thank you so much for your patience. The only couple of things that I did notice that didn't get addressed, I'll just say. One was that if this were to be approved, it is precedent setting. In other words, other people with potential interests similarly would have much less of a barrier in order to do this again on our hill. One, it would change, so this would forever change the potential future of that hill. So, Deer Creek, I just wanted to make that point. Basically, in what I was going to say in fabulous flooring terms, I won't bother to do, but I just wanted to make these points. That it is a compound that's being recommended with a ceiling of barbed wire. It is not aesthetically pleasing, as we all know. There is a fear factor, and we would have to disclose it to people, as has been mentioned. Surely, we would have to disclose it to potential buyers. I bring people up the hill. They ask me questions. They want to know if I know what's going to happen in the future, how it's going to affect them. They ask me that. It's practical. They're going to retire there. They're going to spend years just getting that property ready to move into. And they want to know what's going to happen in future. So those things are there. And so those were my thoughts and my contribution to your consideration. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Kathleen Hasgard, and I have had 10 acres at 8393 Mipalomo Road for 14 years. I have a planning application that's going through your department at the moment. I am totally happy. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has said. I'm happy to be subjected to the strictures and biology requirements of this county, and proud to live in a county that has such tight strictures, including the coastal zone requirements. So I won't go through my whole thing of the impact of the areas because you've had experts speak on that. But a couple things I would like to say. One, my son is currently a master's student at the University of Southern California's School of Cinematic Arts. And he confirms, contrary possibly to popular belief here today from the applicant, that the CGI department is not a passing fad, and that the need for constant use of wild animals is the film industry of yesteryear. And so that's one point. The other point I'd like to make is most of us, and if not all of us, that are opposing this proposal are animal lovers. I myself fought a Save the Tiger campaign under the umbrella of the World Wildlife Fund. This is not the same proposal. This, do not think for a moment that we that oppose this are not either PETA members, World Wildlife Fund supporters, or animal lovers. And the terminology which has been used today, education, conservation, seems to contradict sometimes with the other things they're saying about this being for the entertainment industry. Which is it? And those kind of justifications for keeping wild animals were also used in the past for provincial zoos, circuses, and even at SeaWorld. And we all know how that's gone. So I appreciate your time today, and I'd ask you to reject this CUP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another speaker?
I also promise to be very quick here. My name is Farah Payan. I live at 10825 Pacific View Road. My husband and I had a dream. The dream was to be able to retire in the quiet and serene mountains of Ventura County. We've been working hard towards this dream, sometimes 7 days a week till late hours of the night without taking any time off. Finally, we just closed escrow in the middle of last year. I have a couple of pictures I'd like to submit here. The images you see before you today is the dirt road that ends at our home and the actual view of the house from our balcony. The next image shows our front yard view of the one-way street that they have to commute through every time they travel. The housers, they mentioned that they took a long time to make this decision and looked really long and hard to find a place to house their tigers. But they really never bothered on 2012 to come and ask the neighbors, would you like us to be here? They care for their tigers. Dr. Conrad spoke so highly about the fact that how much they care for their tigers, but I really don't think they care much about their neighbors at this point. Please see it in your heart not to disturb our lifetime dream of our retirement by bringing unrest to our lives through smell, noise, and their presence, and the fact that we need to worry about them continuously running away as you have experienced before. Thank you.
Hi. One more speaker. Hi, my name's Cherie Seppi. Cherie Isepi, and I live within a few hundred feet of the proposed site. And my main concern is my daughter plays outside. She has a lawn, fenced-in area. And I understand the compassion and the conservation and the efficiency and the technical ability and the fascination of wanting these cats. I'm personally really interested in big cats. But now that it's a reality and it might be in my backyard, the fear is set in, and I'm really wondering how I can raise my daughter there I guess my two main concerns are, we've all talked about the human error, and if they only have to have one person on the site, but their safety protocol calls for two people, why is it okay to only have one person there? And I thought I heard it mentioned that the second person, that they might use the emergency services or call another trainer, but in the meantime, they would call emergency services. And I've personally had to call emergency services for my daughter from my human error, and it did take 40 minutes for anyone to show up. So I don't know, it might be different for the Tigers, but so my concern is, what do I do living there? How do I feel, how am I supposed to feel and ensured that I'll be notified that she can still play outside? I think if the Tigers are going to be there, that's great for them, but then how do I live there, and how do I know that someone's going to contact me? And in the meantime, if they're calling emergency services, are the emergency services going to call the neighbors within a certain radius? Are they going to call me to tell me to bring her in or to hide? Every single, I live in a tiny house, and every room has a big window. So now I sit in my house and think, where would I go if they called me and said the tiger was out? You know, I'd leave. I'd get in the car maybe and go. But the point is, how I don't think we can live without living in fear. So, and if I'm asked to live in fear, then what kind of safety protocol do I get for that? So, I know you can't answer that now today, but I'd like you to consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shailene Lundeen. I just wanted to submit some letters to you without taking your time to read them.
Thank you. I still have about 20 cards in support of recommended staff action. I will give them to the clerk, and she will record them appropriately as part of the record. At this time, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before you, with your permission.
Certainly.
All right, we've heard, but we have not heard the rebuttal from the applicant. So
No.
I would recommend we keep it open. And at this time, I'd like to move to continue this matter to next Thursday.
Staff?
I won't be here next Thursday,
Okay.
so
We're going to be here next Thursday.
all of
we
you?
are.
Okay. Then if I'm not going to be here next Thursday after the applicant's rebuttal, I'd like to just give you a little bit of flavor from where I'm coming from on this, since I won't be here when you make your decision.
And again, the reason I'm doing this is, I want to make sure we don't not hear testimony both from public and also the right of the applicant under our procedure to be a proper rebuttal.
I'm interested in hearing the planning director's views on this.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying my reason for making the motion.
I'm very much interested in hearing the rebuttal, and there may be a good deal of dialogue following.
Okay.
It's late, we've all sat here all day long, and I really don't want to make a decision at this point in time without going through rebuttal and possibly additional discussion.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. If we can come up with a date when we can continue it, I'm wide open, I think.
All right, well, I'll withdraw the motion. Hear the director, and then my point is let's pick a date.
Right.
Were you going to do the rebuttal first, or were you?
No, we're going to continue
Or you're
it
not going to do the
and
rebuttal?
give them the opportunity to put their thoughts together, and if they choose to have rebuttal, and I assume they will.
Okay.
Can we, instead of doing it next Thursday, could we do it to a time certain where all appropriate staff can be here?
I'm not opposed to you doing it next Thursday, and I think next Thursday is a pretty light agenda, and you can continue with that. The week after that clearly is all day you'll be out on a site inspection, and then the week after that we don't have anything scheduled, so you'd all have to check your availability for March
13th.
19, 11, 12, 13th, yeah. So that's quite a ways off.
Of what month? Are you back February 27th?
Lori, is there something on the agenda for the 27th?
No, we have the 20th and then the 6th. That's what I have. I have anything scheduled for the 27th.
Yes, I'll be here on the 27th.
Is the chair going to be here? Is the chair gonna-
I will be. I have a conflict, but I'll reschedule it.
I'm sorry, did you just ask me something?
27th?
The 27th appears to be open if it's available for staff.
Yeah, yeah. I'm available on the 27th, sure.
Okay, then why don't we adjourn the meeting? Schedule the continued meeting for February 27th
8:30.
at 8:30. And we'll continue with any other information that's provided to us. We'll reopen the public hearing if that's required, and the applicant will have the opportunity for rebuttal and provide what other information might benefit our decision. I also, since the issues of security are paramount, we had some discussion during the break, and I have some familiarity with the sheriff's communication system. I see a member of the sheriff's command staff has been here all evening, all day. A segue to that conversation that we had, can we as a commission have the information, the protocol that would be required to do a reverse 911 if in fact the decision, as part of our deliberations, determine whether or not, if we are going to go forward, what we might consider in the way of notification, immediate notification to the residents in the area. The sheriff has a website. It has the ability and in fact solicits residents contacting the department and providing their cell phone information, residence information, and telephones and cell phone information to be notified of activities, public safety issues that might be of interest to them. Commander Stewart's in the back. Guy, can you come forward for a minute?
Hi, Guy Stewart, Commander with the Sheriff's Department, and I oversee our Camarillo Patrol, which is the City of Camarillo and the unincorporated area, which includes this area. And good evening, Chair and Commissioners. As far as the reverse 911 or the VC alert, for this situation, it would be very simple. If in the safety plan, it would be required that on any type of an incident, say an escape, they could notify dispatch, and dispatch would have the ability to immediately put out a VC alert just based on the phone call. We can create a flag in our computer system that would flag it and provide our dispatch center with information that would then allow them to put out the alert. So the alert could be put out as immediately as the 911 call could be made.
Thank you. Staff?
I don't want to be a fly in the ointment here, but I did just check my calendar. On the 27th, I will be in Sacramento. I would cancel that trip, except I did agree to speak at the Planning Directors Association meeting there. So I think that you're more than welcome to continue the meeting right without me. We'll work with the Sheriff's Department and get you the information that we need, either on the reverse 911 or on the auto dialer that was made as a condition of approval for the Wolf Dog Foundation. So I think that we can get you that. So whether you have it on the 20th or the 27th, I think would be.
When are you available?
Rarely.
In March.
Yeah. So yeah, it would be in March, and that's just unfortunate that I have agreed to that on the 27th already. So I mean, I can talk to you a little bit about it now, or we can meet in March. It depends. You know, it's completely up to you and the applicant's availability and the residents.
Yeah, I feel very strongly that we need.
Yeah.
My only concern then, if I may, Mr. Chair, is the applicant's availability now that we're starting to stretch it out into the distant future. So
She's been working 5 years. I don't think that March would be too much.
No, if we try to set a date without asking them,
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
I agree. I agree.
How's March?
any but the 6th.
13th, I believe.
13th would be the next available.
13th?
That's what we're looking at? Yes. Well, what about your principals?
March
Good, all right?
13th.
All right.
I don't, yeah, that's April. I don't have anything on March 13th.
March
13th?
13th. 8:30.
Okay, are we in agreement then? March 13th, 8:30, here in this room?
Yes, that works for my schedule.
Okay, then. I guess we will continue this meeting then at that particular time. Thank you all for your time and patience.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
We still have business.
We still have business going on here, so if you quietly leave, we would certainly appreciate that. Hold the talking until you get outside.
Stuart.
Well, he's going to call it.
Let's get going.
Okay, so just really quickly, I'm not going to take much of your time. I just wanted to alert you what you have on the 20th. So February 20th, you have 2 items on the calendar. I did just look at my phone and see that Mr. High is going to ask for a continuance. I believe he'll show up here to ask you for a continuance of the hearing on LU 120018, February 20th. That's your next week's hearing. My letter... Well, I haven't read the letter completely. I just saw it on my phone. But I did let him know that he would have to come here and ask you about it. So that's...
If you don't want to prepare, we're going to continue.
Is this?
What else? But what else is on the 20th?
There were 2 items, weren't
Yeah,
there?
there's 2 items.
Yeah.
And then you also have, and I'll send it to you. I'll have Lori forward you the letter. And then there is also the item on March 6th, which will also be a good part of the day. We start meeting here. That's the Saticoy Area Plan update and tour. So the staff will start with a little presentation here. There'll be a bus here. We'll take you over to Saticoy. There'll be a few stops. You'll be receiving an email shortly on the specifics of how exactly that day will work. Okay? So
Okay.
that's all I have.
Okay, it's been...
Do you oppose the continuance of that matter?
I would have to read the letter. I think it's a pretty specific question that they're going to ask for the appeal, so I'd have to see the reasoning for it. I mean, we're ready to go. I think he should be ready to go, so...
Is that the Muscle Shoals
Yes.
issue?
But I haven't read the letter, so to be fair to Mr. High, I'd rather look at it.
Just throw caution to the wind and don't read it.
Are you going to make a recommendation regarding the contingencies? Because I don't want to prepare for something that isn't going to happen. It really upsets me to show up and have somebody ask for contingencies.
I think that he could ask for the continuance, and you could not grant it. I mean, so it would be up to you, and you've done that before. You either grant it or don't grant it based on the facts that he's going to present to you or whatever is in his letter. That's all I have. So congratulations, Chair Rodriguez. I hope you enjoyed your first day.
Thank you. Can I close the meeting? We're adjourned.
He's a good one. Man.